Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. Hello and good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining today's virtual training titled The Pre-Planning Advantage, Winning Federal Grants in a Shortened Application Cycle. My name is Brianna Birch, and I am the Training and Development Coordinator here at the Native Learning Center. We're so honored that you all chose to be here with us because we do have an exciting training for you today, one that we know you all will love and enjoy. So please relax yourselves, grab something to take notes with, and feel free to ask questions. At this time, I am going to ask you to update your display name to your first and your last name. If you are unable to change your display name, please just go ahead and send a message in the chat with your name and email. And of course, if you are not registered for the training, or if you are viewing as a group, please just go ahead and reach out to me by email so that we can get everyone registered. You can also email Jasmine Roming here at the Native Learning Center. You can see her email address there because you do have to be registered. Only registered attendees will receive their certificates of completion for the training. So please reach out if you do need any assistance. Please follow along as I read the disclaimer out loud. The virtual training provides a summary of fundamental concepts, requirements, and/or procedures within the allotted session format. The material discussed does not illustrate all possible scenarios that could be applicable. And just as a gentle reminder, the materials presented today are protected by copyright, trademark, trade secret, and other intellectual property laws and treaties. The terms permit you to use the sites for your personal, non-commercial use only. You may print or save copies of the site solely for your personal, non-commercial use. You may not distribute, transfer, transmit, copy, upload, download, post, publish, display, perform, modify, or otherwise create derivative. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm getting caught up with that word. Derivative works from any of the materials, without the Seminole Tribe's prior written consent. So sorry about that, you guys. Okay, and also please note that all of the presentation slides are available for download on our website. The link was included in the know before you join, and it is also in the chat. Mics and cams are all currently disabled. We do encourage you to participate through the chat and by using reactions today. And also in the Teams chat to view and send messages, inside your meeting controls, a red dot on the show conversation icon indicates that someone has posted a message. And the meeting chat window will open to the right of your main screen. If you do want to send a message, you're just going to go ahead and type it in the text box and hit send. And you can also raise your hand during the training if you have a question or if you would like to contribute without interrupting the conversation. So you do have the raise your hand featured. And there are also reactions available for you to use if you feel the need. Your reaction will pop up at the bottom of your meeting as well as over your profile photo. Okay, and let's go ahead and all get acquainted. If you could, just go ahead and share your name, where you are tuning in from, your work or the professional role you have in Indian country, as well as your tribal affiliation. Welcome, Jesse. Welcome, Cheyenne, Lori, Kendall, Sierra. Thank you all so much for joining us. Your instructors today will be Diane Leonard, Maggie Perry, as well as Beth Archer. So before we get started, let me go ahead and just hand everything over to you, Diane.
There we go. I think the magic buttons have been pushed. Brianna, can you hear me and see everything okay?
Perfect. Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Hello, everyone, and good morning. Super excited to see folks already getting so warmed up in the chat box. And we're going to spend the whole day together. I know we're in a wide variety of time zones, but we're going to spend the day together thinking about grant seeking best practices. We're specifically thinking about how to help you and your tribal organization be as competitive as possible as it relates to, well, federal grants. But broadly, what we're going to talk about today could actually help you with any big grant. So these are best practices that work when you're thinking about any grant opportunity that you want to pursue. Let me do a few introductions for you here. So I am Diane, and I am the president and owner of D.H. Leonard Consulting and Grant Writing Services. I am based in far, far, far upstate New York along the St. Lawrence River. And so right on like the border of the United States and Canada at the end of Lake Ontario. And from here, I love to talk about all things grants. But my team is joining us also from around the country. So we are all so spread out today, all of you, all of us. But the thing that brings us together today is a desire to make grants less stressful. And that was actually the theme for, and like our tagline, pretty much from day one when I started the firm 20 years ago. I was actually on the grant making side first. I thought, this is really stressful for grant makers. All these great proposals, more great proposals than there are dollars available. But I'm seeing how stressful it is for the grant seekers. How could I help them? And hence, the firm was born. And we still have that same tagline today, don't let grants stress you out. It's not that grants will ever be completely stress-free. It's not that they will ever be easy. We want to take some of the stress, try to reduce it, try to make it more sustainable. And so that's really at the root of everything we're talking about today. Now, one of the things that I particularly get excited about is talking about what fuels your work. What helps get you excited for a day of grant writing or learning about grant writing? What is it that gets you excited to research grant opportunities? We all have our own things that are going to fuel our work. For me, it's running. Although today there was a great live bike boot camp on Peloton that actually kept me inside. I was super excited for that class. So I checked the box for myself for movement today. And then I already had my one very large, yes, it's a large mug, but just one cup. Well, one mug of coffee. So now I'm on to all sorts of decaf things, I promise. But that's what's fueling me today. As I do a few more housekeeping and introduction type things, if you want to let me know in the chat what is fueling you today, I would love to hear. Now, Brianna said as the session was kicking off that you're going to hear from some of my colleagues today as well. Maggie Perry will be with us a little bit later on to help us find opportunities to think about how we forecast and pre-plan for opportunities. So she'll be joining us in a little bit. Maggie's been with my team for almost 5 years now, but a grant professional far longer than that, and loves talking about all things big grants, big government grants, big foundation grants. And so she'll be with you a little bit later on. And you may, although I'm not 100% sure, because it depends on how our exercises go when we're in our live hands-on exercises today, but you may also hear from our colleague, Beth Archer. She may join us for a little bit along the way. But I want to also highlight some of the names you're seeing in the meeting chat. Brianna Birch is with the Native Learning Center and is who you heard from to do all our opening housekeeping and is already making sure that you have the link to get to today's materials in the chat. So thank you so much, Brianna. Appreciate all of that. And she'll help you with tech stuff along the way if anything goes weird with Teams today. Fingers crossed not. But there's another name in the chat that is really important, and that's Megan Martin, and she is our marketing and training product owner for our team. And along the way, if I say something about a website link or about a blog, or we're trying to get into our activities, Megan helps us make sure that those links get into the chat box for you in the moment when we're talking about it. So if you see Megan in there sharing resources and you're wondering, who is this person sharing links? That is the awesome and amazing Megan Martin. So Huge, huge shout out. If we could, a big round of applause even for Brianna and Megan, because otherwise we wouldn't have a space to talk about grants for the whole day. Oh, look at that. And you're all doing such a great job with the team's reactions. Well done. Okay, you can use those at any time today. And the chat box is open for you the entire day. I've got it front and center on my screen right here so that I can see if you pose a question about any of our content. So please make sure that you don't hold your questions. Put them in the chat in the moment where it happens for you. That's true for anybody else from our team that you might see on screen today. We don't want you holding your questions. We want them live in the moment. So let's take a look at our time together today. What is it that we're going to cover? Yes, all things grants. We're going to think about some of our basic best practices. Make sure that we all have shared understanding as we dig in on our material together. Then we're going to think about how we find the big opportunities that we would want to plan for. Not because only we want the money, but because they are such big opportunities that if we don't try to get some sort of head start, some sort of competitive advantage, it's going to be really hard to get the actual award because there will be so many awesome proposals that we'll be competing against. So we'll look at the tools that help us find what are the great opportunities. We're also then going to talk about, once we find the opportunity, how is it that we plan for our materials? How is it that we plan for our program information? How is it that we think about our project and what it might look like? Who do we need to have involved? What might it cost? We're going to get into some pretty hands-on exercises today. And again, fingers crossed that this is all going to work in terms of our tech for everyone being able to participate. The tool that we're going to use is called Mural. It is a whiteboard tool. It is free for you to join, but there's no pressure that you have to join. When we drop the link into the chat when it's time, you are able to join as a guest. So you don't have to create an account. Rather, you are welcome and able to join as a guest. It will assign you a random animal, and you'll be able to participate in the board, in the activity. But if you say, I'm having a hard time with Mural, that whiteboard tool thing, it's not working for me, you are able and welcome to participate in the activities using a notebook, a piece of paper, the back of an envelope, a digital Google Doc, or a Word document that you've got open. Participate in the space that is possible and easiest for you today. If Mural is not going to work for you today for whatever reason, I get it sometimes, right? Like the web might give us a hard time. Like yesterday, right? Sometimes services go down. If there's any tech glitch that you're having, just participate wherever and however you can. All right. I think that covers our unique housekeeping stuff. Oh, nope. The most important. It would be way too long if we all sat together in this Teams room for the entire day and didn't take a break. Right? Yeah, pretty rhetorical question for all of us. Too much. So I want to make sure that you know the cadence for how we're going to take breaks today. At approximately the top of every hour, for the first half of class, we will break for 10 minutes. We'll tell you the break is going to start. We'll type into the chat what time we come back. We'll also verbalize what time we're coming back. And you just leave everything running. We all get to take a break. I'll turn camera and mic off, or Maggie will turn camera and mic off. Step away from the computer. Don't look at your email. Don't look at your chat. Hydrate, stretch, get food, whatever you need. Then, when we come to about the midway point, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. Or depending on what time zone you're in, a hefty snack break. Everybody gets to do what they need to do, but you will get midday a 30-minute break, and we will follow exactly the same cadence. We'll say that we're taking the break, we'll tell you what time we're coming back, and we'll also type it in the chat. That second half of class, because it's a 30-minute lunch break, means that we flip, and we will now be taking our breaks at the bottom of the hour. But don't you worry, When it's time for a break, you guessed it. We're going to verbalize it's time for a break. We're going to verbalize what time we come back, and we're going to type in the chat what time that is. Okay, I know. You're like, that's a lot of housekeeping stuff. We've got digital tools, we've got breaks. I know, but I really just want to make sure that you understand our progression through today's content so you can also take care of life and the things that might be happening for you along the way. If there's any questions about anything logistical at all, can you type them into the chat for me right now so that before we start to talk about our true grant writing best practice basics, that I know what they are? So yeah, any questions in the chat about any of the housekeeping, or if you want to give me a Zoom reaction, Zoom, we're in Teams. Give me a Teams reaction to let me know that we all understand, that we all agree. If you could, again, reaction, let me know that you're all set. You get the housekeeping, or if you have any questions about anything related to how we're structuring today, let's see it in the chat. Awesome. Okay, I'm seeing reactions. I'm seeing some people say, yep, gotcha. I agree. We're good. Fantastic. I know. Thanks. We now have a nice team working agreement about how we're going to operate this class together today. A little sidebar here. I'm foreshadowing that when we have a group of people who are trying to do something together of significant value, in this case, trying to participate in a big online training together, it's really important that we set some ground rules for how we work together and that we confirm that we've got shared understanding. That foreshadowing is going to come back when we talk about how do we plan for big grants. Yes, it was important that you know the housekeeping, but there is a much bigger purpose at work here in terms of understanding how we facilitate really big grant applications. Okay, you've all been amazing at getting settled in. I'm going to talk about the basics of grant writing, but I know what tribal organization you're with. For some of you, I even know your title. I don't know how long you have been working with grants, and that would be really helpful for me to understand. So could you please, in the chat, let me know how long? So some unit of time. It doesn't have to be scientifically accurate for how many days or hours, but how long have you been working with grants? Could you please let me know in the chat? I mentioned that I've been in grants for a long time. I was a grant maker more than 25 years ago now. My, how the time flies when you're having fun. And I've been on the grant seeking side for, well, about 23, 22 years and in business for 20. So yeah, I've been talking about grants for a really long time. But to be super clear, because the grant game is literally always changing, I couldn't claim to have all the answers. Different funders are changing their rules, their priorities every single day. So what you have experienced, I see Lori at 2 years, Michelle at 9, Christine at 2.5, Dawn less than a year. Awesome. Okay. So we've got a wide range of experience here. Some of you literally getting started. Julio, so excited you're with us. Sunny, about 15 years, super seasoned, probably have seen a lot of change as well. We've got so much different experience in the room. And for every funder you have seen, that's something that you could contribute. So please feel welcome to share your experiences, your perspectives, your tactics throughout today's session with each other in the chat. Because Megan is right. Told you she'd pop into that chat box. You are all rock stars doing amazing work finding grant revenue for your organizations and community. So what are these grant writing basics? Let's just level set so that whether we're just getting started or we've been in the field for a while, we have some agreement on language, on how we can talk about our best practices. On the screen for you right now, I have the grant life cycle. Some people also refer to it as the 5 R's of grant writing, the 5 R's of grants. Labels are not important in that way. But the thing that is important about this image, and I'm going to walk you through it, and then we're going to dig deep into each of the 5 elements so you understand how does this life cycle operate. The reason this is important is so that we think about not just air quotes, just writing, but so that we think about all of the other actions you personally and other members of your tribal organization are taking that lead to the ultimate success of your grant applications, of the implementation of your funded grant applications. We need to take all of that into consideration. So the first thing we're going to look at in our grant life cycle is right at that 12 o'clock position, like we were looking at a clock on the wall. We're going to think about readiness. Now, what does it mean to be grant ready? It is more than being ready and wanting to get grant revenue. It'd be nice if that was really all it took in order to be grant ready. But nope, that's just the desire for what our organizations want. Oh, awesome. Okay, yeah, let's find out. What does that mean for you initially? What do you think it means to be grant ready? I see Michelle's already shared that that might mean being shovel ready. Yeah, when we think about capital projects, things where we're building something physically or an infrastructure project, we're digging in the ground or we're putting in a road, absolutely. Shovel ready means we've done all the prep work. You give us money, we could get started right away. That is one, I love it. That is one definition that some funding opportunities consider when they think about what would it mean to be grant ready. But we actually have much bigger, broader definitions of grant readiness because it depends on the type of funder you're looking at, and it also depends on the type of application, the type of funding that you're considering for what grant readiness might mean. So again, I'm going to dig deeper. Oh, look at that point. We just talked about shovel ready, and then I said dig deeper. First one, many more I'm sure to come in the course of our day together. But we are going to look at all of these in greater depth in just a few minutes. But once we agree that we're grant ready, we'll move clockwise around our circle to research. Now, research is where Maggie's going to come in today. Maggie's going to help you use the different free websites that the federal government has to find opportunities that are supposed to open. Now, I get it. When we talk about supposed to open, we are sitting here talking about large grants, in particular large federal grants, at a time of the government shutdown. We will get back, I'm sure, to business as usual as it relates to federal grants, but it might delay some of the opening from what we are expecting. So I get it. There's some nuances to our conversation today, but we're going to be thinking about research. Who is the perfect department or agency for you for funding the work that you need to get grant funding for? Is there a foundation, a private foundation that could help? So who are the best fit funders? What are the best fit funding programs for you? That's what we're looking at in our research space. Once we find a funder or a funding opportunity or a department or an agency that we think is the right fit, I want us to think about relationships. And sometimes that gets overlooked if we're thinking about large government grants, but the reality is, with competition for grants going it's skyrocketing. It is harder and more competitive than ever. And I'm not just saying that. 2025, the rules have changed, the game is changing. We are seeing significant changes in what it means to be competitive, how to be competitive. And it's this relationships portion of the best practices that are starting to set applications apart. Grant makers are seeing an absolutely astronomical increase in volume of applications. And so the way that those applications are standing out, relationships. Who's talking with program officers? Who's talking with project directors? Who's talking with, at the foundation level, maybe one of their board members? Relationships have always mattered. We're going to take the dial and we are going to turn the volume up on how important relationships are as part of any large grant that you are considering. I know, you're like, I'm here to write grants. I have to build relationships. Not necessarily you, it could be others in your tribal organization, but you will likely be the one championing the relationship outreach. But we do the relationships and we continue moving clockwise around, and that brings us finally to writing. But isn't that what this is really all about? Well, yes, the majority of our overall time is spent writing, whether it's a 5-page narrative, a 15-page narrative, a 75-page narrative. Yes, you're right. The majority of your time is spent in the writing work and the surrounding attachments. I agree. But if we don't do all of the best practices that are on the screen, our writing work will fall flat. It will not be successful. It will not be competitive. And I see how, yes, the R in writing, why is that capitalized? It's capitalized because all the other words on the screen start with the letter R and are also capitalized. So, yeah, I get it. It used to really bother my daughters when they were younger. The capitalization is so that it's easier for us to remember the 5 R's of grant seeking if that's how we want to remember our best practices and double check ourselves versus the language choice of grant life cycle. They both mean the same thing. If the capitalization idea helps you kind of check the box on your best practices so that you don't, under the pressure of a deadline, whoops, skip one, totally fine. The one that I feel confident you're not going to skip is the one with the funny capitalization. Writing is not what gets skipped. All right, but we're going to do all that hard writing work, which also involves the pre-design work, the pre-planning work that we're going to write based on. That's where all of our exercises today are going to live, in that space. But okay, let's pretend we've done our writing work, we button it up, we get permission to submit, and the submit button has been clicked. Now we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and we probably wait some more, but eventually what should happen? Ideally, if you have followed your 4 best practices carefully, you get a grant award. Will you always get a grant award? No, probably not. I really wish that you could, but probably not. Because there's so much out of our control, your control, my control, whoever's writing the grant. You can't control the other applicants. You can't control the relationships that the other applicants have established with the grant makers. That's actually the biggest one that is so far out of our control, and it might influence whether we get funded or not. But let's be optimistic. You get the money. And so then we get to celebrate. Please make sure that you take time to celebrate that you got the grant award. And now some would argue this is where the real hard work begins, because this is when you're implementing the grant-funded program or project. And it's really where now you start to prove to the grant maker, to the granting agency or department, that you are awesome grantees, that you can do what you said you would, when you said you would, how you said you would, that you're spending the money in accordance with what you laid out to them in the proposal, and that you're going to report on time all the things that they expect of you so that they will release the funds to you or so that they will consider renewing for year 2. That reporting element cannot be shortchanged. If we don't do that element well, there is no chance that we're going to get to start that life cycle over with this funder again. Now, I'm curious. I'm getting to know all of you just a little bit here. And so what I don't know is how many of you have to do pre-award only, and it's air quotes only, versus how many of you have to do both pre-award, so everything before you click submit, and all of the grant management once you get funding. Could you let me know, please? In the chat, let's go with 1 if it is pre-award only. 2, if you have to do both. You have to do pre-award and post-award. There's no right or wrong answer here. It's just that I get a sense of what sort of responsibilities you have within your particular role. Each grant role in each organization is built to be unique for that organization. So I don't want to make any assumptions about what sort of things you have happening as part of your job responsibilities. All right, so a mix, but it looks like we're leaning a little heavier towards 2, where you have to do pre-award and at least some post-award. Okay, helpful information for me to understand. Thank you for letting me know. Even if you typed the number 1 into the chat and air quotes, you are only doing pre-award, you still have to be aware of what's happening related to reporting. You don't get to brush your hands and say, nope, not mine. You still need to be sure that it's happening as it's supposed to, on the timeline it's supposed to, using the forms it's supposed to, so that you can pick back up with your responsibilities for pre-award because you know that the organization is doing a great job of being a grantee. So you still need to be at least dangerously aware of what's happening. All right, so those are our 5 life cycle elements. Now let's think about what each one means a little bit deeper, and I'm going to talk about how it's going to play out when we think about these big government grants. Another get to know you question. How many of your tribal organizations are currently receiving federal dollars? Okay, well, actually, that's a loaded question. That's a heavy question today because of the government shutdown. Let me say it a different way. How many of you are currently approved as federal grantees on at least one grant program? Y for yes and for no. There is no judgment in this answer. Again, just trying to get a sense of who's here. So how many of you are currently approved for at least one federal grant? Oh boy, the chat box is quickly filling with yeses. That's awesome. I'm looking. Are there other? Does anyone not? Let me know. And no, we don't have a federal award right now. If you could let me know if there, because if you have at least one, that definitely, okay. Not that I was like, oh, I'm hoping I get one N, but wow, lots of awards already present for you as tribal organizations that are here today. Not everyone has a federal award, though, that's here. Thank you for candidly letting us know that. Now, just because you get one award doesn't mean that you are now forever, for eternity, grant ready at the federal level. I wish that meant that was true, but the reality is that the building blocks of what it means to be grant ready, they're always evolving. The systems of the federal government, remember, I've been doing this for more than 20 years, and it doesn't matter what we're talking about in terms of administration. There is a constant evolution of increasing transparency related to how taxpayer dollars are spent. There is an ongoing evolution of what systems, what does grants.gov look like? What does sam.gov look like? How do those two talk to each other? What does it mean? We no longer talk about DUNS numbers. We now talk about UEI numbers. Don't worry, just acronyms. Don't need to worry about the nuances in the moment. They're just examples of how the building blocks of grant readiness are always evolving. And so we need to acknowledge that there's that constant evolution. But when we think about building blocks for grant readiness, indeed, for federal grants, portals, being registered, maintaining the registration, those are some of our core pieces that we need to have in place. And if you already are a federal grantee, the good news is that means you were ready. Now it's about maintaining readiness. It's about maintaining portal access. If a staff member leaves the organization, let's make sure that we get their role replaced in sam.gov and grants.gov before it's time to click apply again. That's one of the most common things that actually breaks the grant readiness trail for an organization that has already previously received federal funding, is that all of a sudden there is an unexpected staffing change and the different roles for the accounts in sam.gov and grants.gov are not addressed before that person leaves. And so that might leave the organization scrambling a little bit when they want to apply. And we don't want to, in the time of application, be stressing about our portals. We want to be focused on the application itself. So that's something we want to be keeping a constant eye on. When we think about our grant readiness building blocks, so yes, those portals, sam.gov, grants.gov, they're just so important. And so you might say, oh, I'm not comfortable with those. Or you might say, Diane, I love those. I'm so super comfortable. You know what would be really helpful? On a scale of 1 to 5, 1, I'm not comfortable in those portals. I better put that on my homework list as part of my grant readiness. 5, so super comfortable. I could almost log in with my eyes closed. Well, no, we don't have to talk about if we love the portals, but just super comfortable with the portals. Could you let me know in the chat? Scale of 1 to 5. 1, just learning, a little bit of homework to be done. 5, super, super comfortable. No judgment in your answers. I just want to have a sense of how folks feel, given how important these are related to our building blocks of grant readiness. Okay, really wide range. I'm literally seeing everything from 1s to 5s. If our 4s and our 5s have any advice on how you became comfortable in these two tools that you want to share with your colleagues in the chat, I think that'd be really cool. What I want to make sure that you know is that grants.gov has a whole tutorial section. It's got lots of awesome information. It's free. During normal operations for the federal government, there is also a help desk for sam.gov and there is a help desk for grants.gov. Both really helpful. So if you really get stuck, you're like, I don't know what to do, reach out to the help desk. That doesn't have to be the absolute last resort, the last thing you do. If you have looked at their help materials and you're still having a hard time or you're still confused, by all means, try their help desk. But the tutorial section, they call it Learn Grants. Great information. And in fact, they also will sometimes put links to upcoming other outside of the federal government learning opportunities related to grants. So it's a great spot to keep an eye on because you might learn about some other great professional development. All right, so what are the things that you are using that help make it comfortable for you? I see Sierra said opening the portal, kind of poking around, exploring to get familiar. Yeah, like that hands-on experience is so important for building your confidence and comfort level with both tools. So I can't in any way force you to have homework. It's a one-day class. That doesn't work this way. But you are, I'm thinking, going to have an optional list of homework after our sessions today. Everybody's going to have a slightly different homework list. If you could, if you said 1 or 2 for your comfort level for sam.gov and grants.gov, could you put those two portals on your follow-up homework list, something that you might consider learning more about or practicing with in the upcoming weeks? Can't see if you do it, but I'm just making this suggestion. Now, the second really important part to grant readiness when it comes to these big federal grants, grant teams. Now, what does it mean to have a grant team? Does it mean that you have more than one grant writer or grant professional in an organization? Let me know. What do you think a grant team is? Could you let me know in the chat? What do you think a grant team is? There's a wide range of responses that I think we could use, a wide range of definitions. We're not going to have any luck if we look at the Webster Dictionary. That certainly isn't going to pull anything up for us. And I'm going to share a link with you here in a second to a blog that our team wrote about what is a grant team. But I'd love to hear your definitions. What do you think it means? So a grant team, Kendall, I love this. Collaborators on an application. Michelle said development team with a question mark. Could be. Sunny said a team including program staff, leadership, planning department, finance, etc. Love that too. Lori's defining it saying pre-award, post-award, grants accounting, project director, others involved in the grant life cycle. Love that as well. Sierra said everyone on board that will be helping with the grant. Yes. Jordan says those involved with the grant and gives some examples. Yes. The reason that I love these definitions is because it's everyone that has a stake in the grant being successful. I love, 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 love that I'm seeing pre-award and post-award included in many of your definitions. That concept, that feeling, that agreement within your organization is what makes your applications successful. It's what makes the implementation of grants successful. So here's the follow-up question. Given now my definition as well as those of your colleagues in the chat, how many of you would say that you have a grant team in place? Y for S, Y for yes, S for sort of, sometimes, N for no. How many of you have that concept in place? Whether you use the label of grant team or not is not important, but it's the concept of what's in place. Okay, I'm not surprised. That S, the sort of, the sometimes, usually gets a lot of responses. So you're in very good company. Okay. Jesse, really important comment along with your yes. It's fluid depending on the department applying for the grant. Yes, it does not have to be a fixed roster. Like it is always this roster of people that are on the grant team every time we think about the application. Rather, instead, if you have a roster that looks a little bit different, if it's infrastructure versus something for education versus something for health, it might be that you, the grant writer, the grant professional, are on the team almost no matter what. Maybe finance stays the same. Maybe your post-award support might stay the same, but like your leadership or your program or project directors might very well be different. So I love, love what I'm seeing about the grant teams in the chat so far. The grant team, this idea and the agreement, the acknowledgement within your tribal organization that it takes more than air quotes, just the grant writer, just the grant professional to get this large grant successfully out the door so that it can be approved and implemented. This is foundational to grant readiness. When organizations will approach us, my team and I, to say, okay, we're really excited to go after federal grants. Okay, great. So I'll ask them questions about their grant team. We're happy to coach and help people build a grant team, but if they don't have the team in place already, that's going to delay their readiness before we would recommend they start actually submitting applications. They might have some homework that they have to do. Maybe it's a week or two worth of homework. Maybe it's a month worth of homework, but they have to get everybody on board that they're going to play a role if this application is going to be successful. Because on average, does anyone have an idea how long it takes to put together a federal grant application? I'm averaging across agencies, across departments, but in the chat, could you give me a unit? It should be, well, let's go in hours. How many hours do we think that it takes on average to complete a federal grant application? What do you think? And if you want to wager Price is Right style and you're like, 1 hour, I want to go for under and not go over, that's fine. There's no specific prize for this question. But on average, how many hours do we think it takes? The reality is that there is significant variation depending on the types of applications that are available. But the thing to remember is that it's going to take, on average, at least 100 people hours. And the reason I say it like that, 100 people hours, is because it might not be all your time as the grant professional or the grant writer. It's going to be also the hours of the folks in finance, the folks in leadership. They might be much smaller contributions of hours in the big picture, but combined, it is at least 100 people hours. For some applications, it is far more. For some, certainly it could be less. That's why I'm saying it's an average. But that's a lot of time. If you think about the amount of time that you're committing as an organization, you want to make sure that you have these building blocks in place so that you are spending your time in the most efficient and effective way possible. All right, so we put our grant team in place. Some of you have homework. Some of you get to go into the next section without any homework. You have to be your own accountability partner here for what's happening. We move around our grant life cycle and we get to think about research, which means knowing which department or agency is best for us, which means knowing what might be forecasted or not, what might repeat every 3 years as an open cycle, or every 5 years, or maybe it's every year. It might also mean not looking at government website information. It might mean looking at foundations to diversify the different types of grant revenue that you receive as a tribal organization. The federal research tools, Maggie's going to get there. So I'm not going to dig in on that part because that's going to be a whole block of time here just a little bit later on. But what I want to take a quick look at are the awesome tools that can help you in addition to grants.gov and sam.gov. On the screen, I just have 4 here right now. There are way more than 4. When you think about doing grant research, what tool or what website or what app is your go-to? Could you let me know in the chat? Like I said, on the screen, I just have the quick 4. There are so many to pick from. There's a lot. There's a lot of tools that are quickly coming on the market here, especially with the use of AI to help with research. We're seeing some new tools. Let's be honest. So there's a lot. But what tool or tools are you relying on as part of your research toolbox in addition to grants.gov and sam.gov? Maggie's going to cover those, like I said, just a little bit here. But what other tools, maybe they're the ones on the screen. A good web search. Yeah, whether it's Google or DuckDuck, Bing, whatever you're using as your search engine could indeed be a great way to get some more information. Okay, Karina says Grant Watch. Mimi says going directly to the funding source if they have a website is my caveat. Yep, absolutely. Why use an intermediary if they've got a website? The Tribal Funding Registry. Great, Christine, thank you. The tools on the screen, part of why I call those out is these are some of the ones that have been around for at least a few years. These are not new kids on the block. They're well established. They're evolving as they also think about how they use AI. But these are some of the tried and true tools, I would say, that are so well known. They are certainly tools that have a wide range of price points, and they have different reasons why you might pick one over another. And so when we think about our different tools, each of you is going to have a different combination of tools in your toolbox as it relates to research. And that's totally fine. And I'm so glad to see that what also has popped into the chat, AI. And so one of the things that's interesting, whether it's ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini in Google or Copilot in Microsoft or any of the many, many other learning models, when we think about the use of those tools, they are certainly getting better. However, you can't rely on them by themselves. They have proven to be unreliable and to sometimes put forward foundations or grant funding opportunities that literally don't exist. So if you are going to use some form of an AI tool on its own, please make sure that you're verifying the research information that you're finding, deadlines, contact information, priorities, with more traditional experienced tools, whether it's any of them on the screen or you know what I haven't seen called out yet? guidestar.org. GuideStar, you can have a free account. You can look up any foundation by name. So if you find a funder using an AI tool and you're like, I need to know more about them, and it doesn't look like they have a website, where do I learn more? You could go to GuideStar, look up that particular funder, and get more information about them at zero charge. So please make sure if you're using any form of just straight up AI tool that is not integrated into a more traditional research tool, please make sure that you verify the information. And Megan, thank you so much, has just placed the GuideStar link in the chat box for us. Now, there's one other thing I want to say about these different research tools. We're used to, in the government space, grants.gov, sam.gov, no charge, $0. Awesome. Love it, right? You're like, good, don't charge me for that. The tools on the screen and many of the others that have come online on the market in the last 2 years, not free. But you could have a membership at something like, say, the Grant Professionals Association, and those memberships come with discounts on a variety of tools. In fact, with the Grant Professionals Association, it's like $210-ish a year. You get free access to GrantStation all year, which is a $600 value at no charge. You get a discount on Foundation Directory Online when you join. You can get a discount at Instrumental. So depending on what tools you're trying to put in your toolbox, please make sure that you're looking for what professional memberships you or other colleagues have in place in order to get discounts. Now, whatever's in that toolbox, any combination of the tools you have mentioned in the chat, the ones I have put on the screen, what I would like for you to consider is how you use those tools to find the 7 items on the screen. These 7 items are what I recommend, or what my team recommends you find about every funding opportunity before you decide to move forward. You can find these 7 things, whether you're thinking about federal grants, whether you're thinking about state grants, whether you're thinking about foundation grants. It might take some extra digging, depending on what combination of tools you're thinking about, but all 7 of these can be found. And the reason it's important to try and find as much of this as you can is so that you're comparing apples to apples. Which one is the better fit for us? Which one might have a stronger return on investment versus maybe apples and pineapples, right? Not the same. Or apples and oranges. Sure, maybe the same weight, but very different. So we want to make sure we're comparing the similar information as we make choices about how to spend our capacity as a team. Let's look at these 7. They are not in a ranked order, the way we might see like a top 7 list on like a late night TV show. No, it's not ranked. It's that we want to find all 7. Mission or goal or purpose. Why is the grant maker making this money available? And how is that aligned with your work? Accepting unsolicited proposals. Are they accepting applications from people that they did not invite? It's sort of like being a guest for a wedding. If you didn't get an invitation to the wedding, you wouldn't go, right? You want to be invited to the wedding, or maybe you didn't get invited to the reception, just to the ceremony. You only go to where you were invited. There are many funders who say we will only accept your application if we invite you. So if you find that a funder states only funds pre-selected organizations, drop it, set it down over here. Nope, we don't want to go after it. That's a waste of our time. They're only going to fund people that they invite. So we should just work on getting connected. We have nothing to write for until they invite us. Geographic restriction. You are all over the country. Make sure that the funder funds where you are. I mentioned when we were starting that I'm up in the Thousand Islands. Far, far, far upstate New York. Yes, the Thousand Islands, like the dressing. That's usually why people know what it is. But there's lots of grant makers who don't fund here. It's rural, it's a smaller population number, and so it's not their geographic focus. Just because they might say they fund in New York State does not mean that they are willing or want to fund up here in Jefferson or St. Louis or St. Lawrence County. So we want to make sure that the funder is willing to fund where we are. It's the easiest way for them to kick us out. Oh, they're doing work where I don't want to fund. To the side, no thank you. Let's not make it easy for them. Let's make sure we just don't apply if they don't fund where we do our work, where we live. Previous grantees. This is available for federal grants. This is available publicly for private foundations. You can find this information in their, if it's a foundation, their IRS 990. Maggie's going to show you a really cool tool that you can use for federal grants to find out who has been getting this money currently or in the recent past. That helps us to understand, are they funding the same group over and over and over and over? Or are they willing to maybe fund different organizations? Average grant size helps us to understand, are they teeny tiny grants or are they really big grants? And what kind of grant size do we need? We want to make sure we're applying for the right size grants. Communication, preference, and capacity is going to help us move into our next life cycle item. The communication, preference, and capacity helps us to think about, who can we talk to? What do they like? Traditional old school phone calls? I mean, that's my favorite because I can hear their, anyway, that's just me. But, or are they like, please email. Let's do email. You'd be surprised. There's plenty of folks that'll still say that you can call if you have questions. Let's find out what they will allow and also if they have any preferences that they might put forward. And lastly, public voice. And that means anything about the particular grant-making organization that is outside of their formal guidelines. So yes, you're right, it could mean social media. Not that you have to have an account for that particular network, not that you have to engage with the grant maker on that network, but looking at what the grant maker puts on the social network is an important part of understanding who they are. For example, EPA, so federal agency. I lost track. I think it was like up around a dozen at one point before Twitter went to X. I'm not sure if the number's still the same, but they had like a dozen different Twitter handles because different specific offices within the agency had their own handles. So you really wanted to pay attention not just to the EPA voice, but to the specific agency or office that you were going to apply for within the bigger federal agency. The same is true of government today. It's true of foundations. Are they talking anywhere? Are they putting up any information about success stories? There's a lovely regional foundation in central New York that does not have a website. They do have, obviously, their annual IRS publication that they have to file, so that's public information. But you know what they do have? A Facebook page where they share success stories. That helps you to understand what is important to that grant maker. These 7 things help you decide, of all the things I have found, how do I want to narrow it down so that I have a plan, so that I have perhaps even a grant calendar. Now, a grant calendar, it's not a comment about what sort of tool you use or whether it's project management software, a shared Google Calendar, a shared Outlook calendar. No, could be any of those. A grant calendar is about having the shared plan for which applications you intend to pursue to meet your revenue goals. How is it visible to more than just you? So we are getting ready to head for a break. But before we do, I have one final question for you in the chat. I just put a link to a blog post for our team. What is a grant calendar? Oh, Megan and I shared the same one. Like mine's. I didn't know she was putting it in there for you before I even said it. She's amazing. How many of you have a grant calendar? A shared space, doesn't matter what tool, where multiple people, that means that you plus at least one other person, can see what deadlines you have planned, can see what reports are coming up. Y for yes and for no. Well, I'm seeing a lot of no's. This might be one of your homework items. It doesn't matter what tool, it's about it being shared so that more people than you can see it. All right, so go ahead. Folks have things, you're thinking about it. Some of you have, oh, a whiteboard. But Kendall, I love that you flagged that there's no reports on it. Let's get those on there just so we're aware. Smart Sheets, Sierra, fine. Yeah, it tool agnostic, doesn't matter. But it sounds like we just found a homework option that many of you might need to address. And so for the link that we're trying to get in there, yeah, you want to go to the one that's DH Leonard Consulting because that one's our team. Mimi, I'm not sure what that website might direct you to. That one's not one that we own. So I would go to the link that Megan placed in there. It should, hopefully that will work instead. All right, folks. So already, how time is flying. It is 12:02 Eastern, which means at 12:12 Eastern, we're going to come right back here and we're going to carry on with our grant life cycle. Please go ahead, leave everything on. Just step away for a hydration, snack, whatever it is that you need. We'll be back in 10 minutes. My, oh my, how 10 minutes can fly, right? I hope that you had an enjoyable break. When we went for break, we were thinking about grant calendars, and I think we found an item that for many of you was going to turn into a little bit of homework for you and your colleagues. Next up in our grant life cycle, as we again agree on what are our basic best practices and what that looks like to set us up for success the rest of the day, we have relationships. I am wondering, as we think about grantmaker relationships, for you, in your tribal organization, are you the one developing relationships with a grantmaker? 1, if yes. 2, if no. It's someone else in the tribal organization that is usually establishing relationships with grantmakers. Could you please let me know in the chat as we're coming back from break? Is it 1, yes, I am the one developing relationships, or is it 2, nope, it is usually someone else? There is not a right or wrong answer to this question. The reason that I ask is because what our role as a grant professional or a grant writer often is providing the talking points. What does it sound like if we're trying to reach out to a grant maker? What sort of questions do we want to get answered? Why do we think we're a fit? And it looks like that is most often the case here for all of you. When we think about that answer, that it's someone else, I want you to think about all that great stuff you just learned in the research portion. It's not that that person doing the outreach needs to know all the things and how did you make the decision on who's the right fit and why. But we need to give them enough information to have a meaningful conversation, to confirm that the person they're emailing with or talking with also says, yep, good fit, and that they can articulate what questions you have and what sort of information might be helpful for you to understand. So please think about how you can put together talking points. Now, the relationship part, especially knowing for most of you that you are not doing the outreach yourself, means that we're going to quickly move into writing, which is where we think we want to be most of the time anyway. So if we think about our writing elements, that's probably where most of you feel super comfortable right now. The thing I want to call out is how happy I was. Actually, you could see how happy I was before, but how happy I was that when you were thinking about who's on your grant team, that you were thinking about how budget plays into that space. It's not just about writing. It's not just about program design. Many of you had finance listed as the members of your grant team, which awesome responses. So when we stop to think about what that means, it's important not because we should have our numbers align, how much we're asking for, how much our budget shows. Sure, that's important. but we want to make sure that the story we're telling in our narrative is the same and is aligned with what we see in our budgets. So, for example, if we have talked about how public transit might be a barrier in our community and how we're going to overcome that barrier by putting our staff on the road in community member homes. They're going to go out, they're going to drive to community member homes. That's going to reduce the transportation barrier for accessing services. If that's the story that we have told our grant maker in our narrative, what would they expect? That there would be information, that there would be a request within the budget that is talking about mileage reimbursement for staff. Because that's the story that you told them. So they would think that that's where some of the money would be spent. If they didn't see any of that in a budget, now all of a sudden there's a misalignment and there's a question about what they're hearing and reading about program design and why something's important versus what you're saying you're going to do with their money. So the writing piece, again, it's where we spend the majority of our overall time in the process. It's going to be the nuances of how we build a consistent story that will make it so that your application shines. So when we're building our program design elements, as we move through class together today, we're going to be focusing a great deal on consistency. What is it that we can do to be consistent in every element of our application so that they're additive to our overall story instead of potentially creating confusion for the grant maker? So we did it. We made it through the first 4. We've clicked submit, or we've clicked the apply button, or maybe we've attached something to an email, but it's happened. It's out the door, it's in the hands of the grant maker, and that means, well, yep, we're waiting. And we're waiting, and we're waiting, and we're waiting, and then we finally hear. So we do the celebration because we got the award, and then it's time to think about how we will manage our grant funds. How will we be awesome grantees? That evaluation piece, we saw how many of you do have both responsibilities, pre and post award. So this might not apply for all of you, but we know it does apply for many of you when you're thinking about reporting. Did you know that this actually could influence your overall relationship with the grant maker? Maybe you did. Maybe you said, oh, Diane, absolutely, I get how this could connect. When we think about evaluation and grant management, it is not only the technical act of compliance. It is not only the act of reporting on our finances or reporting on our programmatic progress or how many people we've served or how many roads we have improved. We need to be thinking about also expressing our gratitude to the grant maker, ensuring that they feel like a funding partner, not like an ATM. You might say, what does that mean, Diane? Why would a funder feel like an ATM? Yes, I am. I'm talking about the cash machine that you would go to at your bank. Why would a grant maker feel like an ATM? Well, let's think about why you might go to an ATM, or let's make it about me. Why might I go to an ATM? Because one of my teenagers may have needed cash for something at a cross-country meet or for something else at school. And so they grabbed some cash off the counter, and I'm like, wait, I I need some cash. I myself have a need for why I need money. So transactionally, I need to go get cash because there's going to be something that I can't Venmo or something I can't use Apple Pay for. There's going to be a reason I need to have cash in my hand. So transactionally, I go to the ATM. Yeah, just a little insight into a day in the life of Diane. True story. So what does that mean if a grant maker feels like an ATM? You might say, Diane, I'm giving them the reports. I'm on time. Isn't that like what I'm supposed to do? Yes. Nodding emphatically. Yes, you are supposed to do that. But we want them to want to fund us again. We want to stand out above others who also are current grantees. If they were going to have to maybe fund fewer people, we want them to think of us first for who they keep. So we don't want them to feel like an ATM, like they only hear from us when it's required. They only hear from us when I need another grant check, please. I need another ACH deposit, please. Right? You feel how transactional that was? Right. So when we think about evaluation and grant reporting, I encourage you to think about stewardship the way you might with an individual donor. I'm not saying you've got to do a lot of stewardship. I'm asking you to think about at least one thing during the course of a grant award year that is more stewardship in nature, more gratitude in nature than formal requirement element. How will you decide what that will be? Well, that's up to each of you. One really good idea is that grant makers of all shapes and sizes do not like to be surprised. I feel really comfortable making that statement. Grant makers, having been one myself, do not like to be surprised. When they read reports, financial, programmatic, if something is really different than what they expected, you underspent by a lot, you overspent by a lot, now they're going to have questions, you served way more people than they thought, you served far fewer people than they thought. Those are big differences than what they expected. If they read about them in the formal required report, that transactionally, yes, good job, you did it. But if that's the first time they hear about something that's really different, whether a good thing or a oops, not as good thing, that's a surprise for them. That is an indicator to you, wait, this could be my one time that I reach out to give them a heads up, to let them know what's coming. Especially if it was a good thing. Look at this picture that got published online or in our newspaper with this amazing turnout for our ribbon cutting, whatever you've got going on. That would be an indicator for you if there's something that's going to be really a good surprise or a oops, not as good surprise to a grant maker in a technically required report. Reach out beforehand. You're also then checking the box that you are not treating them just in a transactional way. When we think about grant maker relationships, I know you're like, Diane, I thought we were in like the reporting part of our grant life cycle. We were, but we're trying to set the stage so that we can ask them again or so that they renew us again. And so we want to remember that they are people managing these grant processes. Yes, using tech to help get it done, but they are people managing these grant processes. Does anyone have any questions about our 5 life cycle elements? I'll go back to this one that showed reporting for a minute. Did anybody have any questions about the grant life cycle? Go ahead and let me know in the chat if you do. Do you have any questions about the grant life cycle? Because from there, I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about foundation research again. I want to set the stage for our upcoming discussion around government research. So there's a few more things I wanted to say about foundation research, but I'm wondering, do you have any questions about the grant life cycle that we should get cleared up? I want to make sure everybody's got shared understanding related to our grant life cycle elements, our 5 R's. Okay, so Sherry said that reporting is where kind of needs to have some deeper information, a deeper set of understanding. So you know what? There's an amazing resource that I want to call out, and they've got lots of free downloads. They do have some paid training. I'm not saying you have to go take the paid training, but they've actually worked with the Native Learning Center before, so I know they're a trusted source within the community. So if you look at My Fed Trainer, they have all sorts of blogs, information on LinkedIn, downloadable free templates. That can really give you a deeper understanding, in particular on grant reporting with a federal slant to it. So I'd encourage you to look at My Fed Trainer. Megan, thank you. She's just dropped the link. And now for just transparency, part of why I know them so well is that we do their pre-award training. And so that's where this link will probably take you. But go and poke around in all their other free resources. There's all sorts of great stuff that they have there. Rachel, that runs their team, is a great resource about all things grant reporting, especially with all the changes happening right now. Rachel Werner might be a nice person to also connect with on LinkedIn. And hey, while you're on LinkedIn, if you didn't connect to me yet, say hi, because we share lots of free resources too. All right, awesome. Thank you for asking. I'm glad that you felt comfortable letting us know it was a spot you needed more resources. If anybody else needs anything, please let us know. We've got all sorts of other resources ready to go throughout the day. So I mentioned that I wanted to think a little bit more about foundation research beyond what I talked about earlier when we were in our best practices. And this is actually important because it's foundational to what you're going to do with Maggie in just a little bit here. I want you to think about what you need to get funded. I want you to be super selfish as an organization right now. I want to know what is the number one thing you need to get grant funding for right now. Not that like you're going to get the cash right now, but like if you could apply for anything right now, what is it that you need to apply for? Please let me know in the chat box. This is going to be your framing for the rest of today. What is the number one thing you need funding for? Is it an after-school tutoring program? Is it road infrastructure? Is it sewer infrastructure? I'm making things up. You tell me, because what you pick is your framing now for the rest of the day. Now you might say, Diane, you have 1, 2, 3 on the screen. Can I give you more than one? In a normal situation, if we were talking about grant funding, I would say yes. Please list in numerically sequential order the things that you need to get grant funding for. But I don't want to muddy the waters today in class, so I just want to worry about your number one. Sometimes folks will say, Diane, they're like all equal. I need to find funding for all three things. Nothing is higher priority. We have to numerically sequentially order them, because what if a funder told us they would fund any of our work? How would we decide which one thing we're going to apply for? We want to know what is the most important thing that we have to get grant funding for. All right, so what do you need to get funding for? You need funding for infrastructure, for prevention, for housing, a new water booster station, new construction for housing, all infrastructure, anything and everything we can think about for infrastructure. Okay, a youth program, a new wastewater treatment plant. Oh, this is pretty physical stuff today, a lot of infrastructure, but some programmatic stuff in there too. So we've got a really nice mix. This is your filter. This is your funnel. When you're doing research work with Maggie, I want you only looking for things for your number one priority. Now, Karina, I see that you actually went ahead, thank you, and you typed out number 1 is infrastructure, number 2 is human services, number 3 is cultural preservation. Thank you. I'm so glad that you have that clarity about what's 1, 2, and 3. So say that in Karina's example, they find something awesome that is not for infrastructure. It's for human services. It doesn't mean that you like throw it out because it's not number 1, but you're like, oh, well, I've got to see if that's going to fit, because what I really need to find is funding for priority number 1 first. I'm just going to save that over here on the side for later. So I'm not telling you like completely ignore whatever your other priorities are, but that's not where I want you to spend your time and your effort today. Set any information, save any links, set it all to the side for priorities 2 and lower on that list. Let's make sure that we stay well focused on number 1. As we think about our resources, there are lots and lots and lots of resources that are available at no charge on our website. They're also part of what you get in your materials for being in this training with us. And so when we think about those particular resources, I wanted to highlight that this is the spot where the Grant Research Guidebook would be really helpful for you. It walks you through like what priorities am I searching for and how is it I'm going to document my research. So this would be something that could help you as you're finding new opportunities for your tribal organization to consider. So that's really, we're thinking about the priorities, and usually that conversation starts because people are thinking about foundations and how am I going to sort through thousands and thousands and thousands of things. So I bring up the priorities. Well, the same is going to be true when we think about our federal work. And so Maggie's going to help us think in a few minutes about our federal forecasting. And so I want to set the stage. Where does this fit? What does this look like? Forecasting for federal grants means predicting where and when do we think something might open. And it's this idea of forecasting that actually was where today's session originated. There were so many forecasts for tribal organizations that were released just, I think in August, was the end of August, early September, that we reached out and talked with the Native Learning Center and we said, wow, all of these forecasts, things that are expected to open, this gives you a competitive advantage. If you know it's going to open, you get a running head start on the grant life cycle as it relates to that particular federal opportunity. So we wanted to help give you that running head start. Now, I am a cross-country mom. So in upstate New York, we're in cross-country season. And that means I spend a lot of my time out in open fields on different school grounds, watching and thinking about what it's going to be like for the race. Is it muddy today? Is it cold today? And so when I stand there at the start line and I look at hundreds of students standing there ready to get started to run their race, I've been thinking about what does it feel like or what would it look like if the official for that cross-country meet pointed at like 4 or 5 of the kids, randomly pointed at them and said, you get to start first, and you, and you, and you, and you. I'm going to give you a 2-minute head start. A 2-minute head start in a 5K race, so 3.1 miles. That for young men seems to take about 16 minutes for the winner. For the women seems to take about 19 and a half or 20 minutes. A 2-minute head start. Wow, right? Like that's pretty considerable. It doesn't guarantee that someone is going to win, but it certainly increases their chances. Forecasting for federal grants is like that. So I want you to think about, where does forecasting fit? Within our grant life cycle that we've talked about today, where does forecasting fit? When would we be thinking about predictions formally released through grants.gov or informally predicted maybe through our networks, our resources, our collaborative networks? Where would this fit? I'm not going to make you guess. The answer is it could fit anywhere. When we're thinking about our grant work, whether we're all pre-award as our focus or we're pre-award and post-award, everywhere we are seems to be an opportunity to think about forecasting. Now, I'm wondering, how many of you currently receive the grants.gov email? Now, granted, it's been pretty sparse the last few weeks, but how many of you get the daily summary of things that open from grants.gov, either the entire listing of things that have been posted or maybe a slightly filtered version based on maybe eligibility criteria or something else? Could you let me know in the chat why for yes and for no? How many of you currently receive the free grants.gov email? Okay. Yeah, it's been surprising to me that like some days there's stuff in it, even during the shutdown. But at least I know the system's still working. That automated email is still making it so that my sense of FOMO, my fear of missing out, which honestly is a real fear, my fear of missing out is taken care of. So I see a number of you are getting it, but not all. Technically optional homework, but I would say it's pretty mandatory. You want to get that email. Not because you want to say, oh my gosh, I'm going to apply for something that just opened and is due in 12 days. Please don't do that. That is so unsustainable. I get it. You might feel like you have to, but oh, please try not to. Rather, what I want you reading for in that email when it comes across, what are the things that are forecasted? Because that is the federal government's well, equivalent to my cross-country analogy. That is the indication you get a bit of a head start because you know it's coming. And it doesn't guarantee your competitiveness, but it means you have the opportunity to design your programs before the deadline clock starts ticking, to meet with collaborative partners while not quite under the pressure of the deadline. Those are significant competitive advantages. So, what types of applications do we want to think about for pre-planning? Maggie's going to show you in just a few minutes here how to use these tools. But I want you to think about what type of application is going to work best. When we think about the big types of applications that you're working on, what might work best? So we've got a lot of infrastructure. We've got some programmatic work, some service, community, human services programs that you indicated in the chat. What types of programs are best for pre-planning? I would argue the answer could be any of them. Because wouldn't it be great to have a head start on anything? In fact, please let me know in the chat if you don't mind. Y for yes, N for no. How many of you, I better put a delineator before I ask you the question so I can see which is which. How many of you have seen a forecasted posting in grants.gov before, either on the website or in their daily emails? How many of you have seen the forecast category? Okay, so some have, but not all. See, now that we've talked about it, you're going to see it all the time. Not all funding programs are required to publish a forecast, but any opportunity could formally go into forecast status. What you're trying to think about is which programs do you feel confident would be to your advantage to get a little bit of a head start? So things that happen on some sort of regular cadence. They're released every year by the agency. They're released every other year. They're released every 5 years. All sorts of different cadences for different federal funding programs. So ones that open on some form of regular cadence are a great type of program to consider for pre-planning. It's never a guarantee, we know that firsthand, but if I was going to think about which one I might want to pre-plan for, yeah, things that have been happening regularly are a good place to look. Another type of program to look at are the types of programs that require extensive collaboration. I'm thinking in particular about, this one, Office of Violence Against Women program has significant requirements for collaboration. So much so that they're going to require a memorandum of understanding and agreement as part of the application. That's pretty significant. And so, yeah, if we can figure that out in advance, try to meet together in advance, that really could be a significant head start because collaborations add a lot of complexity to our application process. What other types of programs might we consider would be great for grant pre-planning? I'm wondering, has anyone, and I say this almost with quiet trepidation, has anyone ever applied for a federal grant and been denied? It's okay, it's a safe space. I'll type in, yep, I did a double Y. Yep, it's happened to me. Okay, good. So safe space. It's happened to many of us before. The programs that we spent all that time on applying, pulling information together, proofreading, trying to score at the very top that we could, those are applications that whether they are formally forecasted in grants.gov or not, are really good candidates for pre-planning. You already have an incredible foundation. So now what could you do based on the feedback you received in your past application to make it stronger? It's not that you get to do just a teeny tiny bit of repackaging, but what could you do to make it stronger? Now, sidebar here, because we're talking about getting, feedback on past denied applications. So, pro tip, when you apply for government funding, if you don't get the award, most people know that you should ask for feedback so that you can find out, why didn't I get it? Where did I lose some points? I don't want to make that mistake again. I don't want to lose those points again. So a lot of people are already comfortable with that. Make sure you do it. It's really important. But here's the pro tip beyond that. If you get funding, you should still ask for feedback. You want to know what was super successful. You want to know, what might you try to replicate? Getting your feedback for grants is not only about learning, quote unquote, from failure. It is also very much so about how can we replicate our past or our recent successes. Now, when we think about these pre-planning applications, there's a few that I would suggest actually avoiding. If we're thinking about pre-planning, unless there is a formal forecast that grants.gov has released, if it's the type of funding program that is really unpredictable, this time it opened after 2 years, this time it opened after 4, this time, wait, it hasn't been open in 6 years? I don't think that's a good candidate for pre-planning. I think actually we might want to avoid that. Right? So if there's really no predictability, let's leave that one alone. And then the other is, and don't you worry, Maggie's going to show you how to go about looking at the federal budget. But if there is a funding program that has been in existence in the past and is not in a current federal budget, that is usually an indicator that this is not the year to focus on pre-planning for it, because that would be a special item that would be added. And the odds of that happening are not in your favor under any administration. So you would want to instead keep that program information to the side, see if maybe it still makes sense the next time a federal budget is approved, but you might end up setting that aside for the year. Now, when we think about pre-planning and forecasting, I've been using both phrases. So forecasting is the formal act of forecasting what will be open. When do we think we can actually apply? When could we click submit? It's not posted. It's not accepting applications yet. And on the flip side, pre-planning is the act of designing your program, talking to your collaborative partners, getting ready so that you can apply for something that you forecast to open. So we pre-plan our application design, we pre-plan our program or project so that we can apply for something that has been forecasted. That's how those two phrases go together. Now, if all of our tech is working, Maggie should be able to join us to talk about these different tools. So we're going to give us just a second here. We're going to see how this goes. Maggie, are you able to grab the share?
Yes, I believe so.
Magic! High five, everybody! All right. I leave you in Maggie. I've been talking about you, Maggie. I'm like, Maggie's going to talk about the. I know. So Maggie's going to help walk you through all the forecasting. I'm going to be here, but be quiet. And I'll see everybody again in a little bit.
Okay, fantastic. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you all. Now we're going to talk about our tools for forecasting the grants. And I'm sure Diane's talked a lot about what's been going on and, that it's a little bit tumultuous right now. But what's important is that when we're thinking about planning for these grants is that we're doing so in a way that we're looking out as far as we can. One of the problems is that we're seeing, and I'm sure this has been mentioned, is that the deadlines are getting tighter and tighter. We're seeing this even on the foundation side too. What we used to have back when I started in the grant professional business, over 15 years ago now, you'd have 90, 60 days to work on a federal grant. Now we're seeing maybe a 30-day turnaround. So coming through for the pre-planning side is really important, and looking at how to forecast and look ahead is going to be a way that really puts you in the advantage and helps make your application more competitive. So the most important thing to think about is which agency are you taking a look at? Now, understanding the type of work that you're doing and getting to know the federal agencies that would support that work is going to be an important piece of that. So which agencies align with the goals that you're doing and what your vision is as an organization? I think that when you take that in consideration, you can go into tools like grants.gov, and if you're not comfortable or not familiar with which agencies you're going to be looking at, then it can seem really overwhelming, and you certainly don't want that to happen. So I think in terms of considering understanding the policy goals of the different organizations, of the different agencies at the federal level, is going to help you do a lot of, not to get too confused when you're looking at these different forecasts once you're in the tool. So what are different ways we can do that is understanding what's going to be in the federal budget, which the budget's in the news right now, right? It's not hard to get away from what's going on at the budget level, and that has a big impact on grants as well. So it's really important to understand what's going on, but also understanding what's being allocated in the budget is going to help you understand what programs are likely to be forecasted or funded in the upcoming year. Now, the federal budget, I don't know about y'all, but it is very dense. It's not exactly how I want to spend all my time is reading the entire thing. So this goes back to when we're thinking about which agencies you want to apply to, those are the agencies that you're going to read about. So instead of having to read the entire budget, you're only going to focus on the agencies that align with your organization. And what we're really looking at is when you're getting into the federal budget and you saw, okay, here are the agencies that I want to look at. You're going to look at the fine print associated with their obligations. So what is the funding amount that they're looking at for this year? Is it the same? Is it more than in previous years? Is it less than in previous years? And when you understand what they're putting the funding into across the different programming, that's going to really help you understand what kind of forecasts are going to be coming your way that you can do the pre-planning work for. If you see a big reduction in that programming, then that might give you pause and think, okay, is that going to be funded again this year? Are they going to be open to new opportunities? Are they going to only be funding, current awardees? That's the type of information that you can get from looking at the federal budget. So again, you're looking at your agency, the agencies that you're interested in, and you're looking at the allocations that are anticipated that are being put in the budget, and if that looks like it's larger or smaller than previous years. Now, when we're thinking about how do we do forecasting, the best tool for the federal government is grants.gov. Because grants.gov gives you the federal and they did some work on it and they have updated it, and it's actually a pretty intuitive tool. So what you can do is if you go to grants.gov, this is what their search grant screen looks like right now. Now they did update it with a new, more streamlined search. This you can find under the classic search option. So if you went to grants.gov right now and you went to search grants, you're going to see two options. I suggest starting with the classic option because it gives you more things to filter, and that's going to help you kind of determine what forecast you want to look at. If you go for the new option, it lumps a little bit more together. So when you look at the search grants section in grants.gov, you can see on the left-hand side, there are a few options there. And you have your forecast, your posted, your closed, and your archived. Each one of these tells you different information. You can look at the archived and the closed to see what has been funded in previous years and kind of compare that to what's being forecasted. So to do your pre-planning work, you're going to start with looking at the forecast. So you're going to make that selection. And that's going to tell you not the opportunities that are currently open, excuse me, but the ones that are being anticipated to open in the upcoming year. Now, here are some things that are actually, it's a really good resource because for grants.gov, you can subscribe to it. Been subscribed to grants.gov for many years now. And what that does is that you can, when you create an account and have a subscription with grants.gov, you'll get things dropped right into your email, updates on the new postings. So you can just select the agencies that you want to be updated on. And you can also, if there's a certain forecast that you're looking at, what you can do when you have the subscription and that you're registered with them is that there's an opportunity that you can subscribe to that opportunity. So when you look at the forecast, what will happen is when it moves from a forecast to an actual application, an RFP that you can apply to, there'll be an apply button there. But that's not there yet. It's just the forecasted opportunity is shown, and there's the subscribe to this opportunity. And I strongly suggest doing that because anytime a change is made to that specific opportunity, you're going to get an email notification about it. So if they change the dates around the forecast, if it moves from forecast to application faster than expected, all these things are you'll get alerted right away in your email that a change has been made to that opportunity that you were taking a look at. So these are the types of opportunities that you'll see in grants.gov, how the forecasts come up and what they look like, and how it says how it describes it as a forecast and not a full application yet. So when you click on the opportunity in grants.gov, what you'll see is you're going to see some information presented on the screen. It's going to tell you about the agency. It's going to tell you the anticipated dates that it is the last time it's been updated and when it's anticipated to be due. Now, we have seen with forecasts that those dates change. Usually, they're pushed back a little farther, but sometimes they could be due sooner than expected. So that's another reason that you want to click on that subscribe button. But one of the most important things that you can get from the forecast is the assistant listing number. And the reason that that's important is that's going to help you look at some other financial information that we're going to talk about in a second. Now, I just wanted to pause for a quick second because we do have a question from Eagle Jones about funding increases be identified, or do you have to compare to previous years? And that's a really good question. That's reflecting back to the budget that we were just looking at and looking at the federal budget. So you will have to look at from previous years to see what the funding levels look like. So that's why it's important to understand which agencies you're looking at, which opportunities, and then compare them from year to year to help understand if those are being increased or decreased or eliminated. And that will help you understand that. So that is what you want to do. You want to compare the previous year's budget for that. So going back and thinking about what we're in grants.gov and the information that's presented, we're going to use that. You want to keep mind of that assistant listing number and also the link to additional information, which is going to be down below the announcement. And that's going to take you into the agency's actual, the website that has the information posted about this. Many of the agencies, they have it posted on grants.gov, and then it takes you to the agency website where there's more information posted. There might be previous applications posted. There's going to be information about the funding opportunity. They might even have templates there that you can use that can help you with the pre-planning side of it. But those are the types of things when you're looking at the forecast in grants.gov, keep in mind the assisted listing number, and then also where you can get more information on the opportunity. And what's really interesting is that it's going to show you all the opportunities that have been closed, and that's where you can even learn more about and help with your pre-planning efforts. So you can look back and see what the previous year's opportunities looked like, because we don't have this year's RFP posted yet. It's just a forecast. But what you can do is look at the previous year's RFPs to get prepared and start learning about what's going to be anticipated. Now, there could be some changes, especially now where we're seeing a lot of language and a lot of priorities change in the new RFPs, but it should give you some direction into what to expect and what kind of information is going to be required for your upcoming application. So that is also a helpful tool is when you're going from grants.gov into the agency website. This is some of the information that you will be able to see. Now, in terms of that assisted listing number that I mentioned before, how you can use that is that you can take that over to sam.gov. I know, lots of .govs to keep track of. But sam.gov this is going to tell you, it's almost like the money trail. This is going to show you information on who was funded, and it's going to help you learn more about awardees and the program. It's going to present the information a little bit differently than grants.gov does. The best way to find information on sam.gov for that specific program and opportunity is to use that assisted listing number, because that's going to take you right into the information specifically on that program, and you can search it in there. And what that's going to do is it's going to pull up that opportunity in sam.gov, and it's going to show you some new information that we didn't actually see. And one of those is it's going to give you an overview of the objectives in a little bit more detail. And it's going to give you opportunity that links it right back to grants.gov, so you can follow the information between the two sources. Now, what's really interesting and that I like to look at to get more information in sam.gov is that it shows you who's been funded previously and at what amount. And this is really important to know to help you understand what your competitiveness is, what kind of budget you should be looking at, who has been funded that's like your organization, and that can help you plan for your application. So sam.gov gives you more of the money trail on terms of what the fundings looked like previously, how much they funded in each fiscal year. And this is also another way in thinking about the forecast and looking at the budget and comparing what those financials look like from year to year. Now, in sam.gov, you're also going to get information on where the contact information for individuals that you can reach out to. So who is the program officer for this specific opportunity? That's something else that can be listed there. That's going to be important information to have, because use them as a resource. You know, we talk a lot about the benefit of relationships when it comes to grants, and especially on the foundation side, often we talk about the importance of having relationships with funders and using them as a partner in your funding efforts. But that's really true on the government side as well. And the program officers are there for a resource. I would ask questions. You know, if you're reading RFPs and you have questions in comments, especially if there aren't question and answers that are posted, many times there's a question and answer period or webinars that are going to be posted to explain it. But utilizing the program officer information and the contact information that's associated with these RFPs is really important too, because again, it can help get you questions answered, and they're there to be a resource. So, you know, we strongly recommend using them as such. Another .gov, bear with me here. So we talked about grants.gov, then we went to sam.gov. Now we're moving over to usaspending.gov. And again, this is another resource that's going to give you some opportunity, some information on the opportunity that you are looking for. And what do we use to search that? You can search by keyword. We can look at keywords similar to how research can be done in grants.gov. We can put keywords in to look at the opportunities that come up in usaspending.gov, and that will also tell you what the assistance listing number is. So you make sure that they all align. What you're looking at in grants.gov, what you're looking at in sam.gov, and now what you're looking at in usaspending.gov will all give you the same opportunity, and you can track that through the assistance listing number. And the reason that's important is because like the number across program years stays the same. Sometimes the titles change a little bit. So just understanding what the name of the RFP is from one year, it may not be exactly the same in the following year, but that assistant listing number with that opportunity will stay the same. So that way it's an easy way to track that from year to year. So what some of the information that you're going to learn about in USA Spending is about the money, and it's about the funding of each program and how that looks from year to year to help you understand how much money the government is putting into this funding source. And this is a great, you know, something to keep in mind in total, all the types of federal grants that are going across, you know, in fiscal year 2024, over 2,600 programs are funded across $7 trillion. So that's like total amount that we're looking at and thinking about. So the reason that this is important to keep in mind is because when we think about, we want to understand what the breakdown is across all the different programming. Now, I know we are at the top of the hour, so we're going to take a moment. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So I think coming back at 1:10, and then we're going to get into thinking about the roles and the individuals who will help you put together these competitive applications. So let's all take a quick break, and we will see you back at 1:10. Okay, we are back. It is 1:10. I hope everyone had a real refreshing break. Got to step away for a moment, get a drink, something to eat, maybe step outside. Here in Pennsylvania, it's actually a beautiful sunny day. So to go over the things we just talked about and wrap up this section, we are thinking about what's next. We talked about identifying that program manager and utilizing the contact information to do some outreach there. Contact them, make sure that they're still in that current role, that that's the appropriate person to reach out to. And you can have some questions that are ready based on previous applications. When you looked at the agency website and you saw previous RFPs, looking at them, preparing, reading them over to have some questions to ask is going to set you up in a nice way for when the new RFP opens. And the other thing is to confirm if there is going to be any sort of technical assistance, questions and answers period, a webinar, anything like that when the new RFP comes up. You want to make sure that you ask about that also so that it's something that you can have on your calendar so you can get ready so that you can go over any changes to the new RFP. So just remember the things that we talked about today, all the .govs, right? We have our grants.gov, our SAM.gov, the Federal Register, and USA Spending.gov. These are all great tools and resources that are going to help you look back and see how these opportunities have been funded in the past, who got what kind of funding, and all the information that you can gather to set yourself up for great planning going forward for when the new RFP opens. So now we're going to do a little bit of an activity. I'd like everyone to, I'm going to do it at the same time, open your browsers and go into grants.gov. And we're actually want to walk through what we just talked about and identifying the forecasts. So if you go to grants.gov, what you'll see at the top is a bar that has a few different options, and you're going to see the option for search grants. And when you click on that, you'll have the simpler search or the classic search. We are going to go to the classic search. And when you go in there, like we saw a little bit ago on the screen, you have your basic search criteria, and you have under opportunity status, you have forecasted, posted, closed, or archived as selections that you can make. So I'm going to ask that you have the forecasted be your only selection, and then we're going to look at, so we're going to ask you to go ahead and in the chat, can you tell me how many forecasted opportunities you see in grants.gov right now as of today? 617. Thank you, Jesse. And it's actually kind of ironic because in my house, 617 is a bit of a special number. So everybody play that in the lottery tonight, okay? That's correct. 617 forecasted opportunities are listed in grants.gov right now. Now, that's a lot, right? Who has time to read through 617 forecasts? That's a lot of information. But we talked about understanding your agency, understanding your priorities. So now I'm going to ask you in the boxes above under the basic search criteria to put in some keywords that aligns with your mission, your goals, opportunities that you'd be looking for. So anything, you could try substance use, you could try mental health, you could try criminal justice, but put in a keyword and let me know in the chat what you see those forecasted opportunities drop to. I'm going to put in criminal justice because that is some of the things I worked on in my background. So if you put that in, you keep looking at the forecast, how many opportunities, whatever the search criteria is, whatever opportunities you are looking for, if you put in those keywords, what do you see the forecast number now? If you want to share in the chat. Oh, no, that makes much different. Jesse, we're at 92. That's still a little bit of a lot. So we have 57. Ooh, Michaela's down to 6. 6 feels reasonable, right? So the idea behind these basic search criteria is to keep playing with the keywords and to see how you can get those forecasted numbers to drop down to get them to be more specific. Dawn's at 39. Sarah's at 57. That's still a lot of opportunities to go through. So maybe try a different keywords to see if you can bring it down even more. I know Michelle and Tracy both shared that they're at 8. Again, that feels like a reasonable amount of RFPs to take a look at to identify if that feels like it's a good fit for you. So this is the type of activity you want to do when you're thinking about the pre-planning part, right? We're not looking at what's posted. We're looking at what's being forecasted right now. And that's going to help you understand what you're looking at for the next year. Now, if you are looking at a specific opportunity that you know opened last year and you want to apply for that again, that is when you can use the assisted listing number, because that is an opportunity to search in your basic search criteria. So you could put that in if you know exactly what our apply to, and again, and see if there's a forecast related. But if we're on the planning phase of trying to identify federal opportunities that align with the programs that you want to fund, that's where the keywords come in really handy. And I did just want to touch on real quick the simple search. Now the simple search, so if you went back up to the search area in the big toolbar and you clicked on the simple search, you can also make the selection with keywords, and you can look at forecasts there as well by having only the forecasted option be selected. The interesting thing, because I was playing around with this a little bit last night, is when I did the simple search versus the basic search, the classic search that I say, the forecasts were a little bit different. The number, even though I used the same keywords, the numbers of forecasts I got weren't exactly the same. So I thought that was interesting too. And maybe you could use both search options as a way to make sure you're not leaving any stone unturned, so to speak, to say, you know, we looked at it from each angle to find the RFPs that match. So I just wanted to touch on that because that is one of the new updates that grants.gov made, was through this more basic search. What I do like about the classic search is because you can continue to select what agencies you want to look at specifically, and you can kind of refine them a little bit more to get those forecasts down. So I know some of you still had a lot that popped up. Sherry had 100 forecasts that popped up. It's a lot to go through. I understand. So the idea there is to play with your keywords to see if you can get those forecasts to come down a little bit, and also to look at the specific agencies that you might be interested in applying to. That's another way to help navigate that a bit. So now that we talked about identifying the forecasts, right? Now we have to think about, all right, well, how are we going to pre-plan for these, right? How are we now know what the RFP is. What are our next steps? And the things that we recommend to really give you a strong proposal is to start doing some drafting work. And the pieces we're going to talk about particularly, we're not saying start drafting the narrative necessarily, but you really want to start drafting pieces that is going to help set you up. So when that RFP opens, you can jump right in and start drafting the required components really easily. And those pieces we're going to talk about are the logic model, the budget, and the work plan. And these are really the tools we recommend because it's going to set you up to have a really strong program design when it comes time to write the actual application. And some of these grants, you know, with the federal applications, we worked on one last year that was 80-page narrative. So once you start getting into that RFP drops and you want to see exactly what's required in the narrative and you're going to start doing the drafts, you don't want to also be working on the program design at the same time, because that 80-page narrative is going to take up enough of your time. You know, the general rule we use, and so to speak, is that there's 100 people hours that goes into writing the federal grant. So you just want to put that into perspective, which is why doing this pre-planning work is really important. So our logic model, again, this is going to be a draft logic model, and we're going to get more into the details about this in a second. The budget, I can't emphasize enough. You're going to hear me talk about it a lot. You'll probably be sick of hearing us talk about it, But I can't tell you, we had an experience recently where we were working on a grant application, multi-million-dollar government grant, and we had the budget finalized with the internal team, but they did not get leadership approval on that yet. It was a beautiful budget. They sent it up to leadership to get that final approval 2 weeks before the deadline, and the leadership said, nope, we're not, we can't have new FTEs in it, and they wanted to change a lot of the line items, and that changed the entire grant narrative. It had changed everything. So then the team quickly had to come together and rewrite components, because if you change the budget, it's going to change your activities. It's going to change what you're doing and how you're doing it. So the reason to start that budget draft early is to get buy-in and to get approval from everyone in your organization that needs to have eyes on that budget. Certainly the program staff who are going to be doing the program, but also if you need any sort of leadership approval, to have them part of the conversation early and help you with the budget drafts. And the other piece we're going to talk about today is the work plan. And the work plan takes kind of the components of the budget and the logic model and puts them together, where we're really talking about what we're going to be doing. It's very timeline focused. And the other piece that it brings in is who is responsible for doing the different activities, which is a really important thing to consider as well, because that's going to help inform your budget. See, they're all connected. Now, here's an example of a work plan. And you'll see work plans almost always have a timeline embedded in them. And there's different ways you can do this. Timelines, different grants have different expectations when it comes to the timeline. Some might want to have deliverables that are quarterly. Some might want to have it very granular like this every single month. What are your deliverables going to be? What are your activities going to be? But the idea is that you want to be able to demonstrate what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, and who is responsible for carrying out those activities. Because once you're funded and you're doing your reports, you're going to have to report on this kind of information. So having this really drafted early before you're even getting into the writing work, so you can have a clear timeline on how the grant activities are going to go, is going to set you up for success when it comes time to explain that in a grant narrative. Another really important piece, and I have to say, in my experience, what holds up grant application submission the most are making sure all the MOUs, MOAs are signed, or letters of support. And, because they come from outside sources a lot of times. They're coming from partners. You have to ask for signatures. You have to send your friendly reminders. But there's a reason that it's really important to get these solidified before you even get into the application drafting work. And that's because the MOUs and MOAs, or any sort of letters of support, if you're working with any partners and they are doing work on the grant that they might be part of the budget, that's going to impact what your activities look like, what your budget looks like. So having that all really clear understanding on the expectation between partners and what those agreements are going to look like before you start drafting is going to help you on the back end, right? Everything else will go much smoother, because sometimes that takes a few conversations to get all the details hashed out in terms of what the expectation is for partnerships. And one thing we know from government grants is that usually partnerships are well received. They like to see different partners brought in. They like to see you working with different organizations. They like to see it's expand your the population you can serve, the geographic region you can serve by bringing in other partners. So that if you're looking at doing a large federal grant, I would strongly recommend looking at partners that can help fill the gaps in some of your services that you currently have. But remember, you want to have those conversations as part of the pre-planning part of the grant work, and start drafting those MOUs as well and getting those signed. In a previous role I worked in city government, and the last step was we had to have the legal department sign off on everything, and that took usually about 10 days to get that sent up, signed, and sent back for approval, and that's only if they didn't have any questions, which they often did. So again, you just want to keep in mind the timeline for everything and that you're not trying to get these big pieces together at the last minute before you're trying to submit. So we're going to talk now about logic models. And you're going to have to excuse my excitement because I really love logic models. And the reason I like the logic model so much is because they just bring everything together so nicely. Now, there are two types of logic models, which we're going to talk about today. One is your standard logic model, and the other one's going to be the theory of change. But what's important is that you, one, know how to use a logic model, and two, you can get feedback in the logic model. So I'm curious, for our participants today, let's say on a 1 to 5, 5 being I love logic models as much as Maggie does, what is your comfort level with a logic model? 1, this is brand new to me, or 5, I love it, I can write them in my sleep. What's everyone's comfort level with developing and reading a logic model? Okay, that having some 1s and 2s in there, that's exciting to me because I get to tell you all the things. So that's great. Oh, couple 3s, so middle of the road, right? Know about it. Maybe it's not your favorite thing. Okay, that's fantastic. So what is a logic model? It's a great way to show your information in a really organized way. It paints the picture of what your program, what your model is going to do. It's your how everything is going to work, okay? And it's a tool that you can use for your pre-planning side to actually get all the information you need from staff. But I'll keep in mind, it's also a attachment. Sometimes that's a required part of applications. I've seen this in different federal agencies with as one of their attachments, at the state and federal level, that they want to see a logic model with your narrative to demonstrate what your program concept looks like. So it's a tool, but also sometimes it's a requirement as well. So the logic model, it's not, and this is where we're going to talk about different pieces, right? We talked a little bit about the work plan. That shows your timeline. The logic model is not, it's not necessarily, oh, this is the way things are going to happen. It's not your timeline. It's how things are going to work. And we're going to take a look at an example of what a logic model looks like, but they're different pieces. So when you're brainstorming together and you're trying to put the pieces of a logic model together, you don't necessarily have to think in chronological order. Okay, year 1, we're going to do this, and year 2, we're going to do this, and that's how we have to show it. It's more of like your big picture view of how the project's going to work. Then the second type of logic model is a theory of change. Now, the logic model is the nitty-gritty, whereas the theory of the change is kind of like your bigger picture, ultimate change you want to see. Think of like your goal statement. So the theory of change, it usually has a really nice graphic with it. It's very visually appealing, and it kind of shows you the impact that you want to have. Whereas the logic model is more of an outline. So some examples on the screen of what you often see logic models look like. Some of them are real fancy. They don't have to be fancy, especially for the drafting stage. But what it is that you're going to have columns and you're going to input just brief phrases, maybe 1 word of what you're going to do with this program. You're going to talk about your resources, which are often seen as your input. So that means what do you have to contribute? What staffing are you going to contribute to the program? Maybe you have curriculum developed that you're going to contribute to the program. You know, all the resources that you have, and then the resources that you need that you're going to bring in from the grant as well. What are those pieces? What are those resources that you're going to bring in? Those are your inputs. Those are what you're putting into the program to help you achieve your activities. So the activities are the next piece in your logic model. And your activities are the things you're going to do. They're your actions. They're your action items. You don't have to write long paragraph descriptions of those activities, just, mental health counseling or whatever it is, the services that you're providing, you're going to put those kind of broad activities in. And then things get refined because that's when your outputs are the number version of the activity. So if you say we're going to have mental health counseling, Your output's going to be, we provide mental health counseling to 52 individuals. It's the number, it's the count of the services you provided, it's the count of the people that you've served. Those are the types of things. Outputs are things that you can count. Now the outcome, that's the change. That's the thing you want to describe. That's the impact you have. And when you're thinking about this table we see for the logic model, and the difference between the logic model and the theory of change is the theory of change focuses very highly on the outcomes, the impact, the change you're going to have, while the standard logic model gets more granular with the activities and the outputs and those pieces. So the question really becomes, how do I know which is which, right? Just not even from graphically, they look a little bit different, but what kind of information is going into the standard logic model versus the theory of change? And there are some examples on the slide about what's the level of detail you're going to see in them, and what type of, how you're putting them together, right? So with theory of change, oftentimes you have some graphics with the text. With the logic model, it's typically just your standard logic model. It's typically just the text that you're putting in, and your logic model has more specifics in terms of, like we said, the outputs, the activities, while your theory of change is talking about the big picture impact that your whole program is going to have. Now, this is an important tip. Typically, how you read a logic model is from left to right. So what that means is that sometimes some of the templates have these arrows, which are really helpful. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes the columns are just kind of squished together there. But this is the way you want to read your logic model, and this is the way you want to draft it, right? Because one's going to lead to the next, that's going to lead to the next. So you're thinking about your inputs. We talked about that a little bit before, what resources you have to put into the project or the program. The activities, the things you're going to do, those are your action items. Your outputs are your measurable results from your activities. So your output should always have a numeric value. And then your outcomes are the change, right? The things that, the impact you're going to have. And sometimes with some logic models, you might think of it in short-term outcomes. So like your immediate, what's the immediate change? And then you might have medium outcomes. A year from now, what's the impact? What's the change? And then you might see long-term outcomes, which puts it out maybe 5 years from now. And I think how you structure your outcomes sometimes depends on the length of the project, the length of the program, also the length of the grant. So sometimes we're looking at grant periods that are only 1 year, and sometimes you're looking at ones that are 5 years. And if you have a longer project period, like a 5-year grant, then I would suggest having some outcomes that can show progress, right? That goes from year 1 all the way out through year 5, because you want to be able to show you're having some impact throughout. So if you're planning for a really large project that is going to be multi-year, then, like I said, think about those outcomes in a way that has like immediate impact and then a longer term, farther out impact as well. So how to use the logic models, why these are helpful. And I already mentioned this, planning tool, right? You want to go for this big, large grant. You're sitting down, you have a program or project that you want to fund. Now you have to adapt it to this large grant. Start right with the logic model. Sit down with your team and just start brainstorming the different pieces, and then refine it and go over it and update it. And once you feel comfortable with it, it's a great tool to share with your stakeholders. I mentioned leadership. Anyone else who has a decision making in the process that wasn't involved in the actual drafting, now you can say, here's our project plan, here's the outline, here's our logic model that's going to drive our design. Is there any input? It's something you can share with your partners, people who are working on the grant with you, any other organizations. They should be involved in the drafting of it. But if they're not involved in the actual brainstorming sessions, you can share the drafts with them and ask them for their input, that they can bring in resources, what activities they're going to have. And this is all going to help you be on the same page when it comes to your program design. So at this point, I think we know it's clear the benefits that it provides. It helps you really present your program design in a concise way. And it helps you and your team have understanding on what the strategy is and what the expectations are of this. I've worked with teams that they actually do a logic model and all their programs are refresh every year. And it's always there. So it's easy to tweak and update. And it really helps drive applications, not just for large government grants, but also for the smaller foundation grants. Because when you have a logic model in place for your whole program design, and even if you're not going for a large, a big funding piece, if you're doing a smaller grant, you can take pieces of it, right? And you can understand your program and design in a way that helps you, pull it apart maybe for the smaller asks too. So that's just something to keep in mind, not just for the pre-planning grant, but would it make sense for your organization to have logic models available on your different programs that you brainstorm around, maybe anytime you're doing strategic planning or anytime that you're updating your programs, or especially if any sort of staff turnover or different leadership comes in. Do a refresh on your logic model so that there's consistency onto the way that the programs are designed. And if you have that, and then you have to adapt something to a large federal grant, it'll be easy to do, and everyone will be in practice with it. Plus, I think it's a little fun, but that might just be me. Now, what's the benefit to the grant maker? It's just a really clear way to see the program. And like I said, often we're seeing this more and more. I see it on foundation grants as well as the government side. It's a required attachment. Or it may not be an attachment, but they may specifically ask, what are your inputs? What are your activities? What are your outcomes? They might ask those narrative questions in the application. So having a logic model already prepared for your programming, it'll be easy to answer those pieces because you've already thought that out. So it's just a really good way to visualize how the program is going to work. And it's a tool to use internally and externally as well. So a clear, concise logic model in the grant application, key to success, 100%. And even if it's not a required part of the application itself, having that brainstorming, going through that exercises with your team to build the logic model is going to make writing the grant so much easier when it comes down to it. So now you also heard me mention theory of change. Now let's do the same exercise in the chat. How many of you are comfortable with the theory of change model? 1 to 5. 5, you love it. You see theory of changes when you dream. 1, this is something that's new to you. Now I have to say, I'm a little more, I know you're not supposed to have a favorite, but don't tell anybody. Mine is logic model, not to hurt the theory of change models, feelings. Good. I see a lot of ones there. That's great. So we'll talk through this. I like the logic model because it really helps you build the program design in a really detailed way. Not to say a theory of change isn't important. It also serves an important piece, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But first, I want to show you, I love this graphic because I think that's something everybody could relate to, but also it explains what the purpose of the theory of change is. It's about connection. So in this, we're saying, oh, well, your application wasn't funded because we did not find the link between the spinning cloth and the fall of the British Empire. It wasn't clear to us. What is that connection, right? All jokes aside, that's exactly what a theory change does. It's going to make the connection for you. What is the impact? Why are you doing these things? How are they connected, and how are they going to have the impact that you want to have? So this is another, a theory change like a logic model, I think is a great tool to do, even if you're not working on pre-planning for a necessary grant application for something specific, but just for your programming in general, because it helps everyone have clear understanding of what the impact of your programming is and how you want to achieve that. So it's another tool, it's another resource to use to help demonstrate that in a really clear and concise way. Now, there are different ways to write theories of change, and I've seen some that are very complicated, but pretty and really appealing, but you don't have to start that way, especially for my, my friends out there who scored this as a 1. You do not have to have a really complicated theory of change to get your message across. If you Googled it and you looked at images of theories of change, you're going to see really detailed pieces out there. But again, there are basic ways that we can start to get your theory of change across. So here's a basic way to think about this. And keep this in mind because it's going to tie into an activity we're going to do in a little while. So you want to think of your theory of change as we're going to do this to get this. Okay, so here's our strategy and here's our results. Now you could have one strategy that gets to your results, or you can have multiple. My suggestion is if you're just sitting down to do a theory of change for the first time, think about that one strategy, and then it's going to grow. The interesting thing is, unlike the logic model, where we like, oh, read it left to right, and you want to start this way by putting in these pieces because this leads to this and this. You know, activities lead to outputs, and your output leads to outcomes. Sometimes with the theory of change, it's almost easier to think about the results first. You know, we think about like a goal statement. Your goal is the thing you want to achieve. It's big, it's broad. That's kind of how you're thinking about the results for your theory of change. What's the end game? What's the impact you want to have? Once you think that, your big picture piece, then you can kind of take a step back and think, all right, then what's our strategy? How do we get here? And you can start with one. What's the first one? What's the first strategy that we think will get us to this result? And then as you talk to your team and as you have brainstorming around it, you're going to come up with more and more. The key is that you want to make sure all the strategies, all the things you're going to do are going to get you to the same place. And again, that's why it's important to think about doing drafts of this, right? You're not going to have it all perfectly described your first time sitting down together. It's going to take, you know, some work to think about all the different pieces, all the different strategies that you have or that you are currently doing, or maybe you want to do to get to the results that you want to achieve. So that's why it's important to always think about this as drafting work, right? We're going to go through a few iterations of a logic model. We're going to go through a few iterations of the theory of change to get to a place where everyone feels comfortable. And what's important is that you're getting input, is that you're getting feedback from program staff, from, you know, stakeholders, from leadership, that everyone's giving a little bit of feedback on this so you can make sure that it's really all encompassing. So let's think about how to write the theory of change. We talked about our logic model and like what steps you take to put those pieces together. Now we're going to do the same thing for a theory of change. Like I said before, think about your results first. So here's an example. You want to improve health for your participants, the people you're serving. You want to improve their health. Big picture, it doesn't have a lot of specifics there. We just know at the end of this, we want their health to be better. Okay, that's first. That's your result. That's where you want to get. So how can we do that? What are your strategies? What are the things you're going to do to get the results you want to receive? So here are some examples: exercise, nutrition, stress reduction. Those are all pretty common strategies to get to the results of better health. So now we're going to talk a little bit about our assumptions. Now that's a new word that we have in there. So assumptions are, and sometimes, and especially in the more detailed standard logic model, you might have a space down below that describes your assumptions, but you always think about them with your theory of change. And what are your assumptions? So the assumptions are the beliefs or conditions that must be true for the theory of change to work. But they're not always directly in your control. So they're kind of like the invisible links between your activities, the things you're going to do, and the outcome that you want to achieve. So if you understand your assumptions, this is also really helpful in helping identify maybe barriers you have to getting that impact. So thinking about our assumptions, so we're staying on track with this example of getting better health, right? Improving the health of your participants. So here's some things we know, right? These are our assumptions. These are things that we know are true. Increased exercise is known to contribute to improved health. There's scientific evidence. We can back that up, right? Improved nutrition. Again, that's known. And that stress may be contributing to poor health. All of these things are actual, data, things that are believed to be true, and these are important for your logic model because they're going to help you with identifying your strategies. So start with your assumptions. What do we know to be true? And here's a great exercise to do to get to how to articulate your theory of change. So you're going to identify what strategy is important. Okay, so say we're going to focus on the exercise piece. What you can do is say, add the word so that, and keep going, keep saying so that until you have no more so that, till you've achieved your result. So what does that mean? Let's look at an example. We teach people how to improve their nutrition when dining out so that they improve their health. Okay, so that has a strategy. We're going to teach them about how to improve their nutrition. That's going to get you to your outcome, the impact you want to have, which is the improved health. So that is one strategy you're going to have. And that's based on the assumption. That's based on what you know to be true is that better nutrition equals better health. I think that's actually maybe on a commercial somewhere, but we know that to be true. Better nutrition equals better health. So that's our first so that. Well, how can we go even a little bit deeper with it? Here's a more detailed description with a couple so that's in there. We teach people how to exercise without going to a gym, improve their nutrition when dining out, and manage their stress levels. So now we have all our strategies in there so that participants improve their health, so that they experience fewer secondary health-related concerns, so that they spend less time and money seeking medical care. So what this exercise does, it's like, well, why? Why do this? Well, we're doing this to get here. And this is a great way to build out your theory of change. And you can see it in this example, how the change is taking place. But at the end of it, we're really talking about spending less time and money seeking medical care, improving of their health. But how do we get there? We have to be able to adequately describe our different strategies. Now, here's a way to do that in a visual form. What do we want to do? These are strategies. How do we want to get there? Improve health. So you're thinking about that get first. You're thinking about that outcome first, right? And that is really the point of what you're doing, the point of your programming, the impact you want to have, strategy. These are the things you're going to do. So these are examples of how you can start in a really basic way to get through a detailed theory of change, but it's just taking your activities, your things you want to do, and connecting them directly to the improvement, to the impact that you want to have. Now we are going to do a theory of change activity. I believe we're going to have a link pop up in the chat in a moment, and we're going to take a few minutes to work on an activity that's going to give you an opportunity. Oh,
I was going to say, and I'm back to help you facilitate it. You're like, the voice, where'd the voice come from? Here's the tech handoff, folks. We're going to see how this goes. We're not going to change our share on the screen because that's not going to go well. We'll lose all of it. But Megan has just placed a magic link in the chat. It's not really magic. It's a regular link, but it's going to take you to a theory of change board with lots and lots and lots of little sandboxes where you can see that in the upper left-hand corner of each box there, it says attendee. You can go pick any spot that you want. And what we would love to have you do is to spend, how are we doing on time towards break? I would like to have you spend 5 minutes, please, looking at this particular sandbox, and by typing, you're going to double click on a white rectangle in a sandbox. You can type in your strategy. If you prefer, you can grab sticky notes and add them over it, but by double clicking on a white rectangle in your sandbox, you will be able to draft your own theory of change that we'll then talk about with the whole group and give you some feedback along the way. So everything that Maggie just showed you, in fact, let me go back to this visual here. Folks, if in any way, if clicking through to mural and trying to populate those rectangles, if in any way it feels stressful, maybe you remember what I said when we began today's training. I said, we're not going to let the tech get in the way. There's a lot of different ways you can do each exercise in today's session. So this is the first chance that you get to practice that. What's important is that you draft the information. What is not important is where you draft the information. So mural is fun because you can see what other people are saying. But if that in any way stresses you out or the tech is just not teching for you in this moment, grab a piece of paper and you can build this diagram on your piece of paper. Heading on the left is do. You'll have at least one do. A strategy, something that if you do it, you think that you as an organization will get at least one result. Maybe more than one result, but at least one. So what I'd love to have you do is spend 5 minutes populating either one of the sandboxes in the mural board or on your own paper, drawing out, drafting out your do and your get. Let me know if you have questions in the chat. This is not a big sentence version. Maggie showed you that way too. This is the simplified visual version for us to think about what are the elements. This is going to become part of our overall red thread that we're going to draw throughout our entire application when we go to write it later. Right now you've got words, phrases, do this thing or do these things on the left-hand side, draw an arrow to get results or to get results, plural. So I'm going to start your timer for 5 minutes. Setting my timer now, 5 minutes on the clock. Please type into the chat if you have any questions about what I've asked you to do. Whether you are in the theory of change board with us, which is fun but not required. I see some of you typing away. Or if you are on a piece of paper or in a digital document of your own, also totally fine. Now, I might, at the end of 5 minutes, ask for a volunteer that is in the mural board if it's okay if I zoom in on them, but you just play in the meantime. I am here if you have any questions. So your 5 minutes is running now. I'll check in about halfway through with a time check for you. Happy drafting for your theory of change. My phone timer has told me that that is the end of 5 minutes, but your mural timer tells you you have 4 seconds left. So final thoughts. Awesome. All right. So now time is officially up. And I was thinking about how did I want to share this? And then I was like, wait a second, I have a better way than just showing the mural board, because those of you who are participating off the mural board, you could also use the chat. So what if anyone who wants to share, so anyone at all, everybody could share even if we wanted to, your do and your get. If you want to type in the word do and then type your strategy or strategies, plural, and your result. Or maybe you have results, plural, but anything that you want to type into the chat so that folks can see what is it that you are doing that's so awesome. What is your theory of change? We'll see if we can get a few of those into the chat here in the Teams meeting. When we come back from break, we're going to talk about what some of those look like, and we're going to think about how we're going to build those out into our programmatic or our project logic model. We're going to be spending lots of time in the rest of class now building out your information so that you could take it and start to take steps with those pre-planning actions that Maggie talked about. You looked at the things on grants.gov, you did that hands-on exercise, and so now what, right? What does it look like to have these elements drafted? All right, I know it takes a minute to type things into the chat. I know we've still got a lot of action happening on the mural board. I think I'll give you a moment to think about if you're going to type anything into the chat, whether you were in a paper version or, yeah, so if you want to type your do's and your gets, like your own information, you could type it into the chat here. Absolutely. That'd be great if anybody wants to share. But what we'll do to give you a moment to catch your breath, to think about whether or not you're going to share in the chat or not. It's 1:59 Eastern. So we might as well take our break now. And when we return, think about how we're going to connect your own language and theory of change into your logic models. And so 1:59, oh, it turned to 2 on my phone. Okay, so 2 Eastern, which means 2:10 Eastern, we'll return from break. I'm going to type that right into the chat for you. And we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. So enjoy your break. Spoiler, the next break after this is your 30-minute lunch break. So this is our last 10-minute break of the first half of the session. Lunch will be the break after this. So we'll be back at 2:10 Eastern. My sincere apologies. That was my fault. I was not looking at my clock, and the 10 minutes went so fast that I gave you extra time on your break. I hope that you enjoyed it and you used it well, and my sincere apologies for that delay. You were working on your theories of change before we went on break. Now we're going to think about how those theories of change connect to logic models. And to help us think about how those connect, I would love to show you an image from one of my favorite books. See, I have all these books behind me. They're real. I love them. They're my go-to books for all things grants and nonprofit. And this book in particular, the Logic Model Guidebook, it's by Lisa Wyatt Knowlton and Cynthia C. Phillips. It's a skinny little book, all things considered. This is where the image on the screen comes from. And so if you're a person who loves a book resource when you're learning about something, this is one of my favorites. Highly recommend. Not an affiliate, get nothing for saying it, but please do consider your local independent bookstores, although it's been in print for a while, so it might be a local independent used bookstore where you would find that one. But the image on the screen comes from that. And I want to use it as a way for us to think about how we are going from our theory of change, the do and the get, the strategies and the results. How do we then bring it down into our logic model? And yes, thank you, Megan, again for sharing that Goodreads link for us. I know Maggie likes this book too. It's a great resource. But this figure, when I see it, it makes me think about mountains and hiking. When I think about theory of change, I'm at a 30,000-foot overview, super, super high level. If we do this as an organization, we will get that in terms of results. So same offer, still open for you. If you want to type your do, your strategies, and your get, your results into the chat, would love to see it. But I'm going to wait to flip our view into mural until after we are done with our lunch break. I think it'll make the tech a little smoother for going in and out of the slides. But so that 30,000-foot overview is what you just worked on before you took a break. Now, as we come into our programmatic logic model, pretend that we have just hiked in literally just a minute. It's the fastest hike ever. We have just hiked from 30,000 feet to 10,000 feet. Yeah, snap of the fingers, super fast hike. Now we're at 10,000 feet. So we're still not at sea level. We're not at ground elevation, but we've come a whole lot closer to the ground. So the details of what is on the ground are a lot closer to us than they were in the theory of change. And what you can see on the screen on the left-hand side in the image, it looks to me like a mountain. But what it really is it's showing you that your strategies encompass, break apart into resources, activities, and outputs. Resources, activities, and outputs are more details about the strategies that we want to do as an organization. Then the triangle on the right-hand side, or for me, the second mountain that we're thinking about, but the results break apart into short-term outcomes, intermediate-term outcomes, long-term outcomes, and our overall big impact. So we start at that 30,000-foot strategies and results, and then we start to give more detail because we're getting closer to the ground, and we end up with these 7 different components. Simple, right? I get it, not so simple. So we want to think about how we're going to connect your strategies and results. So we think if we do these things, we're going to get these results. We need to think about how we can make that description and that transition clear to a grant maker who's learning about your work, who's learning about your tribal organization, likely for the very first time. So our theory of change, our 30,000-foot image that we just saw from that book, super high level. Now we're starting to look down. We have descended from 30,000 feet to 10,000 feet, and we're thinking about our logic model, which is about a specific project or about a specific program. It could be about your entire organization, but only if you do one thing. If you do only one program, only one project, only one service, then your logic model might be for your entire organization. But most times, the theory of change is for the whole organization. The logic model is then specific to a singular project or program or service within an organization that's probably doing multiple things. So which one is going to come first? If our high-level strategies, we saw that triangle, come down to resources, activities, and outputs. These are giving extra detail, the things we need in order to achieve our results, the thing we are arrowing to the right about. So in that health example that Maggie had shared with you, if the strategy was, we want to focus on improving health, and we're going to offer some exercise classes. What is it that we're seeing? Our strategy is to think about improving health. That's what we want for our ultimate result, but we've got all these different ideas for how we're going to improve health. And so we need resources. We need staff in order to run the programs. We need to actually have the exercise classes on the calendar available for people to participate in. And we're going to be able to count how many people come to the classes, and we're going to be able to count how many classes there are. So when we get into this 30,000-foot theory of change, 10,000-foot logic model conversation, there's often a question around which one should I develop first? Do you want to weigh in the chat box for me? Which one do you think should be developed first? Theory of change or logic model? You could say TOC, and I'll know you mean theory of change, not table of contents. That'd be fine. You can just type the word logic or the letter L. Which one do you think should come first? Oh, that is a pretty unanimous. You're like, that's not chicken or egg conundrum. That is theory of change. You want that to come first. And I don't disagree, but I want you to know that either is okay. Sometimes when a new idea happens, and maybe this is more because it's more like a new organization is coming together, what people think about first is more the nuance of doing the work, and they're not talking about that big theoretical theory of change yet. They're thinking in that 10,000-foot overview, or maybe they're like standing on the ground thinking about implementation, and they know that they can do this, but they might not have yet articulated the theory of change. So it's actually okay if you're thinking about grants for the first time, or if you're in a new organization. Maybe it's not that You're not a new tribal organization, but maybe it's a collaborative partner in the community that's new. They might not be talking about theory of change and then working their way down. They might be standing on the ground thinking about the tactical things they want to do right now. And then, oh, they can see how it connects to this bigger idea that's at that 30,000 foot overview. So totally okay if that's how it goes, but it's very interesting to me. I never know what happens when I ask questions in the chat. I've never had such a unanimous response before that it's theory of change. Kind of cool. All right. So for our logic model, what we're going to do is come down. We've climbed. We were at that 30,000 foot. We're going to now walk our way down to the 10,000 foot overview. I want you to think about your specific work. It was your own specific work in the theory of change. We're going to see it in the mural board in a little bit here. I want you thinking about what goes into your logic model. Now, this on the screen, to me, it looks like a road, a very twisty, windy road, but nonetheless a road. And so if we think about how we might travel on a road, we start at point A and we move north or south or east or west, whatever, but we go in one direction unless we realized we were lost, in which case we might have to turn around. But we're going to go in one direction on our road. So the same would be the way that we think about our logic model. We're going to progress in one direction. It doesn't mean that we won't go back and make edits, that we wouldn't go back and add information that became apparent to us later on in our journey. But we want to think about the flow in one direction. It's like a one-way street. The grant maker, when they read it, will start by reading it in one direction. Might they hop around in the big picture of their review? Yes, very much could happen, but we want them to be able to read it in one proper direction for flow. So we're going to look at all 7. And wait a second. Yes, look at that. 1, 2, and 3 are what we had in our triangle or in our mountain related to our strategies. And 4, 5, 6, and 7 are what we had in our mountain or our triangle underneath our results. Excellent. Okay, so we've got a plan. Now, I'm wondering if anyone has ever seen a logic model template included as part of their grant application. Could you let me know in the chat? We'll go with Y for yes and for no this time. Have you seen a logic model template as part of a grant application that you want to write for? And obviously this isn't a right or wrong answer. It's just about your own experiences and what you've seen. Okay, wow. Again, never know what's going to happen in the chat. Really strong response. You're like, nope, haven't seen a template as part of an application. Okay, secondary question. Have you submitted an application that required a logic model as an attachment? This time, let's go 1 for yes, 2 for no. Have you had to submit an application where a logic model was part of it? 1 for yes, 2 for no. And I was quickly trying to, I'm like, oh, that's too many yes or no questions. So I had to mix it up, didn't I? Okay, interesting. So many of you have not had this experience yet. Oh, I'm glad we're having this conversation then to hopefully take the stress out of when it happens. It is not required that all grant applications at the federal level or any funding level have a logic model as an attachment that has to get uploaded. And it's not required that grant makers have to draft questions based on this program design concept, but lots of grant makers design their questions from the logic model concept. Lots. That's my technical answer for you. Lots. So it is likely that you will find an opportunity sometime in the next year or two where they'll say, need you to upload your logic model attachment. Or even sooner than that, they're going to ask you questions and you're like, oh, you're asking me about resources. I know what those are. Oh, you're asking me about outcomes. I know where to get those, right? So having this one document, it's your blueprint for all sorts of applications moving forward, if not technically every single one. Yeah, it's that helpful. When I know that I have a logic model in hand that not just I created and think looks nice, but that my whole grant team thinks, yeah, this is pretty close to what we want. This is a thumbs up. This is good. If I have that in hand, my stress level plummets because now we've got shared understanding about program design and I can write from that all day long. I won't know all the things, but I'll know a lot of the things. And it is far easier, not easy, far easier to write from if we have that logic model already agreed upon. So what might it look like? Our logic model guidebook from our team, again, part of your resources in class, or if you ever end up on our website, always free to you. But our logic model guidebook puts forward literally the simplest template that we can come up with. This is pretty basic, right? Yep, pretty basic. And the reason that we put something so basic is so that you've got a lot of room for interpretation. You've got a lot of room to think about what would this look like? What do I want to brainstorm around? How much text? Sticky notes? It's just about documenting the information. And the reason that we want it to be so simple is so that when you go to potentially put it into a grant maker's template format, it's a nice, fast-ish translation, whether it's left to right or I've seen top to bottom in terms of templates, like you start at the top and the flow of information is from top to bottom. I've seen bottom to top, literally. Resources are on the bottom, kind of like foundational, and then it goes up towards the impact. Okay. I have, yes, even seen a logic model template from a grant maker that started on the right-hand side and moved to the left. That one felt pretty backwards to me, but it didn't matter because I already knew what was our base logic model information. And so therefore, I looked for the different headings and I could translate from my basic template to the grant maker's slightly wonky and more nuanced template. Whew, glad we had it all drafted in advance. It wasn't that it was finalized, always room to make a few adjustments if needed, but wow, does it make that part of the process smoother. So now we're going to end up in a little bit, we're going to build yours. So little suggestion here, if you want to get a piece of paper or like me, oh yeah, here, I thought I just had sticky notes I'd written on. No, I have a fresh pad of sticky notes. That makes my team nervous when I do that because then I have lots of ideas that they can't see. But I have a pad of sticky notes and I could do on each sticky note, I could jot down some ideas for each of these 7 things so that when it's time to build our logic model, I've already got a head start. So feel free to do that. You are not required to, but I'm just saying we're going to have some fun with this after our lunch break. So it wouldn't hurt to jot down any initial ideas. We're going to start at the far left. We're going to start with resources. When we think about resources, sometimes grant makers call them inputs. When we think about what are resources and inputs, these are things that cost you money. Or they're things that, if not donated, would cost you money. So still belong in this list because whether it's real cash or, oops, would be cash if we didn't get that space donated, right? It's got monetary value to it. And it's not just space, it's supplies, it's equipment, it's people like you, like me, the people that make the things happen. Common question. Wait, does that mean I should have volunteers on here too? Well, for the work that the volunteers are doing, if they didn't do it, would you have to pay someone to do it? If the answer to that is yes, yep, volunteers are important resources because if they did not donate their time, it would cost you cash to get that support in the program otherwise. I'm curious, how many of you have ever answered a question in a grant application about what resources will you need in order to implement your project or program? Y for yes, N for no. Has anyone answered that question before in narrative structure? Ah, this time I'm getting a lot of yeses. Okay. What should I ask for in terms of so for those of you that said yes, I'm going to we're going to say 5. How many of you knew that that was from a logic model, that information, whether you had it in that structure or not? How many of you knew that when you answered resources or answered about inputs, either one, that you were actually drawing from a logic model program design? But give me a 5 in the chat. If you said yes and you knew that that was really from a logic model design. So if you've had to answer that question and you knew that that was part of a program design logic model, you get to put the number 5 in the chat box for me. If you didn't know, that's okay. You don't have to say anything. But I'm just curious to see if any of our yeses have had the chance to recognize that connection before. All right, but not everyone has even seen this in a narrative question. Okay, so now you're going to know, though, what this means. Let's think about our example. Again, I want you thinking about your work, but I do like the idea of having a consistent example throughout to help you learn what this means. So in our health example, what would go in our resources column? Well, I think it's fair to say that you need the money. Unless you have an unlimited endowment or other sort of investment savings thing that's going to pay for all your work, you need external money to do the work. That's often the case. So yeah, I think that's fair to put it in resources. You need the facility where these fitness classes could happen. Yep, makes sense. We need to have a space that's got, even if it's just chair yoga, we need a space to put the chairs. We need something. We need the equipment. Even if it's just the chairs for chair yoga, can't do chair yoga if there's no chairs. But it might be that we need ellipticals and we need weight machines and we need stretchy bands, all sorts of stuff. Some would be supplies because of their dollar value and they're not things that in finance that they're going to amortize. Other things are going to be equipment because of their dollar value and because the accounting team is going to want to depreciate that particular asset. But they all still belong under resources or inputs. And yeah, I've got staff there. The people who are going to run the program, the people who are going to lead the classes themselves. Good. So this is all going to cost some money. And at this stage, common question, do I need to know how much money at this moment? Do you think that I need to know this dollar amount at this very moment? I put a delineator in the chat box. Y for yes, N for no. Do I need to know how much money right now as I'm starting to draft my logic model? Yeah, Y for yes, N for no. If you're not sure, a question mark for unsure. Super excited to learn the answer. Tell me more, Diane. Sure, also fine. You do not need to know exactly how much money right now. You're probably going to know pretty soon. You're going to need to know pretty soon. But in this moment, you do not have to know specifically all of your dollar figures. You might have a rough idea. Doesn't hurt. If you have no idea as a team about costs, this is a good moment to be like, so, finance team, hi. Thanks so much for being here on the grant team. Can you help us put some draft budget numbers to this so that we can understand the scale? Are we talking like 50,000, 500,000, 5 million? Right? Let's try to get a little sense of scale here for what we're talking about. So you can quickly find out if there's some homework that needs to be done, but you can move on in your logic model design without knowing the required cost down to the penny right at this moment. So we're going to continue on our road. If we were thinking left to right, we're going to continue across our columns. The second one is going to be our activities. Remember, resources, activities, and outputs are all giving more detail to our strategies. So in your theory of change, you already started to hint at these things. These are the specific actions that your program is going to do. By doing them, this is you implementing that strategy idea. By conducting this activity, you think, yeah, ultimately, we're going to create some change. We're going to create the desired result. We're going to talk about what that change, what that result is later, but these activities are important for that to even be possible. A really common question about activities is like, does it have to be just, air quotes, the act of delivering a program or service or implementing a project or doing the capital work? It does not. It could also be improvements on process. It could be the creation of evaluation tools. It could be the analysis of data related to proving your outcomes have been achieved. So tool and process type changes, activities, I should say, are absolutely welcome in your logic model draft. Do you have to have them? Not necessarily. Might be that the tool, your survey tool was already developed. It might be that the database, it already works great and it puts out a report and we don't need to create anything new. So maybe you don't take up space by talking about it, but if it doesn't exist yet, if you're going to have to create the survey tool, if you're going to have to create and customize the database, yeah, those are things worthy of a spot, at least in your draft notes for the activities. It might not end up in the final version, but better to document it so that it's clear to everyone that it will happen. Now let's think about that nutrition example and what might we see? Our activities. Exercise classes, nutrition classes, stress reduction activities. Does that sound familiar to anyone? Does that sound like the strategies that were called out in the theory of change for this example earlier? My, it sounds awfully familiar. It should. At a minimum, your strategy, or strategies plural, from your theory of change, give you draft information to drop right into your activities portion of your logic model. You might know an awful lot more. I'd be like, oh, all right. So it's not just exercise classes, but yeah, Diane was right. It's chair yoga. And it's also, spinning class. I'm thinking spinning because this morning it's spinning class. And what else do we want to have? I don't know. Running club. I don't know. And it's not just like nutrition classes, but we know that we've got one that's specific for those who are diabetic. And we have another one that is focused on healthy eating for eating out at restaurants, regardless of dietary preferences. And another one for a nice high protein way of eating, like if we're thinking keto or something like that. So, and I'm just making things up here, but like, obviously I'm like, oh yeah, no, I know some more details. Are we going to really do all those? We're brainstorming right now. Let's get out everything we know, everything we're talking about. And then we as a team can like debate. Are we sure we want to do both the diabetic class and the keto class? What if we just did the diabetic class? And I'd be like, oh, that's fine. Yeah, you're right. They feel kind of close. Let's do just that and the healthy eating out. So let's put it all down as we're brainstorming, and then we can say, we're going to take that one out for now, or it doesn't all fit. We're going to maybe move it to our work plan. Ooh, right. You don't want to delete things out of your brainstorm yet. There's going to be another document, your work plan, where you might put some more of this information. So even though it's a tiny space, 8.5 by 11 by the time you're done, don't keep information from the document. Anything and everything. This is good. It's brainstorming. We don't want to miss any of the information. I guarantee there are going to be spots where you can place it in your application later. So get everything from the team that they're saying they're committed to. Outputs. We're moving from left to right. Now we have our third column in our template. This is our third stop on our road. We are still, in that earlier image, under that idea of strategies. This is the final piece under that particular triangle where we saw it come down from strategies. We get to outputs. Outputs are the things that are produced. Outputs are the things that are created. Outputs are things we can count, almost always. So it could be, I know we had like some housing, the number of people housed. But maybe actually it was a capital project about building housing or about rehabbing housing. And so you also have an output of the number of housing units that were built or the number of housing units that were rehabilitated. For what else did we have going on? There were other human service type things. There was, so we could say the number of case managers, the number of families supported by case managers, the number of children under the age of 5 that were supported by the program, the number of home visits that were made, things we can count. So if we're thinking about things we can count, again, you're probably jotting down some ideas for your own here right now because we're going to build your own logic model in a bit, but things you can count, outputs. For our health example, the number of participants. Now, we actually have multiple ways we could break down the number of participants. It could be number of participants overall, but then we have some subcategories. The number of participants in the exercise classes, the number of participants in the nutrition classes, and the number of participants in the stress reduction activities. But there's some duplication. Some people went to multiple things. Fair point. So you can start to lay out, well, this number is the number of duplicated. Here's our unduplicated numbers. It's okay to give your count in multiple structured formats to the grant maker, as long as you're clear on what you're doing. Same thing, overall, we could have like a total number of classes, but we probably would break down into subcategories: number of nutrition classes, number of exercise classes, number of stress reduction activities. These are things that when we get to reporting, because we got funded, the grant maker believes, anticipates, expects that we will be able to tell them these numbers. Whether they're exactly what we said, maybe a little over, maybe a little under, maybe a combination of all those things. But the grant maker believes and expects, rightfully so, that if they give you the grant award, if they give you that funding, you will be able to report back to them on these numbers that you put in your logic model. Does anybody want to tell us in the chat, what is an example of an output in your work? What is something that you could count or do count that you report to grant makers about? Just one example. You don't have to type all of yours, just a quick word or phrase. What is it that you're counting? Housing units. I'm like, good. We talked about that one. Awesome. Number of trainings attended. Love it. Number of training sessions. There's different things. Number of training sessions delivered, number of training sessions attended, number of training attendees. Now you've got me on a roll. See, we could keep going. There's lots of things we could count. Number of tribal members served. Yeah, we could always break that up by age categories as well. Number of student internships. Gold stars. You understand outputs. You've got all sorts of examples already set for when we build your logic model in a little bit. You would think number of units rehabbed. That was one of my suggestions. That's great. That worked out really well. I'm super excited to see these housing ones. I was just coming up with some on the fly, but that's awesome. All right. So where do we go from there? Because if 1, 2, and 3, resources, activities, and outputs, we learn this is all additional information helping us as the people who are writing it, but also helping our grant makers understand more detail about our strategies. Here's more nuanced information about what those strategies look like. Then it's time to think about our outcomes. There's 3 different time periods we're going to talk about for outcomes on our way towards our ultimate impact. So 4, 5, 6, 7. And these come from our results. So these came from our 30,000 foot overview for our results. And as we come into more detailed information, now we're thinking about outcomes in our 3 periods of time and our overall impact. So the slide about outcomes and these 3 different periods of time are the same, minus the heading. It's not a mistake. They are the same. So when we think about outcomes, short-term, intermediate, long-term. Some grant makers only ask about short-term and long-term. Some grant makers only ask about short-term and intermediate. Some grant makers really only ask about short-term. It's at their discretion for what they want to know. What is helpful and meaningful for them to learn as they're trying to make a decision about who they'll fund. So when you build your logic model, you're putting in all 3 categories ideally, short, intermediate, and long, but you might not always use that when it comes time for every application. Regardless of what time period you're thinking about, your outcomes are helping to show what is the anticipated change, whether it's a change in awareness or knowledge, skill, behavior. This is something that you're going to measure, not just count like our outputs, but this is something we're going to measure. An increase in knowledge about caregiving activities, an increase in skill related to a particular form of exercise. Well, actually, you're going to see some of those as an example in a minute. I won't make it up. I'll just show you. But these are things that we measure after the activities have happened. And we only get to measure them because we had the right kinds of resources to conduct the activities with our community within our desired program or project that we created. So in our health example, in the very short term, you might say, Diane, what is short term? You have to define that. I'm so glad you asked. What is short term? So usually like as the activities happen to, I don't know, maybe you want to say 2, 3 months. Maybe you want to say 3 or 4 months. Maybe you want to say 1 month. It's up to you. So you want to define it on your logic model when you're working with your team. And by defining it, now when you go to write about it, you can say to grant makers, in the first month, we expect to achieve these short-term outcomes. Whereas if you didn't say, they'd be like, do you think that's like month 2 or month 3? Is that the first quarter, first 6 months? So if we can go ahead and tell them what period of time we're defining for different types of outcomes, that's really helpful for them to understand what the program and its impact will look like over time. So in this case, short-term outcomes, it's that in our health program, there would be an increase in knowledge about nutrition. And I'm going to say that this is in the first 3 months of the program, participants would self-report an increase in knowledge about nutrition. Now, I didn't type that on there, did I? It doesn't say that it's self-reported by participants. It is not clear an increase in knowledge about nutrition as indicated by what? My answer of self-reported by participants, that's the indicator. That's how we know what our measurement is, versus an increase in knowledge about nutrition as indicated by pre and post test results. Hear how different those are? They both give me a measurement that a grant maker would accept. But if I don't tell the grant maker in my logic model what our form of measurement is, they'd be left to make all sorts of assumptions. So that is something that you can quickly build out, whether you're talking about short-term, intermediate, or long-term outcomes. Now again, what's an outcome? That anticipated change. But intermediate is what you should define. Is it 2 months out? Is it 12 months out? How far is this time period going? You should define. So in my health example, if we're talking about a few months until about 1 year after they've been participating, we would be able to see an increase in skill for particular exercise activities as indicated by reports from staff. So the staff could be the ones that are assessing the change. If we said an increase in adherence, that could be an increase in adherence to a particular dietary plan as self-reported by participants. So I've defined the period of time that we're looking at, and I've also, in addition to saying what we're hoping will change, I'm letting the grant maker know what is going to be the tool of measurement. So as indicated by what? What are we watching for? What are we gathering? Now, Julio, I see that your hand is raised. If you'd like to try and unmute, I'd love to see if that works so you can ask your question. Or, oh, I see it in the chat now. Okay. On the logic model, do you need to know a ballpark number on the amount of people who will be served? Outputs. Yes. You should put in, what is the number? Is it 25 students? Is it 5 housing units? You should place a number. You should also, I don't love the word should, but I have to use it here. It's appropriate. You should also, in your outcomes, so like increase in skill at exercise activities. 75% of participants will experience an increase in skill at exercise activities as indicated by reports from staff. 61% of participants will self-report an increase in adherence to their dietary plan. So we want to put numbers that we believe are achievable. We're not going for like perfect 100s way up here, A+ level numbers. We're not underselling because we're worried about what will happen, but we do want to put what we believe based on our past performance, our practiced wisdom. We want to put in numbers that we think are realistic and achievable. Amazing question. Thank you so much for asking that. And the same is true when we think about long-term outcomes. This is going to be something that is probably a year plus. In some cases, is past the period of performance for when the grant money is being spent. And so not all grant makers will ask about it because like in the foundation space, their grants are usually 12 months long. So you might tell them about long-term outcomes, but if they're not paying for it, what right do they have to come back and ask you to report on it? On the other hand, if you're in a multi-year government grant or a multi-year foundation grant, yeah, those grant makers probably want to know more about your long-term outcomes, but it's the same idea. What is the anticipated change? Let's talk about as indicated by what, and put some numbers to it if we have the information. Now back to Julio's question, should you put numbers? Yes. What if you don't know the numbers yet? That's a good time to put in a double number sign. You know you need a number, but you don't know what the number is yet. You haven't agreed on it as a team. You know that you should have a percentage here. But you haven't decided based on recent data analysis what the right percentage would be. Okay, double number sign and a percent sign. Highlight it in yellow, call it out in comments, somehow flag that like, this isn't complete. We know we need to do the homework to get this number, but what we recognize is that it does need a number. So a placeholder at this point in time is totally fine. For long-term outcomes, what might we predict for that health program? So if we came back after a whole year, we had the money to do the evaluation, we had the money to survey folks, maybe it's actually been 18 months, and we are going to have folks that are reporting, some percent report an increase in strength. And that feels like it might be based on some sort of fitness test that they did with the staff assistants. And it might be the same thing. Some percent will experience an increase in flexibility as reported by the staff tests, that the staff fitness tests that have been run. Maybe though it's a self-reported increase in endurance or, whatever the participants themselves might be able to report back on. So sometimes it's things that the participants are providing back. Sometimes it's things that your staff are able to measure and analyze and report back on. It's okay if it's all in one category versus the other. You want to make sure that it is feasible for you to collect the data, that it's feasible for you to analyze and report on the data, and that you're going to have access to the people. If they're long gone, that was 2 school years ago. How am I going to track those students? That's really, really expensive evaluation, right? You wouldn't do that if the grant maker wasn't going to pay for it. So you can point towards what you expect some long-term outcomes to be, but you are not committing to doing that outcome and evaluation work if it is after the grant award period. So that's where it starts to get a little funny for folks, especially if you're looking at a 12-month grant, because long-term outcomes, you're talking about them, but you might not have the ability to do the measurement and reporting because there's no funding for it. So long-term outcomes might start to bleed into impact, might start to blur, but impact, the last, is really the ultimate intended change. So it could be even bigger and broader than what you might say for a long-term outcome. This is really about your results. That when you look up at your 30,000-foot overview from your theory of change, impact is what should feel like there's a nice clear line between the two. When we think about our impact and what that might be in our health program, improved health. We saw improved health when Maggie was first showing the example. We saw it on the screen when that played out in our different rectangular diagrams. And if you think about how we started with those resources, our fitness equipment, the staff who were going to offer those classes, if you think about what we were counting after the activities of the classes, the number of participants, the number of classes, we're tracking changes in strength and flexibility and endurance. Yeah, overall, okay, that makes sense. Big picture, improved health. Hear how I just walked the logic? You're like, oh, yeah, I can see how that organization would do that with our money. That makes sense to me. The grant maker has quickly walked the logic. It's taken you lots of time to get it this far, but they can see in a quick snapshot how you're going to get from A to B. Whether B is in 12 months or B is in 36 months or B is in 72 months, your grant maker, because of a logic model, either the visual diagram or the way you write about it in your application, can see the logical flow of how you'll go from A to B. I know theories of change and logic models are big things. Big things to worry about. And they are best done with your grant team alongside you. And I get that for many of you, that's not the case. Your whole grant team isn't here with you. But when we come back from our 30-minute lunch break, which is just about to happen, when we come back from our 30-minute break, what we're going to do is we are going to not come into slides. I'm going to have you take the notes that you might have been making during your logic model. I'm going to have you take your notes that you did it for your theory of change, whether in Mural or on a separate sheet of paper or document somewhere else. And what we're going to do is we are going to build some more program design elements that you can write from as soon as tomorrow. So snack or lunch, hydrate. Hopefully, please don't spend too much time on email or in work chat channels if you can. Please step away from the screen for a little bit. When we come back, like I said, in 30 minutes, you're going to be building lots of fun things. But fair to say that, one of the activities is around chocolate chip cookies. So if that's going to make you hungry for something sweet, you might want to grab that while you're on break. But we will be back at 3:30 Eastern, and we are going to pick up with hands-on activities, continuing our logic model and theory of change discussion. We'll see you soon. My, oh my, we thought 10-minute breaks went by fast, but it's amazing how fast a 30-minute lunch break can go in the midst of a day full of training. I hope that you had a lovely break. whether it was lunchtime, snack time, or somewhere in between. The most important thing I needed was a new mug of hot tea. It is just awkwardly fall cold out today in far, far upstate New York, and so felt like hot tea was the most important thing that I could do for myself. If you want to let us know what you did to recharge, to rejuvenate for yourself so that you are excited and ready and fueled to come back into the session, would love to hear as you're getting settled back in. When we left for lunch break, which was only 30 minutes ago, but let's just have a refresher because it does feel like that could have been a while ago. When we left for lunch break, we had been looking at our theories of change. You've done some awesome work in mural, and a few of you also on your own in a lower tech way, talking about what your strategies are in service of getting to your results. Then we talked about the logic model as a program design document and walked through each of the 7 elements that I'd like for you to draft as part of a logic model. It can help you with a required attachment, but always will help you write your narrative because now you've got shared understanding and agreement amongst your team members about what it is that you're doing and what it is that you're trying to achieve by doing said things. What we're going to try now, and we're going to see how this works. We are going to try and do some collaborative exercises in Mural. I know I had to put my mug of tea down to make that work. I am going to share a tab. I hope that it makes it so we can come back okay to our slide deck when we're all done. Fingers crossed, Brianna, I'm hoping here. But we are going to come into our mural boards and I'm going to, so I'll change the share. I'm going to drop some links. Megan will help drop some links along the way. Where I want us to start is in our theory of change mural board, which is where we were well before, I get it, well before our lunch break. So let me think that's the one that we wanted, Megan, right? We're headed for theory of change. And so I'm going to share the content that brings you right there. The second one, folks, please click on the one that's TOC. I should, though, also, if you didn't want to click on it, it should work that you should see it on my screen now. What I wanted to point out is look at all the awesome text that we can see populated here. I see all sorts of folks have put in information. Some did a high-level do strategy. Some went straight for their deep multi-strategy. Some stayed only at the top. It's amazing. This information is going to be what you're going to use to build your logic model. I'm curious to know if there's anyone here who would be willing to let us zoom in on your particular theory of change so we could take a look. Could you let me know in the chat if you are willing to be a volunteer for us to look at your theory of change? I see that there's some folks popping around in the theory of change board in Mural. If there's anyone who's willing to let us use theirs as an example, I'd look to you in the chat to let me know if that's possible for you. Or maybe you can unmute, not 100% sure. I don't see any volunteers yet. Give it just another second for somebody to think about if they want to or not. You can see each other's work in that space. And I think it was so cool that some folks figured out the whole like insert an icon, and so you added some graphics to what it was that you had built. Totally extra. Lots of bonus points if you want. Pretty cool stuff. That even exceeds my skills in Mural on most days. My mic is a bit staticky. Okay, hold on. Let's check our connection. It's all the normal stuff. Let me just test one thing. Any better, Megan?
That's a little bit better.
A little bit better.
No, I'm still doing it. Um,
I didn't do anything different. I didn't turn anything off while we were on break because I was nervous, always nervous. Let's. Oh, battery's still good. Any different?
okay, keep talking.
How does it sound now? I feel like
Okay,
I'm on like some commercial.
that's
Maybe
better.
it's okay.
Yes,
I got
that's
some
better.
good comments. Okay. All right, let's see how it goes, folks. Maybe the mic was just a little, it was taking a little nap after the lunch break. All right, we'll see how it goes. Please let me know, flag me if we get more issues. Okay, so what we're going to move on then and think about, instead of theory of change, what I want to change to instead is we're going to do a logic model together. So I'm going to change my share so that now we are looking at, we have on the screen for you right now, a chocolate chip cookie logic model. That's right. We are going to build a chocolate chip cookie logic model as a way for us to think about how you might facilitate getting others in your team to build a logic model with you. It's probably unlikely that you're going to give formal training about logic model. You might want to, and that would be amazing. But usually you're trying to think about how to quickly get people into the discussion about logic model so that you can get the information you need and let everybody get back to their day. So what we found to be a fun and rather accessible way to train folks in what a logic model is so that they can help you build yours for your project or program is by talking about chocolate chip cookies. On the board, you see in the center our basic logic model template, our 7 columns that
Sounds all right. I got some thumbs up. All right, this is why, despite all the awesome tech, I keep my handy dandy little headset just in case. All right, folks, we're going to try again. And we're still looking at logic models together. We're looking at chocolate chip cookies. You were all super excited. You were ready to move things. Now let's see how it works if the sound stays better. On the left-hand side of your logic model board, we see resources, which remember also means inputs. These are the things that would cost us money, the things we need in order to, in this case, make chocolate chip cookies. So if you could please take a look at the items on the left and the right-hand side of the logic model. If you see anything that you think counts as a resource or an input, again, something that would cost us money, go ahead, click on a sticky, and then you can drag it under the resources. So I'd love as many folks to help as want to help. And so single click on a sticky and you can drag it right into the resources column. Awesome. Lori's digging right in. Thank you so much. Anyone and everyone is welcome to help. What we're trying to do is think about if anything is missing. We are, oh, look, we're well underway. We've got our chocolate chips, we've got our flour, we've got our mixer, we've got some butter. Oh, right, you're all getting the hang of this now. Perfect. We're going to quickly have all sorts of things that would cost us money in our resource column. Now, along the way, whether you are doing this with us live and moving things or you're watching, what are we trying to figure out? If indeed there's anything missing, we would want to click on a sticky at the bottom of our screen and add one if we thought that there was something that was missing. So I'm wondering, yep, we've got all sorts of good stuff. We found measuring cups. Oh, I still see some things on the right-hand side that might have to cost us money. Yep, oh, there goes that cooling rack. And I think somebody, oh yeah, somebody grabbed measuring spoons. Has anyone seen anything about the space where we're going to bake these cookies or what we're actually going to bake them in? I haven't. But if anybody wants to add that to a sticky, maybe even, wait, do we have bakers? Whether volunteer or paid, that would be helpful for us to have, right? We're not sure of the cost yet, but we're pretty sure we need an oven, we need a space. So if anybody wants to add those to one of the stickies underneath, you can do a double click on the sticky. It'll let you type, and you could add for us that we need to have a baker, we need to have an oven. Yeah, probably need a space for the oven. Oh, excellent. Crystal, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, we've got folks also helping to organize so that they're easier to read. I love how this is all working out. You're doing an amazing job, folks. So now we have an oven. Great. Doesn't matter whether it's electric or gas, apartment size, commercial, right? We're not sure of all the specs, but we know we have an oven. Now we've got at least one baker. Oh, that feels so good. Great. So we have more of the things we need. Yeah, some sort of kitchen. Again, we haven't decided on size and specs and all the things, but great. Now let's think about our second column. If we have these resources, and we might find some others that we have to add, but if we have these resources, what are we going to do with them? How are we going to take these resources and do things with them? You guessed it. There are some pieces of information about activities already populated on either side of the logic model. So help me find some of those stickies. You can drag them into the column. The things we will do because we have the resources that we've already called out. We have the mixer, we've got the baker, we've got the kitchen. What are the things we're going to do? Yeah, okay, so we're going to bake them. Well, we're going to gradually beat them in the flour mixture. We're going to add eggs. We're going to cool them. Yep. Oh, we're stirring in the morsels and nuts. Yep. We're dropping them onto those baking sheets. All right. I'm wondering, and you don't have to be a chocolate chip cookie expert to help come up with some ideas. Does anyone think there's something missing? Maybe, perhaps you've baked a chocolate chip cookie or two in your day. Maybe you've watched the Great British Baking Show like I do. But is there anything missing from activities? If so, you are welcome to add it to a sticky at the bottom. Would love to see that happen. You know what I always forget to do because I'm in a hurry and I'm trying to get stuff done fast. I forget to preheat the oven, and it does not produce as good of results. I should know better. I should preheat the oven versus trying to hurry things along. That could be a sticky if somebody wants to add it. Here we had if we wanted to grease those baking sheets, that could certainly be something we would do. Oh, thank you for adding preheating the oven. Appreciate it. Now, I'm wondering, does anyone think that should we clean up at all? Is that a required activity? Do we need to clean the kitchen before we start? It's up to you, right? These are the sort of nuances that we could debate. How fine-tuned, how finely detailed do we want to be in each of our activities? We could debate about the cleaning. I like to come back to a clean kitchen if I wasn't the one that did the baking, but maybe we say that that's not actually part of the program design. It's going to happen, but we're not going to put it on our actual logic model here. But all right, these are the sort of things that we can debate about. So we've got resources, we have activities. You know, now we have to think about what we're going to count. Column 3. So if we have the right resources and if we conduct the activities we've outlined, what are we going to count? You're right, there's some pre-populated as potential options, but then you might want to come up with some more. So what might we have for additional outputs, things that we would count? Anyone? Yep, definitely the number of cookies. Household members are aware that cookies are present. Interesting. We're not sure about that one. We've got people debating about if that is an output or if it might be something else. We could, we're debating about happy cookie eaters. Is that a number of happy cookie eaters, or is that an outcome? It was a change in their level of happiness. Oh, you know what? Could it be both? You're like, Diane, that's really tricky. It is. So you could actually say that the number of happy cookie eaters is an output. You're going to ask people at the end of eating their cookies, hey, how happy are you? Are you happy? And if you get a yes, that counts towards your output. But you might also say that a self-reported increase in happiness as a result of eating the cookies would be a short-term outcome. Oh, how finely tuned that could be. So if we wanted to indicate that happy cookie eaters was an output, when we're drafting our logic model, a nice way that we can do that, put the double number sign in front of it so that it's clear we're intending to count this. If we were thinking about it as an outcome, a way that we could clarify that that was an outcome, the percent of happy cookie eaters that self-report, right? Some of those as indicated by responses. I get it, the stickies, the text gets small, but those are some things that we could use to start to demonstrate outputs versus outcomes, because many of the things that are left, like also well-cooked cookies, we called out the number of cookies, but we didn't say which ones met our standards as well cooked versus perhaps, unfortunately, some of them were burned, right? Like that could happen. So we can differentiate not just cookies total, but what different types of cookies is it that we produced? Similar to how in my example, we had the number of exercise classes and the number of nutrition classes and the number of stress reduction techniques, but all under the umbrella of the output, the number of classes. So yeah, you can definitely start to think about the nuances for what might happen. For us to really think about our outcomes, though, we need to understand what is our goal. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? This is always the fun part when I am facilitating this example, to think about why are we doing this and what would be a reason we'd want to bake chocolate chip cookies? Like, wouldn't that be fun? Hey, I got a grant at work today. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, congratulations. Yeah, it was so that we could bake chocolate chip cookies. Doesn't that sound like fun? I think so. All right, so why are we going to bake chocolate chip cookies today? Let's say I'm going to put a goal sticky up top. And I would love to have the goal be what? How about the goal is to, oops, here's me typing poorly, to provide, to increase cooking skills increase job opportunities. So if that's our goal, we want folks to have increased job opportunities. So we're trying to increase cooking skills. What a lovely way to do it, by having some fresh baked chocolate chip cookies to test as a result. What sort of outcomes would we expect to have? If you said to a grant maker, we're trying to increase cooking skills for increased job opportunities for our participants. And so what sort of outcomes might they expect? Certainly, well-cooked cookies in our short-term outcomes are an example of increased cooking skills. Decreasing the percentage or the number of burned cookies. Now you might say, Diane, this one sticky says household members are aware that cookies are present. That means they smell really good, right? So everybody's aware they're there, but that doesn't actually fit our goal. Well, let's not put it there, right? We can make that go away. There are some outcomes that might have made sense with a different goal, but now that we have a goal on increasing cooking skills for increased job opportunities, that actually starts to put us in a different direction in terms of what our outcomes might be and what our overall impact would be. Now, it's true, we've got testers, and so it is true that our short-term outcome, people have full bellies. People, because they're well-cooked cookies, might have a satisfactory cookie experience. I love, look at this, an increased ability to follow a recipe. Absolutely. What are we ultimately driving towards? We could spend lots of time brainstorming intermediate and long-term, but if we're expecting to have impact, that there's increased job placement. We have folks who are well-skilled now having jobs in the community as a result of the program. So this idea of chocolate chip cookies, whether you knew logic models or not, folks understand usually at a pretty high level, even if they've never baked a cookie, but maybe they've eaten a cookie, they understand what sort of resources it takes to put them together through those activities and then the things we could count. Now, as a result, this is where you get to play in the sandbox. I want you to find your own chocolate chip cookie space. You're not filling it out with chocolate chip cookie information. Rather, I want you to fill it out with information from your own program or project, the same one that you were thinking about when you did your theory of change activity before. So what I'd encourage you to do, grab one of the stickies somewhere near your board. Go ahead and if you click on it, you can turn it a different color so that somebody can tell, hey, I claimed this space. This one's mine. And then you could double click on it and type in your name. But go ahead and claim a sandbox so that folks have a spot to work. And I would love to give you 10 minutes to start drafting your logic models. Again, you're not drafting about chocolate chip cookies, at least from what I know about what you put in the chat. That's not your mission area. That's not your focus today. But I want you drafting based on your own work. You might choose to, let me show you instead. You might choose to come back to your theory of change board, which is what this one looked like, and to think about what were your strategies in the board. I'm just going to zoom in here so you can see a few. Right, we had youth programming, school activities, there's engineering, land acquisition. There's, what else do we have going on? We've got case management services. We've got a bridge that has to be widened. So pick something from your strategies that you want to build the logic model for so that you can come back to your logic model and instead, there we go, what you should be able to see instead is what are your resources that you need? What are the activities that you're going to conduct to get that one strategy done? What are the outputs that you will count as you are finishing those activities? What sort of outcomes? Now for outcomes, you might grab a sticky and put under there something like up to 3 months. And then you might put a sticky under here that says 3 to 9 months. So you might decide to define your outcomes so that it's clear to yourself and to your colleagues what it is that you're drafting, what you're thinking about the time period for those outcomes. But I'd like to give you 10 minutes. Oh my goodness, I can see that some folks are already hard at work. I'm so excited. Oh yes, yes, look at this. There's all sorts of stickies happening. Now I also see that someone down here made a big sticky on top of theirs. Yes, give yourself a big goal sticky somewhere near your workspace so that it's very clear this is the goal that I'm working towards. All right, I am going to let you work. I'll do some time checks along the way. If you have questions, I am watching the chat in the Microsoft Teams meeting. All right, the mural little dinghy bell for the timer told me that time is up. Now, the reality of building a logic model in its entirety in 10 minutes, not realistic. Let's be clear on that one, but I see some significant progress. Look at this. I'm like super zoomed out, and can you see all the awesome sticky notes representing your fantastic work? All right, so what I'm wondering is if anyone is willing to let us zoom in on their particular logic model. Would you be willing to let me know in the meeting chat if you're willing to let us zoom in on your logic model in the mural board? Give me a second to head in there. Okay, Sierra, I see yours first. I see we've got a few others, so we're gonna at least look at Sierra and Eagle. If anyone else wants to have us take a look, please let me know. All right, now Sierra, the real question is if you have your name for one of yours or which animal you have been assigned within the room. Could you let me know? We want to be able to find you. Or can you unmute and help guide me to where we should be? Okay. Supportive housing. Let's find that. Excellent. What a great way to do it. You gave me some keywords to help get us to a 36 unit permanent supportive housing project. Thank you so much. All right, here we are. So I'm going to put it right in the center, try to make it as big as we can for everyone to see. All right. We've got all sorts of resources. There's a lot of acronyms there, initials. That's okay. We don't all have to know what they are. I see match. That to me means, oh, we're talking about some funding. I'm thinking this might also be some funding at the top. Okay. We've got some project management happening. You've identified by which staff. Coordination. So you've got some collaborative partners. Okay. Now I'm wondering, is this a planning phase? Because I see assessment, market study, designs. But ultimately outputs, you're going to have actual new units available and able to receive vouchers. So one of the questions I have is about then the activity of construction or any renovations. So is there anything that is being renovated or built so that these units can come online? What do you think, Sierra? Yes, some form of construction, all brand new construction. Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying in the chat. So you've got then really a huge project, right? This is something that's multi-phase. There's the initial assessments and the market studies. There's the design work. There's all of the activity, if I may be so bold, and we'll just make it one big lump thing. Construction has to happen too. And whew, right, that in itself, that could take up an entire screen. But so as a result, 36 new units, 36 units are receiving vouchers, 100% of residents are receiving supportive services, 36 plus individuals are out of homelessness. All right, so some follow-up questions. Then how many people on average are you projecting would live in each supportive housing unit? Or is it meant to be one person per unit? Are they meant to be singles? Can you clarify that one for us? And thank you so much for volunteering and playing along with my follow-up questions. Okay, so it's mixed. 14 singles, 14 doubles, 8 that are 3 bedrooms in a unit. Well, let's see, so some quick math. So if 8 units are 3 bedroom, that's 24. If 14 have 2 bedrooms, that's 28. So now we're at 52 plus 14. I got 76. Does that math for anybody else? Did you get the same math I just did? I got 76. So the reason I asked that question, when I first read your outputs, 36 new units, 36 units receiving vouchers, I went, oh, okay. So there's going to be like 36 single supportive housing units. But then the reason I asked is you said 36 plus were out of homelessness. So it made me wonder if either you were anticipating that you would end up serving, like people would move on and have received enough supportive housing that they would move on to another type of housing, therefore you would get to 36. Or I was trying to think about if what you were really saying is that there are actually more bedrooms than there are number of units, which is what it actually sounds like then. So I wonder if something like, again, I'm like, I hope my math was mathing, but it's that there's, and this is so rough on wording. Please forgive me if I'm using the wrong phrasing for the way that you talk about your supportive housing, but I'm thinking it's actually that there's 74 new bedrooms. So you might have then another way to talk about it is you would have 74 residents, or maybe you would say clients, but you'd have at least 74 residents in 1 year if you had full occupancy. I think the same would be true that instead of 36 plus would be out of homelessness, that maybe you would use that 74 number as well. I am not a supportive housing expert. Far from it. Have written about housing, have written about some supportive housing and case management services. So like a little bit dangerously knowledgeable, but far from an expert. But the reason I'm asking the questions I am is because as I'm following your flow, being just a little bit aware of the housing space, I'm like, well, that makes me wonder if. And that's by the idea of following that logical flow from left to right. Okay, if you have this kind of housing and if I see these kind of activities, it's sort of like when we looked at our chocolate chip cookies. Okay, if I see this, wait a second, I can't do all this if I don't have an oven. Somebody help me, let's add the oven. So we're trying to see if we can get as much of our information laid out from left to right and get as many questions answered as possible so that it would be clear to our reviewer. I think you did a great job laying this out in such a short period of time. And like I said, because it's so big for the project, start to finish, all the construction involved, I mean, this would be an incredibly full 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper by the time you're all done. I love that the increased awareness is in outcomes. And I'm thinking that you mean the awareness of the availability of the service. And so my favorite phrase to ask folks when I see an outcome is as indicated by what? So if it's food for thought, you were typing as fast as you can, you had only 10 minutes, which is not nearly enough for a good draft logic model to be, at the level of scrutiny that we'd want for a grant. But for increased awareness, how would you know that there was increased awareness? Is it because community members are, now you've got a waiting list? That means there's such good awareness that like you've got a list of people who are waiting for these units to become available. I don't know. It's up to you, but just some of the things to think about that you could do. So I'm just going to show you structurally so everybody can see. If you come up with an outcome, you're like, yeah, increased awareness, we want that. And you say, well, how are we going to report that? As indicated by, and you say, I don't know yet. So maybe I put some X's there so that I don't forget that we still need that, but I know that that's important. So you could start to structure some of your different logic model sticky notes to indicate where you are still looking for information. What you're indicating by what you have in your stickies now is what information is available to you, or what do you feel confident about? So maybe I did that quick math and I said, oh, I think it might be 74. But you're like, I want to verify what we think our occupancy rate will be. And so maybe, I don't know, but I want to find that information out. So now I have question marks in where those outputs could have been. So it's up to you for what'll be the way your team communicates about it. There is no pressure when you're drafting it that you personally need to have all the answers. Rather, think about using it as a structure to then go inquire. Be curious, ask lots of questions to get as much information as possible laid out in this structure. Okay. Oh, and okay, expanding the outputs that way made sense for you, Sierra. Okay, I'm glad that worked. That was a bit of a leap of faith as I looked at it for what I, again, might understand or ask questions about. So here, I'll take those out so that you can still see what I said here. Okay, so then, Eagle, you had said that we could also take a look at your logic model draft. Could you let me know where you might be on the board, or what word or phrase I might be able to search for that would bring me to your working space? If I search for EJ, that'll work. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. All right. So now let me make it so that everybody can see that. All right. Oh, see, now I do not know what a water booster station is, and so we are all about to learn together, I'm guessing. Maybe some of you know more than I do. Okay. So I love that you've got the big goal there. We want to have a water booster station. Resources. We need leadership. We need community members. We need stakeholders. We need funding. Activities. Oh boy, I'm like, I think EEIR might be something about an environmental review. Maybe, I'm guessing. Engineering, land acquisition, design, a request for proposals. Okay. Outputs. The construction of the water booster, water supply, serve 200 homes. So I wonder if the construction, you're right, we would be able to count that you have one water booster station. But the construction, I would argue, is down here as an activity. We need to conduct the action of constructing the water booster station so that we can count one output of one water booster station. How does that feel to you, Eagle? What do you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down. When we look at something that is certainly not our own work, right? These are all just questions on my part to help us think about what might a grant maker ask? What else might you want to have? So the 200 homes, that's pretty cool. Okay, so 200 homes are going to benefit from having the water booster station. So I understand now, clear output 200 homes, and I'm thinking because you then said water supply to 600 tribal members, that you're saying on average, one home is going to benefit 3 tribal members. So that's the math that I'm thinking about when I look at those outputs. What I'm wondering is, what do we say for the outcomes? Why is the water booster station important? Well, it's important because we can see in the impact your increased water capacity, increased fire supply, system resiliency, drought resiliency. I think those are amazingly important, big impact results. And what I'm wondering, because you've got 30% completion, 60% completion, 100% completion, if it wouldn't make sense to have something that benefits the families before you get to the big high level impact. Is there something that would make sense to say is your long-term outcome that is about the families and the homes that are served? Food for thought. I like how this is very clearly articulated in terms of progression, because you put those nice time periods here at the bottom. But if instead, if you said, because you get to define what it is, so I'm just going to show for a second. If you said, well, 0 months, day 1 to actually 1 year. And then if you said, well, intermediate is actually 12 to 24. And if you said something like 24 to 48. It seems like that would put you past your construction period. And so would that make your long-term outcomes more about the benefits to the families and the tribal members that are benefiting from the booster station, therefore still connected to your super duper long-term high impact? But I'm wondering if by making that shift in how you define your periods of time, if that would make your long-term outcomes more about those being served instead of, I'm air quoting, you can't see me, but air quoting only the completion of the water booster station. It's food for thought. I'm kind of poking at it because it's a really nice outline of your details. I really, really, really like how you've got the periods of time here so that it was clear what you were talking about. That's how I could actually ask such like next level questions because of the information you had here. Well done. Thank you so much for your willingness to share. Having watched 2 of your colleagues in the training go through some feedback questions with me, is there one more that would be willing to let us look at their logic model as we finish out this exercise? One more person. Michaela, am I right that you've got your hand up? Willing to be a volunteer? I think so. All right, and let's see if we can find you on the board. I'm wondering if there is a different way that I can try and find you. What would be a word that you have typed in? Could you let me know? Let's see. Building homeownership lower right. Okay, I'm headed there. I have too many tabs open. All right, there we go. I think this is you then. Build 5 single-family homes. Awesome. Okay, let's take a look, everybody. Let me zoom in so that you can read these as well. Now, this time, I'm going to change the activity of feedback just a little bit. You've watched me ask questions of your colleagues in the training. We're all learning together. We're all new to learning about each other's work. If you see anything that you have as a question or as a comment, maybe a glow, maybe a grow, maybe one of each, but if you have anything that you're willing to look at and give feedback on in the Teams chat, I would love that. All right, let's all take a moment and read. All right. Oh, I love that I'm seeing staff, the development coordinator, the inspector, the warehouse staff, contract labor. So now it's clear that it's not all your own employees. Oh yeah, you can't build anything without some permits. Yep. Good. Site plans. Nice. Infrastructure, engineering. Okay. Activities. Environmental, HVAC, foundations, excavation. Interesting. So the numbers of families impacted, I would have thought of that as something I would count. Right? The goal is that we're going to have those 5 single-family homes. So I'm going to say that the number of families would be something that I would place in the outputs column, something that we can count and report on. And I think your family stability to me feels like it's a change for that family. Now I'm wondering, I don't want to make assumptions, I have some ideas, but I want to let you tell us in the chat if you're able. How do you measure family stability? What is it that you're looking at when you say a family is now stable? Are you looking at income level, or you tell me? What is it that you're looking at that you're going to measure related to saying a family is stable? And also, how soon after they move into one of these new homes do you think it's possible that they would say that? Now, these are some pretty big questions, and you might say, I don't know the answer to that. I need to phone a colleague. Don't worry, don't phone the colleague now. But those are some of the questions that you could add to your stickies for some additional information as indicated by right? How's that going to be indicated? And if you're like, oh, I don't even know which time period it goes in. Do I want it to be short term, intermediate, long term? And maybe as early, that doesn't say that, as early as, so that you could think about, is this going to be like within 3 months I can say it? Is it going to be in like 9 to 12 months? Is it going to be a year out? You're going to face something similar to what EJ did with the water booster. You're dealing with a big, slow construction project. So your short-term and intermediate outcome timelines, you might define around what the construction is, so the creation of these housing units. But then long-term is that where you're going to end up with this family stability so that you decrease homelessness and you decrease overcrowding. Now, the other thing that I think is interesting is that you've got creating jobs. And I'm wondering if you mean creating jobs for those who are in the construction activities, whether it's HVAC or plumbing or electrical, because that is really cool if you've actually got two different types of impact. One, because of those short-term and intermediate-term activities, they're creating jobs. On the other hand, the final product of the homes is creating that long-term outcome of family stability. Long-term, decreasing of homelessness. Long-term, decrease of overcrowding. Love what you've got here so far. Okay, so prior to moving into the new house, as far as securing funding for mortgage. Okay, great. So where I went was in a different direction with my understanding, but still, it might sit out here in long term because you have to do all the work to get the houses built before they would get to the point where they have the mortgage and would have a home that would be finished to move into. So it still feels like it might be pretty far out here for where you'd be talking about family stability, because the earlier parts are more about the construction and your bottom two impact items of creating jobs and job training. But really, really well done, especially, my goodness, all of you for just 10 minutes. Absolutely phenomenal. Really, really excited about it. And my goodness, could it already be? Yes, indeed it is. It is time for a break. You have been so busy doing your exercises that the whole hour has flown by. So I have that it is 4:31, which means 4:31 Eastern. We will return at 4:41 Eastern. And while we're gone, Brianna, if you could do me a favor, please, and pull the deck back up. We're going to head back into the deck away from our mural boards for this next hour of class. As you are coming back from break, Brianna, I'm wondering if it would be better from a tech perspective if I went ahead and shared my screen that had the slides on it. Would that be easier?
Let me see. Hold on. Let's try that, Diane.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, folks, give me just a quick second. I'll get that set up instead, because then I can bounce back and forth if we go into mural again. All right, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to let you know that here we were talking about chocolate chip cookies in the last segment. And here I'm going to, in this segment, I'm going to start by talking about pretzels. I should have warned you. It would have only been fair if I had warned you that we were going to talk about food again. But alas, here we are. All right, everyone should now see on their screen a picture of pretzels. Now, why are we thinking about pretzels, you ask? Because when we are thinking about our logic model, what you built in mural before break was what you, as an organization and with your colleagues, what you ideally want to do, what you know needs to be done. And so that means that you have done some of this base work already. So there's 3 steps when we think about logic models and how it relates to pre-planning and getting ready for really big applications. The first thing we want to do is pick a template for us to draft in, for us to brainstorm in. Good news! You did that because we gave you one. So that one was pretty easy. But now you can use this template structure whenever you want. So what did we do then? Step 2 is what you just spent time doing in Mural. You thought about all of the different components, resources, activities, outputs, our different time periods for outcomes, and then our overall impact. Excellent. We're ready to go, right? We are, because the 3rd step is once you have your logic model, and now again, in 10 minutes, that is a wonderful draft start that you have, but it is certainly far from finalized. You'd want to engage other members of your grant team in reviewing it, in adding additional detail. Maybe you choose to add something, you choose to take something off. Your final version will look more like what's on the screen than the sticky note version in Mural, but I am always a fan of brainstorming ideas in sticky note structure, whether physical or digital, because it implies that it's not finalized, it implies that it's draft, it implies that people could give feedback or you could move things around. So feel free to draft in that sort of structure, but then make it a little more traditional as you get closer to finalizing it and saying, this is what we believe is our ideal design. This is what, if we got $5 million, if we got $500,000, this is what we could achieve with that funding. Now you go to apply for said project. That's where step 3 comes in. Now you take your template and you can translate it into what the grant maker asks of you. So on the screen right now is an example. This is a logic model template that was required from HHS, so Health and Human Services, for a teen pregnancy prevention program grant application. This was the structure that they wanted to see your logic model in. So let's take a look. On the left-hand column, it says the situation. Well, that wasn't in any of the logic model templates that we've talked about so far, was it? That is rather, what is the current data telling you? What's the situation in your community? What does the need? What sort of issues are you facing? That's really what they're asking you for. What's happening in your community? But now as we go to column 2 in this particular image, you're like, wait, inputs? I know what that is. Those are resources. So you would take the work that you put in your resource column in your template that you did as a team, and you would put that information into inputs. Okay, column 3, activities. You're like, wait, I have that one too. Great, in it goes. Outputs. This is fantastic. You're on a roll. Now you get to the next column and you say, oh, interesting. Short-term and interim outcomes are combined. So you need to make sure that you don't make the text so small that they can't read it, but hey, that's not too bad. You're going to combine your short-term and your intermediate outcome columns, and yeah, you're cruising. You're on to the next, which is long-term outcomes. Hey, I've got that already too. In it goes. But that's the end of it. So this one doesn't have that final impact column. That's okay. You want to think about where in the narrative you're going to talk about your big, broad impact. But wow, having your base logic model already agreed upon, that was pretty cool. That was a nice translation. What about this one? This doesn't look quite as easy, does it? Unfortunately not. But there's a great deal of what you already have that is what you need to get this done. So if you think about the needs, wait, that's like the situation in that last one. Okay, you're right. It wasn't in the template, but you could get the information, you could fill that out. But services and activities, right. Okay, activities, we've got that column. Different to call it services, but hey, we get it. They gave us what is it like services/activities, and so we could translate our information into that section. But you're right, it totally skipped over resources and inputs. It wasn't there at all. Well, each funder gets to do their own thing. It's going to be present and it's going to be really helpful when we get to our budget because everything in resources or inputs has to be present in our budget. So it's not that we're not going to use it, we just don't need to use it right now. Now for measures. Interesting. We could think about what are we going to count from our activities. Those are our outputs. Then it lists outcomes. And it doesn't differentiate between short-term, intermediate, or long-term. All right, so we're going to consolidate into that single column. And then it's got measures again after outcomes. So this is where you'd, instead of thinking about a count of people or a count of the number of houses, you'd probably be thinking about the percent of things that are happening or the number out of your total N value that is being achieved. And lastly, evaluation tools. Oh, that's going to be the tool that your as indicated by what phrase would be using. So a pre and post test survey, a follow-up phone survey, an interview that follows this particular structure, whatever you've got for your measurement tools that you've been talking about as part of your as indicated by phrase are going to be what you fill out in that particular section. So they weren't perfect translations from the template that we worked with. But wow, did you have a really good head start. Now the logic model guide, I've mentioned it before, it's what is one of the resources you get as part of today's training. It's always available on our website for free if you need to access it in a different way, but just wanted to flag that the logic model guidebook walks you through these steps if you want to do it with your team later on. But we're not done with the logic model. When we were talking in the chat box earlier today, I'd asked you some questions about if you had seen the logic model in applications, if you'd seen that requirement. A few of you had, not many. I asked if you had recognized some of the logic model elements in your narrative questions. And again, some of you had, but not everyone. So I wanted to give you some really clear examples of how this logic model document, even if the grant maker does not ask for this as an attachment, I wanted you to see how does this actually help you write a stronger application. Let's take a look at these questions on the screen. What are the key activities you will perform in order to achieve the desired results? What program inputs do you need to achieve the desired results? How do you define success for this program? What are the expected outcomes of the proposed work? Have you ever seen any of those questions asked of you in a grant application? Or anything wordsmithed close to it? Go ahead, let me know in the chat, please, and Teams, Y for yes, N for no. Have you ever seen any questions like this when you're writing a grant application? Ooh, those are some pretty fast yeses coming in the chat. Okay. Wonderful. Now, what do we all know about these questions? These questions are drawing from your logic model. So let's look at that first question. What are the key activities you will perform in order to achieve the desired results? What heading in your logic model are you going to pull that answer from? Go ahead, let me know in the meeting chat, please. To answer that very first question, what are the key activities you will perform in order to achieve the desired results? Which logic model heading will we look to? Yeah, Laura, you were the first one to type and hit enter that fast. There's many following in after you. Activities. Excellent. Okay. Second question. What program inputs do you need to achieve the desired results? Let's put a little delineator in the chat box. And yeah, let me know. Which logic model heading would you find the answer to number 2? Oh, see, now you're all on to my game. You're like, oh, this is going to be fun. Yeah, you just looked at your resources or your input column and you're like, it's right there. I see it. Well done, everybody. Okay. All right, all right. Let's see how you do on this one. How do you define success for this program? What column are you going to look at? See, now this one was tricky and on purpose. I see impact, I see outcomes, I see outputs, and I agree with all 3. You have a number of different ways that you could answer this question, from the minutia of your anticipated outputs into your well thought out, time defined outcomes, all the way to your super big impact. I love it. Depending on how many characters or words you have in that response, gives you the robustness of what you're going to really put together. All right, last one. What are the expected outcomes of the proposed work? Where in your logic model are you going to find that answer? Let me know. Where are we going to find the answer in our logic model? Expected outcomes of the proposed work. You're like, Diane, the word's right there. I know. Sometimes grant makers will ask questions that are more time limited. So we definitely could make some really, robust responses and honestly, maybe wow our grant makers. We expect that our short-term outcomes by the end of month 3 will be, and list the 2 or 3 things. And we expect that our intermediate outcomes by month 9 of the program will be, and list your few things. And we expect that our long-term outcomes over the first 24 months of the program will be, fill in the whatever's there. They'll be like, what? They didn't just give us outcomes. They broke them out by the period of time that they expect to accomplish them in. You will have wowed them. Now, when we think about what this looks like in practice, you're all doing super different types of work. I know. We got a few things that were infrastructure, a few things that were housing, a few things that were human services related. So there's certainly some alignment between you here today, but we're all doing really different things. What I wanted to show you were some text examples that come from a group that is focusing on supporting individuals with mood disorders. And so this particular set of text here, it's all green text in terms of the shading I have given it, because it all to me is like green light, could work, good stuff, might be what gets you the grant. But I want you to see why the shading gets darker. So the light green, it's good. Medium, better. Dark green, best. So if you're thinking about how you would answer some of the questions drawing from your logic model, a good narrative response is able to describe for the grant maker, what are we going to do? Can describe what those program activities are in your activities column. So in this example, that good text is support groups meet for 90 minutes and are led by a trained peer facilitator. Support groups are free and confidential. Okay, the reviewer, the grant maker, has a good understanding of what you will do. A better bit of narrative adds text. So now it becomes an additive response. We have our first body of text plus the second, which adds how activities help the clients. Participants feel accepted by peers who understand their challenges and respect confidentiality. Okay, so now we understand what is happening. We understand how this should help achieve the anticipated outcomes. The best, so if we take answer 1 and answer 2 and now add that dark green column of best, if we can describe the linkages between our activities and our expected outcomes, that is the response that will win the day. So if we can add to our narrative response that 75% of support group participants report decreased isolation due to attendance at groups, those three, when combined, give the reviewer the best understanding of your program. You could have all of this information right at hand in your logic model. The good section we would find in our activities column. The better section might be what you have in your short-term outcomes, maybe also intermediate. And the best is feeling like something intermediate to long-term, and it's pointing to impact. Decreased isolation is what we're pointing towards for a potential impact that we might see in your logic model. So all good, each one by itself could really help a grant maker, but it's the additive effect of those pieces of information from your logic model in one narrative response that's the strongest. So when we're thinking about these logic models, how can they help you write your application? Think about, please, the sticky notes that you have completed in the mural board just in the last hour of the training together. And think about how you might write from those. Well, we've determined that many of you are doing both pre-award and post-award. And while I know that there's some things like brand new construction of housing units, some brand new construction of the water booster, I don't think that all the work you're doing is totally brand new to your tribal organization. Could you let me know, though, I don't want to make too many assumptions. Could you let me know in the meeting chat, please, if you have some past performance, some past program evaluation, some past project evaluation that you could draw from in terms of your particular tribal organization's experience? Y for yes, S for sort of, N for no. Could you let me know in the meeting chat? Okay, I'm quickly getting some yeses. Some of you, I'm thinking, are contemplating what you might have access to and where am I going with the question? So some grant makers want to really rely on your past performance. They really want to rely on your practiced wisdom in order to think about how you will perform if they invest in the form of a new grant application. So some grant makers are going to ask you questions about what did you achieve last year, even if they didn't fund you last year, even if they had never heard of you last year, even if you hadn't even applied to them last year. They might ask you questions about what were your outcomes that you achieved, what did you learn, what were your results. Do any of you remember in a grant application having seen questions that are looking back on past performance, even though the grant maker did not previously fund you? Let me know if any of you have seen that. Y for yes. Oh yeah, that's some quick yeses. You're like, yep. And you're like, hey, that's not fair. We didn't have your money. Why are you asking us about what we achieved before? So what we're looking at is our recent evaluation. We're trying to prove that we're going to be a good grantee. So I've got, again, 3 different levels of green. A good answer would be that we could report on our outputs from last year. A better response would be that we could also talk about the measurement related to our outcomes. The best would be if we can point towards what the impact is that we're creating. Ah, Lori, you took the words right out of my mouth. Actually, the way you said it was very wonderful and probably more straightforward than what I might have just said. Why are they asking? Lori volunteered it for us. They're asking to set a baseline of what's realistic with a new investment into your project. Absolutely. Gold star, all the high fives. Yes. That's why they're asking. They're saying your past performance, your recent past performance gives us some idea about what might you accomplish now. You might say, Diane, why does this matter? Well, obviously, right, competition's high, and so they've got to think about what will differentiate one application from another. So this is one way they can do it, looking at what you've been able to achieve before. But the other is by saying, hey, if you served 100 people last year, why in your narrative responses or why in your logic model attachment are you proposing to serve 500 this year? That far exceeds your recent past performance. How are you going to do that, right? How are you going to build that capacity that fast? So they can ask questions if they feel like what you're proposing seems to be a bit of a stretch. I love that Laura used the word realistic. But our logic model has to align. I'm not saying it has to be the same. We could have a reason why we're proposing more, but we need to think about what is possible, what have we proven we can do before, what therefore are we putting forward in our new logic model, in our new narrative responses that draw from our logic model that a grant maker might consider. But there is something that I think you get to talk about that could be a little selfish. Now, I know this is the second time in one day that I have said you get to be selfish. The first time was when we were talking about research today, and I said you have to be selfish about your priority. What is it that you need to get funded? Use that as your filter when you're looking at different research options. So we want to think about, as we look at our outcomes, even as you think about your outputs. So all 4 of those columns in your logic model, outputs, short-term outcomes, intermediate outcomes, and long-term outcomes. What is it that you want to measure? What is it that is of value to you? You are correct. Some grant makers will have very strict requirements on things that they expect you to measure. And you as an organization that might apply have to decide, can we measure those things? Do we want to measure those things? Or is it not worth it to have to measure those things in exchange for the dollars, right? The dollars need to be worth it. When you think about your logic model and what you were building today, and what you put in for your outputs and what you put in for your outcomes, those should be things that are of value to you as an organization, that you want to, and also let's add that you can measure. Sometimes there's a want that just is not physically possible for us to measure. So let's make sure our can measure is also part of that consideration. But what outputs and outcomes do we want to measure? Once those are drafted into our logic model, now we could turn them into our narrative responses. If a grant maker is asking, or if a grant maker is requiring for us to measure something different, then we'll see the gap between what we already said we want to do and what they want us to do, and we can talk about it as a grant team. Is it worth it? Are the dollars big enough? So whether we're thinking about our outputs or our outcomes, there's some logistical details that we need to consider, and these don't fit in the logic model. but they're often things that are discussed within the grant team that if I'm the person writing the grant, I am taking furious, copious notes about. And if I'm not hearing it discussed, I'm asking very thoughtful questions so that I can then take copious, furious notes. So if we're thinking about what do we want to measure, whether it's outputs or outcomes, ask yourself, who would gather this data? Where will it be stored? How will it be analyzed? How much will it cost us to do this work? The collection, the data entry, the analysis of the data, what is that going to take? Are we talking about a full-time data analyst on staff? Well, now it's not just their salaries, but it's really their total cost of employment, benefits, wellness programs, office supplies, right? Like their total cost is more than only their salary amount. Maybe it's actually that we're going to need an external evaluator. Well, that might be a plain number, not one that comes with a total cost of employment because they're an external contractor, but that might be a rather hefty contract. Or maybe sometimes it's a percent of the grant award that is being spent on evaluation. So a real cost. But we need to ask these questions when we're building our logic model so that we are certain that those people, those data storage tools, those survey collection tools, those are all what? Those are a particular section in the logic model where those belong. The people that would gather the data, the place where you will store the data, and the tool you will use to collect a survey, whatever it might be, where would we actually place those in our logic model? Does anybody know which of our 7 headings those 3 items all belong together? There we go. I just always have to take a deep breath and give you a minute to type into the chat. Gold stars. Those are all resources. The person collecting the data, the person analyzing the data, if that's different, whether it's Salesforce or some other database where we're storing the information, the tool that we might have had to create in order to collect a pre and a post survey result, those are all things that cost us money, whether in-house or out of the house. Those are all expenses. So that's why we have to ask the questions. If we don't, our resource section in our logic model, it's missing some stuff. If we don't ask these questions, our activities are probably missing the data collection and analysis activities. If we don't ask the question, our budget is very likely to be missing these elements. We will not have a cohesive application. We'd have some gaps. Now, regardless of which question you ask and where and how you document the answer, we really have to understand what the grant maker is going to put toward evaluation. Some grant makers of all shapes and sizes expect that it almost magically happens. It just takes place, which means that they're expecting you have it built in to your staffing model. The collection of data, the analysis of data, safe storage of it, all would fit under your current staffing plan. But there are other grant-making sources, and this we'll see sometimes in a variety of federal programs, will say that you must spend at least X% on evaluation. Or conversely, will say you may spend no more than X% on evaluation. But if the grant maker is assuming that you're going to have evaluation all worked out within your staffing plan and that it is not some sort of external line on your budget, this is a pretty important relationship development question for you to ask. We want to make sure that we're doing a great job collecting and analyzing data, being able to report back to you on our success, and find out if they have any preferences about the money that goes towards evaluation within your grant budget. So what is our outcome versus our impact? We looked at our 3 different periods of time: outcomes, short-term, intermediate, and long, and then we had our impact column at the end. And there were a few, as we were talking about some of the examples, that we started to talk about how we could represent them actually a bit in both. Our long-term outcome might sound related to, might point towards our bigger impact. So I think this chart can be a helpful way. It does not have periods of time under any of our 4 headings. So you can think about what feels right in terms of the different periods of time you might use for short term versus intermediate. Right? We saw like the construction timelines might force you or encourage you to think in one way versus perhaps like maybe more of a social services program that's not involving construction. But these ideas that as you move from left with short-term outcomes to far right with impact, the way that the changes are defined can help you think about which category do I want to put it in. So I like this one as if I'm feeling stuck, if the team I'm facilitating with is feeling stuck, I find this table to be helpful from that perspective. But where do we go from logic models? Well, we started actually with theory of change, right? 30,000 foot, super high level. If we do these strategies, we will get these results. And then we climbed down from our 30,000 feet perspective down to our 10,000 foot perspective. And we said, now it's not about all the nuances of the day-to-day. Right? We're still pretty high off the ground, but we came up with our logic model. So an overview of the program design. We're not quite to work plan. Work plans they're on the ground. They're literally, we're standing there, we're at sea level, we're on the ground, we can talk about our day-to-day stuff. We're almost there. But what connects our logic model and our activities, it's time to talk about SMART objectives. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1, not comfortable writing SMART objectives. 10, I love writing SMART objectives. Diane, please don't put me on the spot, but I love SMART objectives. Could you give me your current comfort level with SMART objectives? And as with all my other questions, zero judgment on what your answer is, just trying to get a sense of how people feel in terms of their comfort with writing SMART objectives. To think about SMART objectives, we have to consider our goal. Oh, I'm glad I asked. Okay, so I'm seeing already a wide range of answers. Appreciate everybody's candid response. Let's be real. This is not a natural way of writing for most of us. It's a pretty specialized intermediate skill for grant professionals, for grant writers. It takes a lot of practice. For us to think about what a SMART objective looks like, we need to know our goal first. So we want to understand what is that big, broad, intangible, abstract, overarching principle for our project or program. All right, so here's where we're going to get a little hands-on. We're not going to mural though. As we talk about goals and SMART objectives, I'm going to ask for some things from you in the chat. And I know that some of these will take a minute. And also I'm asking you to wordsmith sometimes real quick. So no judgment on spelling or grammar, but just some real quick thoughts when I ask you these questions. For your project or your program, your service that you were building your logic model for, can you type in for me your goal statement? It might be a whole sentence. It might be a phrase that represents the bigger goal that you would carefully wordsmith in your grant application. All is welcome. both kinds. But if you could type into the meeting chat for me, what is the goal, the high-level goal for your project or program? I'd love to see as many of those as we can get into the meeting chat. And so I will be quiet for at least 60 seconds to let you type those in. Let's see how many we can fill the meeting chat with. What is your goal? Something broad, intangible. I started my timer. 1 minute starts now. All right. See, that's a good thing I gave you a minute because some of you I think may have typed this all out. Others, I think you were able to quick go grab it from somewhere else. This is awesome stuff. All right, so we've got multiple that said stop homelessness, drought resiliency. Okay, provide more education and preventative services to increase the pediatric oral health of the tribe, increase capacity of the organization to provide culturally relevant training and education to post-secondary child protection professionals, to express emotions and ideas through movement, which can be achieved by improving a dancer's technical skills, physical conditioning, and artistic expression, to provide affordable homeownership for single-family dwellings for members of our nation, to empower youth so they're able to make a positive impact on their community. Oh, awesome. If I had a blank check to write a grant award amount for each of you, yes. But I don't know how you're going to do those things specifically, do I? So I might be super excited to learn more, but I definitely don't understand how you're going to get it done. So our objectives are going to help us understand what are the specific measurable steps that we're going to take towards achieving this goal. They tell us how you'll achieve the goal. And yes, they're going to sound related-ish to your activities. I get it. They are going to sound related-ish. But I want us to think about our objectives being precise. I want them to be tangible. If you want to think about them as the rungs on a ladder. The objectives, if we say that our goal is something that we're climbing towards it, it's at the top of our ladder. It might be a 6-foot ladder. It might be like a 60-foot ladder. But regardless of height of ladder, each objective is one tangible step towards achieving that big, broad goal, which you just did an amazing job of sharing in the chat. Now, along the way, what are some of these other O words? Oh my goodness, there are so many O words, aren't there? I know, who in the grant space was thinking about this? The difference between outcomes and outputs and objectives. I get you. There is a lot of language. And you might say, Diane, I get it. I'm the grant professional. You know who sometimes, though, gets a little stressed about it? Sometimes your colleagues in the grant team get a little bit stressed about it. So I did want to share a fun little blog post that one of our writers put together. It's about the difference between objectives and outcomes. Thought that might be helpful as a resource for you to have in case it would be helpful for any of your team members or even you. But let's think about outputs. We saw those in our logic model. They're the things we're going to count, the things that are produced or created because of our activities. Okay, and outcomes are the anticipated changes such as that awareness, knowledge, skill, behavior. So they're actually like, how well did things go as it relates to our objectives? How well did things go as it related to implementing our activities? So our SMART objectives, I've got the SMART 5 elements laid out on the screen if you want it as a quick reference. We need to think about how these 5 can be written into one sentence. And the sentences, you're right, they can get a little bit long. What is specific, what is measurable, and what is time-bound are things that are more concrete and visible to you within the objective statement that you're writing. The achievable component is not able to be assessed by itself in a single objective. For you to determine if the objective statement is achievable, you have to look at the budget so that you can say, is it possible with the resources we have? And you have to look at the timeline for the funding award. Is it feasible within the time we have available? So you need context in order to assess the A component of a SMART objective. Have to have timeline and budget in order to gauge, is it truly achievable? The R, what's relevant, we also need context to make the R able to be assessed. And the context that we need is our goal statement. So those goals that you typed into the meeting chat, those are going to be your context when you draft SMART objectives. So what might we have said before? And when I say old style, I mean, it's not really actually that old. The whole discussion about SMART objectives and the requirement, the expectation from grant makers that you write in this SMART style, this is, in the last, I want to say 15 years, which I do understand is, yes, a long time. But in the grand scheme of nonprofit work and charitable work, no, you're right. It's relatively new on the scene for the expectation that everything is that way. And it's because grant makers want you to be accountable and transparent about how you're spending the money, about what sort of impact you're going to create. They needed to have ways to differentiate how were they spending their money wisely. So the more, I'm going to say the older style is that you might say something like, we provide good services to all clients. We provide good services to all community members. That's a good, well-intentioned starting place. But a grant maker would have a lot of questions. How do you define good? How are you going to know that that was successful? How are you going to know you achieved it? What can I expect from you when you report to me about the funding I gave? What would I be able to see? What would I read? So the smarter style gives the reviewers, gives the grant makers a great deal of clarity about what they would expect for you to report on. So the example is that instead it might say increase client service satisfaction to 90% this fiscal year. They know the period of time that you're measuring. You're saying it's increasing to 90%. Currently, there's an assumption being made that there is something lower than 90% for this past fiscal year. You could have told them to increase it from something to 90% so they understand what your baseline was. But they know you're going to somehow measure client service satisfaction. You're going to compare it to last year, and you're going to report back based on your fiscal year and how the data looks different. So much more transparency to the grant maker about what they will expect to read or to hear about after you have submitted your application. And I thought we could have a little more fun with it. So this youngster wants to vanquish evil in a single afternoon. Absolutely admirable. Also adorable. Okay, so this style, vanquish evil in a single afternoon. Smarter style, this youngster with the Well, goggles on says they are going to increase the distance from the ground by 1 meter before dinner tonight. All right, pretend that you are the grant maker. You get to decide who you invest in, which one out of the pile of awesome grant applications that you have. You're down to trying to decide between these two. Do you want to fund Vanquishing Evil in a single afternoon? That's 1. If you like this one and you want to put your money behind this one, please type meeting chat as 1 is your answer. If you would rather put your grant funds towards option 2, I will increase the distance from the ground by 1 meter before dinner tonight. This would be option number 2 in the chat. So please let me know which one, if you're the grant maker, are you going to fund? Number 1 or number 2? And bonus points, not that I don't know what the bonus points go towards, but bonus points if you want to tell me why. Why did you pick, oh my goodness, okay, unanimously, everybody's picked number 2. You all want to fund increasing the distance from the ground by 1 meter before dinner tonight. Why? Why was that unanimous for you? Could somebody let me know why that was your decision? Love to hear if you could give us a quick answer in the meeting chat. Seemed feasible, seemed achievable. It was measurable. It was measurable. It was immediate. It was measurable. It was quick. Yeah, pretty strong ROI. Look at what I'm going to do tonight. Well, the other one was also about just the afternoon, but certainly I think we all said, oh, it is so admirable that you want to vanquish evil. But what's that going to mean? Right? I mean, maybe broccoli is evil in this situation, and that's the evil that has been vanquished from the house in a single afternoon. I don't know. We've got questions, right? It's just not clear. But the second one, it was unanimous from you for all the reasons that you said. Absolutely. How can this one, excite grant makers, motivate them to want to say yes, to want to be a funding partner? So we won't be talking about just, increasing the distance from the ground by 1 meter before dinner tonight. We're going to make this about your work. You knew I was going to do that, right? We couldn't just make it about fun examples. Certainly, we have to make it about your real work. So what we're going to do is take a short break. You guessed it, 10 minutes again, and we will come back. We're going to practice a little bit more about SMART objectives for some of our basic understanding, and then you guessed it, you are going to write yours, and we're going to give each other feedback. So 10-minute break. I have, let's see, what do I have? I have 5:30 on the dot Eastern. Look at that one. So we will return, 5:31. I'll give you the extra minute. You can have until 5:41 Eastern to come back from break. Another speedy 10 minutes has gone by, and I hope that you had an enjoyable break. We're able to hydrate, snack, check in on a few things in whatever way was meaningful for you. We are going to continue our conversation about SMART objectives. And I wanted to look at a few tactical suggestions in order to make your objectives smarter from whatever position you might be starting. I know we had a really wide range of comfort level when I asked that question about writing SMART objectives. So I thought maybe we could all share a few tips and tricks with each other. So for those of you that were saying you were like, an 8, a 9, a 10 with SMART objectives. Would love it if you share any of your thoughts as we go through this next section. So on the screen, a few suggestions and tips as it relates to the right level of specifics to put into your SMART objective. Think about the specifics you should be including as things that help answer the who, and the what in terms of clarifying the details of your program activities. My favorite tip, because sometimes I write too much and then I have been too close to it, so I feel like I'm super clear, but actually I have smushed, yes, technical term, I have smushed too much into my objective. You want to know how I know that I have smushed too much? If I find more than one action verb. If I find more than one action verb, that is to me a clue that I should consider splitting the objective into two. It's not only for length of objective that I'm trying to break them apart, but rather for clarity for the reviewer, so they have very clear understanding of what action we're taking and what we would be measuring. So I always find that tip to be incredibly helpful if I feel like, what? Why has my objective gotten so long? I double check first that I only have one action verb. When we think about what is measurable, this is far more than do we have a % sign with some number in front of it within our objective statement. It should be clear that we have a plan for how we will measure. So that phrase that I used many, many times during our logic model exercise, as indicated by what, is a nice way to think about how might you build out your SMART objective so that you are addressing the measurable component in a complete way. We already talked about how the A, you might see it as attainable, you might see it as achievable, means the same thing. When we look at that from a grant maker's perspective, what are they considering? Can you do it in the time frame given? Do you have enough resource? Do you have enough funding? Will your budget support achieving what you are putting forward? The realistic element, sometimes stated as relevant by grant makers, this is pointing towards your goal. Does that big, broad, intangible goal that you typed in the meeting chat a little earlier today, does this SMART objective directly relate to that goal? The word directly is really important. If it feels tangential, if it doesn't feel like it's a really clear line of thinking for how this particular objective is a rung on your ladder as you climb the ladder towards your goal, if it feels like, geez, they'd actually have to like reach off the side of the ladder to get to that particular objective, I think you might want to just leave it out. You want it to be directly related to how you're going to achieve the goal. The time-bound element, it's not always clear to those who are designing a program or a project exactly when everything's going to happen. Right? People get very nervous about if I say that something's going to happen by the third quarter or by October or by March. If I say that and it doesn't happen, what then? So this is based on your experience and your past performance. These are your best estimates related to time. And so if that takes any pressure off, I hope that helps. What Beth from our team often talks about is if she's stuck when drafting an objective, if she feels like looking at the blank paper or looking at the blank screen and looking at that blinking cursor, if it's stressing her out about writing a SMART objective, thinking about the time element is actually where she'll start her first draft. By the end of the first quarter, by the end of the second month, by the end of the calendar year, and she'll let the ideas flow from there. It's not that the objective statement has to have the time-bound element at the beginning of the sentence every time, but for her, it gets the wheels turning. So similar to how I gave you my personal tip, when I find like the objective looks really long, my first thing I check is that I don't have 2 action verbs in there. When Beth gets stuck trying to brainstorm with folks what a SMART objective will be, she starts with the time element, sees what flows from there. So what I want to do is look at an example, see if we can find, sort of like we're on a bit of a search and find. We're like playing, I loved that Highlights magazine when I was growing up, and now I love that my nephews still even get to love it as they're growing up. But we're going to go on like one of those search and finds. But what we're searching for are our SMART elements. So the objective on the screen, by the end of the school year, district health educators will have delivered lessons on assertive communication skills to 90% of youth participants in the middle school HIV prevention curriculum. All right, so what do we have? We have a lot of specifics in there. We'll flag that there's district health educators, there's youth participants. Again, if we go back to what we were considering for what specific gives us, we're thinking about who is going to do some stuff, what's going to happen. So our who is what I'm highlighting here. For our measurable component, we've got 90% of youth participants. Okay, yeah. Does anybody have a sense of how many participants there are based on what you can see on the screen right now? If you do, let me know in the chat. Approximately how many youth participants do we think this is? Nope, you're like, Diane, I don't. All I know is that it's 90%. Let's have a little fun with this. Could you type in the chat for me, please, approximately how many youth in your community are in your middle school? I know you don't have the enrollment numbers memorized, but just roughly. Like, are you in a small district? Are you in a super big urban district? How many middle schoolers do you think there are just roughly enrolled in your school? Now, let's see, I got to do some quick math here. And yep. Oh, I'm like Michelle. Okay. My district's at like about 150, maybe a few over this year if I was guessing, because for me, middle school is 6, 7, 8. But then I'm looking at some of these other numbers and I'm like, whoa, 2,000 for Dawn. Much bigger school district. Michaela at 450. Still, I'm like, wow, it feels like a lot bigger. So the reason I wanted to know such a random number about your own community where you live is that if we were reading this and we didn't have an additional detail about what that 90% is based on, our first instinct in reviewing this, serving as a grant maker, is that we're going to think about our own community. And we might be really wrong in that assumption because our experience is, well, it's just that based on our own community, but like, whoa, big difference between 120 and 2,000 is the range that we saw. So instead, putting in, say, if we did something like communication skills to 90% of youth participants and called that out as 150. Just type that into the chat so you could see what I mean. All of a sudden, now there's a great deal more clarity about the measurement, our N value, and what percent we expect. Now, of course, you did still leave your dear grant maker to figure out what is 90% of 150, either with a quick calculator or with some mental math, but at least they now have more elements out of their equation to understand what you will be measuring and what is the reach, what is the potential impact for the program. Now, achievable. I have pointed to some things. Can we really judge if it's achievable? Because I did not show you the budget or the timeline for the overall project and grant. Nope, pretty tricky. Can't really say. All right, wait, same thing. Diane, you didn't show us a goal. So how do I know that this is truly realistic? Oh, exactly the same problem. You don't have all the information. So instead, we would just be wordsmithing. And what we'd be asking questions about for both achievable and realistic are really around the specifics to try and ascertain if maybe we think it could be achievable or realistic. But we truly need to have other information to determine those. All right, and the last one, what do we find? Time limited. By the end of the school year. Excellent. Oh, wait a second, I have another question. What month does school end in your community? Could you let me know in your meeting chat? Even better if you tell me like what period of the month. Oh, look at all those folks in May. Oh man, my children are going to be jealous about that because we are late June. But of course, we don't go back to school until early September. Beginning of June, mid-May, second week of June. Yeah. So when we're thinking about grant makers that are all around the country, does it make a big difference that they just assumed probably very different periods of time? I don't know. I'm not sure that this is a huge deal that by the end of the school year, for some you mean May, for some you mean June. For me, I would have thought late June. Is it really a deal breaker for their understanding? I'm gonna go with no. It's not a deal breaker. It is a different level of understanding, certainly, but it is not as important as what we learned by thinking about the size of our youth participants that we were talking about. But we certainly could have given a more specific answer, more specific text, so that it was clear to the reviewer, what do we really mean on the calendar? Now, thank you for having fun with that one with me. I appreciate it, but it shows how different reviewers' assumptions can be based on something as just truly factual as where they are based can change their understanding of who you are and what you're proposing. We want to take that assumption risk out of our SMART objectives. Now this time you are welcome. I am giving you the goal to increase family caregivers' understanding of how to manage difficult behaviors in those with Alzheimer's disease so they can remain in their home environment instead of long-term care. Okay, so if that's our goal, let me put it up on the screen at the same time as the objective. This time, what I would love to hear from you in the meeting chat is, what do you think is missing? You could type in S, M, A, R, or T. What do you think is missing from this objective? Go ahead and let me know in the meeting chat. S, M, A, R, or T. What do you think is missing? All right, time. Absolutely, we are missing the time element. Now, what else is missing? I would argue that because the S, so the specifics, and the M, the measurement, are weak, we would say that the A and the R would also be missing. If we look at this objective, 90% of family caregivers, I have the same big picture concern that I had in that youth education one. I mean, how many family caregivers are we talking about? Just my community in far, far upstate New York? All of New York State? The whole country? I don't know. Not clear. And where do these caregivers come from? Are they receiving services from like the Office of Aging? Where are they coming from? So there's so many questions about the specifics related to the size of the group and where they come from. Like, oh boy, definitely going to be difficult to understand if it's truly attainable, even if I did have the budget and the timeline right in front of me. Check out this smarter objective. By the end of the calendar year, 90% of family caregivers utilizing the Alzheimer's Association Adult Day Program will have participated in the Family Caregiver Education Series and will self-report an increased understanding of how to handle difficult behaviors from those with dementia in their home environment. We know a whole lot more, don't we? Does anyone have any feedback on the SMARTER objective and how they might still make it even smarter? Jesse, oh, gold star. You were listening to what I said. You're like, well, Diane, stop. There's 2 action verbs. It's super long. And so you're right to go, wait a second. Could I split it? So where some people then get stuck is they're like, but I'm being redundant. By the end of the calendar year, 90% of family caregivers utilizing the program will have participated in the series. Then I have to say it again. By the end of the calendar year, 90% of family caregivers will self-report an increased understanding. Yes, you could, because now it is super clear and there's no question for your reviewers. Now I'm like 90%, I still don't understand my N size. Am I talking about 50 caregivers? Am I talking about 500 caregivers? I still don't know. So it got better, but by trying to make it bigger, there was actually more in there, and it could have actually been confusing. Well done. All right, let's do one more, shall we? Teachers will be trained on the selected scientifically based health education curriculum. Please let me know in the meeting chat what is missing. SMART. What might be missing? What do we think is missing? SMAR or T? Oh, we've got a lot of options for what are missing. Lots of options. Yeah, you're right. Like, oh boy. Now, to be fair, there's a fair amount that's missing. But let's pretend that, wait a second, we're not pretending. You're all awesome grant writers, grant professionals, regardless of title. You're like, so Diane, this is all that I know right now. I know that I heard my colleagues talking about how teachers in our school will be trained on a scientifically based health education curriculum. It's literally all I know. So if that's what you put forward in your draft, you're right. It's missing these things. How could we build it out? So there is a structure that a colleague of ours often presents about. It's called MSU. Cheryl Kester, who is the co-author of a fantastic, although at this point it's a little outdated for its publishing date, but she wrote a book for Charity Channel called Writing to Win Federal Grants. Great book, if you can still get it, Cheryl Kester. But she also did a great 10-minute presentation for our team at the Learn Grants Online Summit a few years ago, where she talked about, you guessed it, MSU, making stuff up. And it's not that you're making stuff up, but rather it's that you're giving structure so that your colleagues can give you information. So maybe you don't know the period of time. By year question mark of the project, question mark staff will have trained question mark percent of health education teachers in the school district. Okay? So you can build spaces for what you want. It feels a little bit like you're building your own Mad Libs game, if you've ever played that game. It's an old school one, but I know that they still exist. I've seen my kids have them over the years. But so if you build the space where in the statement you want information from your colleague, That's what the making stuff up structure really is that Cheryl's talking about. It is not making up information. Absolutely not. It's giving the structure to show, listen, I have blanks here right now. This is what I need in order to have a smarter objective. Can you fill in this blank? That's why it feels a little bit like Mad Libs. The reason that that is so powerful with members of your organization or a collaborative partner or the subject matter expert you need to get information from is that that produces a very specific response from them, something that might feel lightweight. Dare I even say easy? That they could reply to quickly. They're not trying to draft an entire objective. They're not at this point editing. You're not saying, hey, please review this page of objectives and let me know if you have any feedback. That is like, and just whew, that can stop somebody in their track. I've got a long list of things to do and you want me to read all this right now? But if you say, listen, I've got 4 comments in here. If you could help give me these 4 specific things, I can do some more drafting and I'll have them for your full review next week or whatever it might be. But it's something much more actionable. And so that structure, again, Cheryl Kester talks about it as making stuff up, but we find it incredibly helpful in objective drafting. And thank you. Megan has put the link to where you could go find that recording with Cheryl, as well as any of the other 10-minute presentations. Now, what I would love to have happen now is for you to start typing some objectives in the meeting chat. There are some prompts for you to think about as you're thinking about writing your SMART objectives. I would love to see everyone share at least one SMART objective. Now, I'm not saying you have to draft it from scratch right now. You might have a SMART objective that's like right on hand at, your computer while you're sitting here online. Great, that's fine. If you're like, oh, I just wrote this yesterday, let me put it in here and get feedback. Not mad about that. I think that's brilliant. Yes, please. But I would love to have everyone enter at least one SMART objective so we can give each other some feedback, ask some questions. We're all fresh eyes, which means we've got the perspective to help you kind of button things up, see if you might have some unanswered questions that might come up for a reviewer. The reason that I want you to do this exercise and why it's an important part of pre-planning is that after you do your theory of change, after you finish your logic model draft, if you can get SMART objectives drafted before you start to have a deadline clock that's ticking on you, you are, talk about a running head start. Like at my cross country race example I gave earlier today, you are leaps and bounds ahead of your competition. It means you're going to have all sorts of extra time to fine tune the application, dot every I, cross every T, go for an extra peer review or an extra mock review. That's what you're building the time for by doing this work, this pre-planning work in advance. And if you feel so confident and so certain about the program or project you want to put forward, your SMART objectives shouldn't be changing dramatically based on what actually opens in the process. Maybe a little fine tuning here or there. But, oh, and if you are driving, please, by all means, this is not something you can do. Oh my goodness. Rosalind, I'm not sure how you even typed that at us. Okay, so I'm looking for everyone who is able safely to type SMART objectives into the meeting chat to please do so. I get it. Might not be physically possible for everyone where you are in your moment. So as you are able, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Yeah, we're going to go with 5. We're going to say 5 minutes, please, to type in at least one SMART objective. If you're able to do more, that's fine. Here's part 2. Once you have typed in your SMART objective, please read what other people have written. And if you are willing, please provide them with feedback. It can be in the form of a reaction, like a thumbs up or other sort of emoji reaction, or you could go ahead and give some more concrete feedback about what you're reading. But that's what I would ask you to do for the next 5 minutes as you think about SMART objectives. Type in at least one related to your work into the meeting chat, and then please read others that are being shared and give some form of reaction or feedback. Any questions before I start your timer? Okay, seeing no questions, the timer has begun. 5 minutes on SMART objectives. Just checking in to make sure there weren't any questions on what I was asking of you. I'm asking everyone to type in at least one SMART objective into the meeting chat. You're a little past halfway in the 5 minutes that I gave. It's totally okay if you grab a SMART objective from something you've been working on recently. On the screen, I had some prompts to help. I know it does take a minute to type. Okay, I'm starting to see some come in, but I just want to make sure everybody's good. If I need to, I could certainly extend the time. I feel like I might need to, but you've got a minute and a half left. I'm looking for you to draft at least one objective and share it in the meeting chat. Then to please review what others have typed in and give them some feedback. All right, you couldn't hear the chimes going off on my side as we were getting to our 5 minute mark. Ooh, look at the things that are coming into the meeting chat. Amazing. Okay, so continue to type in. I'm now going to give I'm going to give 5 minutes because there's like all sorts of stuff happening here. And now I want you to be able to read each other's and give feedback. So you should, let's see, you can definitely give reactions within the meeting chat. And what I would encourage you to do is if you want to give someone specific feedback. So say, for example, you wanted to give Karina specific feedback, I would encourage us to say at Karina and give feedback. But let's take 5 minutes to please read through what folks have shared in the meeting chat, or if you're still typing yours, please do finish it. But let's try to give feedback to at least one or two other people, either in the form of emoji reactions or an at comment in the meeting chat, so that everybody can have the benefit of some new fresh eyes on their SMART objectives. Sound good? We'll set the timer for 5 minutes so that everyone can read and give some feedback to each other. I can't even believe how fast those 5 minutes went. I'm looking at, I didn't even get through all of them, so I'm not sure that you could have either. This is such amazing feedback that you're giving each other. I mean, feedback is such a gift when it comes to getting fresh eyes and trying to think about how do you strengthen it for someone who's reading about your work for the first time. And one of the common things that I'm seeing come out in what I've asked as well as what you're asking each other, some of those nuances. How many youth? Saw that come out in a few. I was about to type it in another one to Julio. When we think about repeating ourselves, when you write it in a tiny little, response in the chat, it feels like we're being repetitive. But when we see how they look as individual objectives, like the way I have the worksheet on the screen, number 1, number 2, number 3. Sometimes in different portals or templates from the funders, they are incredibly distinct. It is not a flowing narrative. So I encourage you to think about how each objective stands on its own. Each objective by itself should be SMART. And you're right. We need to see things to determine our A and our R if they're really there. So the way to think about it is each one on its own should stand for the specifics you provide, for the measurement components you put in there, and for the time limited elements. Those should always stand on their own. And so for like a few of you, there were 2 or 3 things that you had, and in just that chat, it would feel super redundant to type it out lots of times, even just the redundancy of typing out like 5 for houses for Michaela. But once you see your objective statements, you want it to be crystal clear that it is indeed the same so that a reviewer is never left asking, wait a second, is that the same number all the way across? That's why we want to be thoughtful about that. Oh, but again, such nice work. 1, typing out your SMART objectives. 2, giving each other such meaningful feedback. When we're in the next exercise and also on the break, I'm going to continue to go through because I did not get to give everyone feedback and I certainly do want to. Yeah, Megan, agreed. Hand clapping, kudos, celebration to everyone for putting together such great drafts. And that's on your own. I'm guessing in that very short period of time, you didn't have the opportunity to ask any colleagues for input. So maybe your next challenge is to take out of the chat and the feedback that your colleagues here gave you in the training and build out some structure to ask for input from other members of your grant team. See what other details you can add in to make them even stronger. So if we go from theory of change to logic model to SMART objectives, where do we head next? Well, I wasn't going to say you guessed it, it's on your screen. Creating work plans. When we think about a work plan, sometimes grant makers give us templates. Other times they ask for a work plan, but they do not give a template. Other times they ask us in narrative structure to describe our key activities. But most grant makers want to know about our key activities. They just have a variety of ways that they're trying to get the information. I have this little org chart looking structure on the screen. When you think about your goal, every goal needs to have at least one objective. But it could have more. Could have 2, could have 3, could have 5. You were just writing your SMART objectives, and you knew that they were relevant because they were connected to your goal. Each objective should have at least one activity, but it could have more. It could have 2. It could have 4. It is no longer the portal that New York State uses. They had a custom portal called Grants Gateway. And it had this lovely, that's me being sarcastic, this lovely way that the work plan would roll out your next blank you could fill in. You would type in your goal and then it would be like, oh, you have a goal? Hey, you should fill in an objective. And you would fill in an objective and then it'd be like, oh, cool. You should tell us about your activity. And then you'd type in an activity and be like, oh, cool. Could you tell us about how you're going to measure that? And you're like, yeah. And you're like, but wait, this one has 2 objectives. And then you had to go through the whole chain again. And it used to, frankly, frustrate me because of how you couldn't like see it all until you entered something and then it would like roll out the next question. They moved to a new portal, also of New York State's design. And guess what? Same structure is still there. I can see it in a slightly different way, so I'm not quite as cantankerous about it. But the reason it's actually lovely is that it ensures that no one skips a level. That for every goal, there is at least one objective. For every objective, there is at least one activity. In their case, for every activity, there's at least one measurable component that they want you to call out. So it's super crystal clear, and it won't let you submit if you missed a step. It would actually give you errors like, sorry, you missed a step. I want you to kind of think about that as you're considering work plans. When you look at your objectives that you've been writing, we were thinking about the specifics that are meaningful. How many youth? What grades are we talking about? What communities are we in? How many homes are we talking about? What do some of those acronyms mean? Those are all things that help make it so that we're not assuming any knowledge on the part of the reviewer. When we think about a work plan, I'm wondering how many of you have worked in a grant application that has a required work plan format or template? Could you let me know if you have in the meeting chat? Y for yes, N for no. When we look at a key activity list or space within some of these templates that funders give us, what's interesting is that you quickly realize, wait a second, there's not a lot of space. So am I going to type in a super tiny font, or what am I going to include here? Right? That's what it usually brings to mind for me. And so that's a good reminder for you that this is not like your to-do list for implementing the project. Rather, it's probably a compilation of higher level tasks if you still wanted to think about them as like items to cross off, but they have to be things that you can measure. It happened, and so what? So it's not teeny tiny little tasks, but rather probably a combination of many tasks into something higher level, because maybe you've got like one page to fill this out. You can't put in all the nuanced activities that are going to take place with all of your staff over the entire grant award period. So you have to be very selective. Whatever you do include, though, you need to tell the grant maker who is the primary staff person that is responsible for this. It could be that it will take lots of people to get this done, but who is the one that is really in charge of it? And you might make that choice based on who has the right expertise to be in charge of said thing. Why am I highlighting the staff? Because when we talk about budget in our last hour together, the people that you put in your work plan had better be included in your grant budget, or it will make your reviewer, your grant maker, have many questions. Your work plan also usually wants to know when within the period of performance is it going to happen. Is it happening every week? Is it happening every quarter? Is it happening every other month? When is it happening? They want to be able to visualize over the year or the 2 years, whatever it might be. They want to be able to understand the flow of these high level activities. Now, your work plan activity is a rather fast one. I want you to think about your project or program. The one that you have, yes, typed into the meeting chat about for your SMART objective. I want you to think about that program. And this work plan template, this is, option 1. You can check a box. There's 12 months. It starts September, so each month is represented by a letter. This was a template given by Health and Human Services Department. So you would check a box for when the activity happens. This is option 1. This work plan is option 2. Same application, but the funder gave applicants a choice. Do you want to use this one or that one? It's up to you as an applicant. You decide. This one still requests all the same information, but the activity timeline would be a word or phrase you would type in. So it was a tiny box. It's at the bottom right-hand corner, but you'd type in something like quarterly, monthly, bi-weekly. So you get to decide in the meeting chat. Number 1 is you think the best way for your program, or 2, the text-based is better for your program. It's opinion. There's not a right or wrong answer. It's not a gotcha sort of thing. The funder gave you 2 options. You get to pick which one helps tell your story better. The visual layout of your activities. So go ahead and type number 1 into the meeting chat, or number 2, the word or the phrase in the bottom right-hand corner. No right or wrong. This one's always fun because I just never know which one's going to get folks excited. Number 1, the table in the middle. Number 2, the word or phrase in the bottom right-hand corner. Oh my goodness, you're almost all are you unanimous? I haven't seen a number 2 yet. My goodness. All right. That might be unanimous today. Well, you just never know. But it's always about your program, your project. That's what's most important. All right, so let's take a break. You did that hard choice. Which work plan template is going to be best for you? I think you have earned your final break of class. Wow, how time flies when we're having fun with grants. I have 6:32, which means 6:42 will return from break. All right, folks, we are in the final segment. That was your final break. I hope that you got some extra hydration or caffeination. Around my desk, I am just about out of all things hydration related. I've gone through them all. So now we're just onto the very large purple Contigo full of water. And so I'm amazed by all the great SMART objectives that everyone put into the chat. I tried to get to a little more feedback on the break, but I also was super thirsty. So it took me a second. But in our final time together, I want to look a little bit more at some of our work plan related things and how we're connecting some dots across our logic model and our SMART objectives and our work plans. By having those, it makes writing the narrative, I will never say easy, I will always say instead faster, smoother, less stressful. Yes, maybe easier, but never easy. So if we think about our outcomes, your outcomes are what you are predicting, what you expect to achieve. They're your results. And so those outcomes that are, wait a second, which program design document did we build those in today? That's right, our logic model. So our outcomes in our logic model are directly related to our program goal and our SMART objectives. So even though our SMART objectives are not demonstrated, aren't shown within a logic model template, usually we need to make sure that they are well connected. Here is how you could think about it. So if your goal has to have at least one objective, the image on the screen shows that it has two. An objective needs to have at least one activity. In the image on the screen, on the right-hand side, it has one. On the left-hand side, it has two. Each activity, drum roll please, yes, needs to have at least one outcome. Do you think that the outcomes in your work plan should be or can be the same as your logic model outcomes? Could you let me know, please, in the meeting chat, do you think that the outcomes in your work plan can be or should be the same in your logic model? So your options are can and should. Should the outcomes in your work plan be the same as your logic model, or is it that they can be the same? Let me know what you think in the meeting chat. You would think I was trying to trick you. You're right, they should be. Might you say, Diane, but I've got an extra one that's going in the work plan, or I have an extra one that fit in the logic model that doesn't fit in the work plan. Oh, I get it. They have different spacing requirements, different font sizes. You might feel like there could be a little space to provide some extra outcomes. And I told you before, I don't lightly use the word should. I don't like it. But this is a case where we should. I almost want to say we must have alignment. I'll go with should for now. You should have the same outcomes across your work plan template and your logic model. If you were to give both attachments to a grant maker, you don't want them to wonder, wait, why'd you leave one off here but not the other? It is not every grant application where you get to show both design documents, but if you do both, please make sure that they are the same across both. We want consistency across all design elements so that our grant makers are seeing us present an additive, consistent story, one that they want to be excited about, compelled about, to advocate for. We don't want them wondering, wait, why is one missing here? Maybe that other one in the other document doesn't belong. All right, well done on that question. Now, as we think about our outcomes, and as we think about what we are measuring, and as we think about what grant makers might be looking for in terms of how we define our success, many grant makers like to use phrases like key performance indicators or KPIs. Has anyone seen a grant maker use KPIs or key performance indicators in a grant application? Go ahead and let me know in the meeting chat if that's something you've seen. KPIs or key performance indicators. So some have, not all. Now that we've talked about it, you're going to see it everywhere. You're going to be like, oh, look, there it is. Saw it again. It definitely is something that is picking up usage. KPIs are really common in the business space, and so that's what then brings it into the nonprofit space. There's nothing wrong with thinking about key performance indicators, but in terms of usage, it certainly has increased. So there are two types of indicators for you to consider. Leading indicators measure progress toward a goal and your likelihood to hit a goal. On the other hand, lagging indicators are measuring your actual performance on a goal by reporting on results. Now, is a grant maker going to ask you the difference between the two? No, there's not going to be a pop quiz on that one. They're not going to ask you, please define leading versus lagging indicators. In fact, they usually won't use either phrase. What's usually going to happen is that they will broadly talk about key performance indicators or KPIs. But I like for you to understand at a high level the difference between the two, because there can be things that happen along the way in a, let's say, it could even be a one-year project, but let's say it's a multi-year project. There are things that you could measure along the way to say, oh, I feel really confident. We're going to absolutely, this is going to be a wonderful success. We're going to exceed all expectations. And they'll say, well, how do you know that? You didn't finish it. Those are your leading indicators that are giving you the confidence that you're going to meet that longer term goal. A lagging indicator is you look back and you're like, oh, look at that. We did it. We served more students than we thought we would. See, here's my proof. That's lagging. It's saying, here's what's actually happened because we're reporting on the results versus, wow, I think we're going to exceed the number of students that we're going to serve by an awful lot, and here's why. Regardless of whether they are leading or lagging, just a few little thoughts for you to consider about an indicator. Where they show up is usually related to the work plan. Usually. Sometimes they show up as a narrative question, so it might feel like it's somewhere astray on its own, but usually they show up somewhere with a work plan involved. They're quantifiable. They are things that you know you can measure. They are things you can count. They are things you can report on. Remember how when we talked about evaluation a while back? And I was like, what do you want to measure? What can you measure? How much is it going to cost? Who's going to measure it? Where are you going to store it? How are you going to analyze it? You want to be sure that the indicators you list in a grant application or in a work plan template are absolutely things that you have a system in place to collect and count, to collect and analyze, to do percentages on. You want to have the systems in place. Talk to your grant team members who are in charge of such things before you list any indicators. Things like indicators in a grant application become really stressful during implementation and reporting if those who will be doing the work and who will be doing the evaluation work are not part of the conversation early on. So pro tip from having seen it be lots of stressful stuff for organizations, if you have to list indicators, walk the actual, how do we collect it? Where do we collect it? How will we get it out for the report when it's time? Now, drum roll, please. Folks, we made it to the budget section. Who would have thought when Maggie first walked you through pre-planning today and said, okay, you found an opportunity, you know what you want to get money for, let's talk about theory of change, and then let's build a logic model, and then let's build our work plan, and then let's build our budget. Did you think we would make it through such meaty program design information in just one day? I know, right? I'm impressed by you as well. Here's the thing to remember. We walked through this and did some hands-on exercises that were mini drafting times, like what you might do with your colleagues. But this is a condensed version. When you set on your calendar the idea for pre-planning, I would set aside multiple chunks of time. Maybe if you can get everybody together for 60 minutes, that'd be amazing. I know that's hard on calendars. If you could get 90 minutes, oh my goodness. But take it one design element at a time. Take it theory of change first if you don't have one. Take it logic model second, then work plan. You don't have to do it in one long session, because if you're doing pre-planning for something that is forecasted or expected to open, you are not working against the pressure of a deadline at this point. So time is on your side. This is the advantage of that running race head start, that you don't have to crunch it all in the same week, that you don't have to crunch it all into one day. You can spread it out in a way that is a little more sustainable for everyone involved. Now, at any point, certainly an application could open and you'd be like, well, hey, at least we got the theory of change and the logic model done. Or, hey, at least we got the theory of change and the logic model and our SMART objectives done. I'd be applauding and celebrating in all sorts of ways for you if you made it through a few of the steps before something forecasted opened. But if things are really going in your favor, if things are cruising along, we want to think about budget before it opens, before that deadline process really kicks off, before we get started and we can see that apply button. The budget is absolutely that cherry on top of an ice cream sundae, if that's a flavor preference. That is the best thing that we can get to. And then we can say, all right, now we let it sit. Now we let all our design elements sit and percolate, and we're going to let it shake out, see what it looks like when it opens. This would be where you would stop once we get our budget drafted. So here's what I'm looking for. The idea is that every budget document tells a story. And so similarly to how with our logic model, I told you we're going to build your logic model, then eventually you're going to translate it into the grant makers. The same is true when it comes time to think about your budget for the project or program. You need to know your numbers first. And also, what is the work that you did to get there? Like literally showing formulas. How did you calculate these numbers? Then later on, once the process opens, then we can go ahead and customize to the grant maker's form. So the first question is, what is your total cost? For the project or program that you've been using as your example all the way through today, could you please let me know approximately what your total cost is, roughly? Are we talking like 75,000, 750,000, 7.5 million? I know we've got a really wide range of work that you represent here in the room. So if you could let me know in the meeting chat, approximately what is your total budget? And there's no judgment in how few or how many zeros you have. All right. Oh, and we are getting a wide range: 35,000, 415,000, 700 and oh no, 7.5 million, 15 million, 7 million. Yeah, wide range, lots of zeros. So how do you know that that's your number? Well, you probably worked with your finance team to fill out some budget form. I'm guessing. And it tells you what's your total cost. Now, this is a very simplified expense class category budget. It could certainly be far more complicated, especially if you're talking about construction. But the idea is that your tribal organization should be using an internal budget structure that aligns with your accounting software, so that you say, this is how much this will cost us. I could report on this at any time. Click a button. Okay, maybe click 2 or 3 buttons in the accounting software, but I could click a button and I could tell you how much you spent against this project. No translation needed, no fancy things. I could tell you against our normal accounting class categories in our tribal organization how much you spent against this project. That's our ideal. I also want it to be able to, as a structure, tell us how much revenue has supported that, because not every project is going to be funded by only one grant. Sometimes they're going to be funded by multiple grants. The reason that having this budget internally determined is so that, yes, you know the number. How much do I have to find? How much do I need to ask for? The research you're going to do, like Michelle and Michaela in the $7 million range versus what Jesse has happening at 415,000, you're looking for very different types of funding programs when you're talking about dollars of such different sizes. And there's nothing wrong with either one. They're right sized for what they are, but that tells you, whoa, I don't want to ask for, and I mean, I'm making assumptions, but like Michaela, you probably wouldn't want to write what? Just $100,000 grants until you reach 7.5 million. I mean, if you had to, maybe you would, but wow, would that take a lot of grants written at that size to reach your total of 7.5 million. But on the other hand, Tracy, you're like, whoa, I mean, I'd take $100,000. Yeah, that's more than I need. I could make this bigger. Jesse, you're probably like, wow, if I got $100,000, I'd only have to do that 4 times and I'd be done, give or take. So your budget amount does dictate what types of grants are you considering and where are you going to get the return on investment. What types of grant makers are actually making awards that are the right size for you? If we're thinking about our government grants, I know Maggie showed you usaspending.gov. That shows us recent awards for specific types of programs so that we can see what is the real award amount that people are getting. That's like looking at recent and past grantees. That can help us decide how much we're going to ask for. You might say, Diane, I mean, I thought I was just going to apply for what the grant maker made available. Well, yes, that is true. But when we think about our grant applications and what it is that we're putting forward, you have put forward a very specific program design. And you've done that based on your expertise, yours and your colleagues' expertise. And what you're thinking about is, how much does it cost to implement our ideal program, our ideal project, without cutting any sort of corners in terms of best program design or best materials for our construction, whatever it might be. We don't want to cut any corners. We want to do it exactly the way we have designed it. Does that sound like what everybody wants to do? Yeah, okay, good. I thought so. So when we think about what we've been designing, we've been talking about your program ideals. We've been talking about the best way that you want to approach a particular project or program design, how you're going to communicate that to a grant maker. How are we going to balance our program design with our budget design? We need to show our work. I'm wondering, did anyone here love math class when they were in school? Whether you're thinking back to like K-12 education or you're thinking about something higher ed, but like, did anybody love math? Okay, Sierra, I see you did, and I did too. Loved math. I never went past calculus, but I loved it. And even today, I'm like, oh, let's talk about the Pythagorean theorem. Sure, that sounds like fun. I get it. That's like, still rather just basic math, but I love it. So the thing, whether you liked math class or not, I get it. Some of you are like, no, thank you, right? I chose to be a writer, don't love math. I hear you. But there is something that is common that math teachers of all education levels for what they're teaching will say. And I say this with some pretty strong confidence. My sister-in-law is a math teacher. Yeah, show your work or you won't get credit. Sound familiar? Math teachers all over say things like that. Show your work or you won't get credit. So you typed into the meeting chat exactly what I asked, which was the number for your total budget. How did you get the number? Well, I'm guessing that folks in finance did some pretty detailed work to think about which class categories and which staff and what fringe rates and what is your approved indirect cost rate and. When we're thinking about the budget and this pre-planning work, what we want to do initially is we want to check ourselves. Is the design that we have put forward and the rough numbers from our finance team, do they confirm that we could do this work for approximately what we think is going to be available? So, Karina, you said that you're looking for $15 million. But what if what really happened is you then found an opportunity and you're like, oh, this is going to be perfect. And I think for my budget right now, for my ideal design, I need 15 million. This grant opportunity is only going to fund 5 million. That's only 1/3 of what your design says you need. Do you go for it? Do you not? Oh, you were giving me your whole budget. It's okay. It still works for the example. If the budget for the project is either too small or too big compared to what is going to open or what is expected to open, now you are, as the facilitator, as the grant writer, the grant professional, you are left with going back to the program team and saying, okay, so after we talked about all our awesome stuff in the logic model, here's how much it comes out to roughly from finance. And that's more, or that's far less than what it looks like they actually give for this grant. So do we want to go forward or do we want to go look for a different grant? Or do we want to change our program design? Those are the types of conversations that happen once you've laid out just enough responsibly to understand your program design and just enough responsibly in your budget to understand the broad strokes of the cost. Now you can compare them and see what's really feasible. This is the stage where some folks who might be in the pre-planning phase, working towards an upcoming deadline that will open, this might be where they set it down. They're like, oh, wow. I mean, we learned a lot, but this isn't going to be right for us. Or they say, actually, okay, we could modify our staffing plan a little bit. I think we're actually going to be able to do what we're thinking, what'll make us really fit our community need. But yeah, we're going to be able to bring the cost down a little bit. But if we don't have that balancing conversation now, it's going to be happening instead when we're getting really close to the deadline and it's really hard to dig in and change program design elements, which also then waterfall into everything in the narrative and every attachment. So it's to our advantage to try and look at and confirm alignment with program design, anticipated overall budget, and what we expect the grant maker to have available. Now, how might we prove and show our work? The work that your finance team does during this pre-planning phase is going to be the basis for your budget justification, for your budget narrative. When I first was working on large government grants, to remember, I came from the foundation side. I was a grant maker. So foundation budget forms didn't scare me. They were rather small, sometimes quirky, but rather small. Then I got into big federal grants, and they were always asking for a budget narrative or a budget justification. It's like, I already wrote a narrative for you. You want more? Since then, I have really come to love a budget narrative because often they don't have page limits, and it gives you the chance to really explain and show how detailed your design process was in getting to not only the budget itself, but also the level of thought you have put into your program design. Now, at this super high level example on the screen, I'm showing you what might be the opening of a budget justification. Dear grant maker, right? You're asking for 2.569 million and change. Now that is not a round number. And if you look at it across the 5 years on the screen, wait a second. None of the years are the same amount. It is a decreasing amount from that kickoff in year 1 until year 5. If we didn't show a justification, what would a grant maker assume? That year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are an even split, that it's about $500,000 per year. And the assumption would have been wrong. And it would have been to our detriment. We would have lost the point if we had let the grant maker make that assumption. So our budget justification is giving us the opportunity to show our work, to keep our reviewers from making any assumptions about our number. I also quickly learned when I moved from the foundation space to the government space many, many years ago that multi-tab spreadsheets could be our best friend. And I say could be because, oh, Sierra, I see your comment in the meeting chat. The only thing annoying about a HUD form was that it didn't calculate once you hit the second page, right? I'm with you. These multi-tab spreadsheets can be amazing because if they're designed and error-free, it could be that you fill something in one spot and then it rolls to the next, and it makes it really nice for you to help present your information in the way that the grant maker wants. So this example on the screen, instead of having to literally type out a narrative, what the grant maker wanted was to fully fill out this multi-tab spreadsheet so that they could see all of the work for how you got your number. They didn't even want you to type out position descriptions outside of the spreadsheet. They wanted it right in the spreadsheet, so it was all in one place. To me, that's great because that means that the grant maker has trained their reviewers, their staff on this form. So if you use their form and you fill it out completely, people will know where to look for bits of information. So that can be a real advantage. But to Sierra's point, yeah, if those multi-tab pieces don't roll up, oh boy, now we're making requests to the help desk, emailing, calling, whatever we can do to try and get to the grant maker because we need it to work. If a grant maker gives us a form related to their budget justification process, we need to use it. We don't want to disrespect their process. They might not even allow you to use something different. But even if they did say, you may use our template or one of your own choosing, never pick the of our own choosing. Always follow the optional template that the grant maker gave you. It is what their staff is trained on. It is what they are most likely to be able to review and digest quickly, which makes them smile. I like this particular example, this multi-tab spreadsheet. When we think about our justification, what sort of things are you asking finance to help document how they got to their number? Position titles, full-time equivalent, annualized rate of pay. Now, did it matter when you were first doing your budgeting if your finance team split out professional versus support staff? No. Does it matter that every position title listed, whether under professional or support staff, does it matter that those titles are all visible in your work plan and your logic model under resources? Yes, that part matters. But at the initial design, did it matter if you split them by professional or support? No. Was it helpful to see how a grant maker defined the information that they would count as showing your work for purchased services versus supplies and materials? Sure. Helpful to see what's meaningful for them. And it might also give you ideas on how you might build your own justification if formatting was wide open. You can write anything you want. Is that always the case? Absolutely not. Lots of times, templates, or heavily suggested structure. For example, I think, yeah, it's SAMHSA. So substance abuse and mental health services gives a sample budget justification for your consideration, for your review. Yeah, let's follow that, right? Let's follow that structure. There's a reason they're giving it to you. They think it's clear. They think it's the key information they want. Definitely follow it. But here is the exercise that I would love to have us complete together. I want you to think about what it feels like to be a reviewer when you think about your budget justification, because this helps you from the very beginning when you're doing pre-planning work to ask thoughtful questions that, quite frankly, keep your reviewers, which would be many months down the line before they're going to see this, but it will keep your reviewers from feeling like they are in algebra class. Now, I know we've got a mix of emotions about math class. Some of us love it, not all of us. But let's take a look at this one. Don't get your calculator. Don't reach for your phone and open your calculator app. Those are all off limits, please. Just super quick. If you could type into the meeting chat for me how many miles you can drive if I tell you that I'm going to pay you back 56 cents a mile and I'm going to give you $1,762.56 a year. Could you just real quick type into the meeting chat for me how many miles you're going to go? Just real quick, super fast. Oh, okay, right. So if I could see you all on camera, you would have just thrown something at me. Now, there's some really, yes, back of the envelope, quick mental calculations that some of you might be able to do, to which I applaud you, especially after hours in a grant training. Because I'm like, oh, mental math gets longer and harder to do the longer we're in a training, at least for me. But what's really happening? The way that I quickly rattled off that word problem. Hey, how many miles can you go? Right? That just made a reviewer solve for a variable. That's so mean. Yeah, you're right. It's the total cost divided by the amount per mile. I agree with you. But you should never, ever make your grant reviewer, whether this is government or foundation, actually same statement, you should never make them solve for a variable. You should never make them want to reach for their calculator. So if maybe the finance team says to you, okay, so our current reimbursement rate is 56 cents a mile. I get how old school that is. It's like 70 cents, isn't it right now? Maybe. But okay, here's our mileage rate. And so here's how much I've put in the budget. Is that enough? Like, hold on, let me do the math. Oh, okay, here's how many miles it actually is. Document that. Keep notes about it. You're going to want to put that into the application later on. You're going to want to reconfirm that those are all of the formula details so that your reviewer never tries to solve for a variable. Whether the variable is X, Y, or Z doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if the reviewer liked algebra class, never make them solve equations. I know that was super strong and soapboxy. I know, I'm sorry, that was really strong. But it is such a terrible way to lose points in your application after you've put in all this pre-planning work. And the time that you're going to hear all of the details for how these numbers were reached is actually most likely to be at the very beginning right now when you're doing pre-planning. So make sure that you write down all of the details that you hear. Here is how we reached the number. And if for some reason you didn't hear how did we reach that number, now is the time to ask before anyone forgets. Hey, how did we decide on $2,500 for supplies? Write down what they say. It is unlikely that they said, oh, no, we just picked a number out of thin air. That's not what they're going to say. They'll tell you how they reached that number. It might be based on past performance, past expenditures, but there's going to be something for a logical explanation for why they put in the number they did. So make sure that all of your work is documented so that when you build your budget justification, you have all of your details in the formula included. One last example. And the reason why I wanted to show you this example is because it is again showing the total cost over a unique period of time where it is not the same amount for each period of time. But this particular project is calling out something different. It's calling out match funding. So the total cost for the project was $6.3 million. But the total federal funding request was $5.65 million and change. And the difference is that there was a match that was required by the granting agency. In that case, you need to show more work, not less. You need to show for each line item, how much are you requesting from federal? How much are you providing for match? So you've got to do that for salaries. Now you have to show under benefits. How much is for federal funding? How much is for match funding? Supplies, yep, same thing. How much is federal funding? How much is match funding? When you're doing that, it could get so confusing if you were only thinking as a narrative structure. This table on the bottom part of your screen right now, this is compliments of Jasmine Markanday, good friend and colleague. Jasmine loves to talk all things indirect cost rate, accounting, compliance. That's her passion. And Jasmine's constant advice related to budget justifications. Could you use a table here to make it clearer for your reviewer? So don't wait until you're working on the application itself and the deadline clock is ticking. Use formulas, use tables, build Excel sheets that you can then drop into a narrative document with a little bit of context before and after. But tables are your friend in terms of providing clarity and minimizing how often your reviewer, which is hopefully never, might reach for their calculator to think about how did you reach your numbers. So you did it. Wow, congratulations. You made it through all of the pre-planning. Absolutely phenomenal. Now there is something else that I want to call out for you that is going to help you kind of put the bow on this idea. There is something that our team talks about quite a bit, and it is called a mock review. Now, this is not the time when you conduct a mock review. You have just done your design work. You're waiting for it to open so that you could write the big narrative. You've got in your hand a theory of change. You've got in your hand your logic model, your SMART objectives, your work plan, your rough budget. You're ready to write, but you don't have an application that needs to be grammar edited yet. So you definitely don't have an application that needs to be mock reviewed yet. So why does this process matter? The reason it matters is that the mock review is designed to have your application at the end considered against what would be your scoring criteria. You want to take the rubrics that exist in actual applications and you want to think about how would we score. So for example, when you're reading the guidelines, I get it, the application's not open yet, but remember Maggie talked about finding last year's application. Find the previous guidelines and see if it gives you any scoring at all. In this example, it was scoring you based on project management. That was part of how you were actually going to be scored and judged against other applicants. Find the criteria that will tell you, how am I scored? How am I judged? How am I ranked? Now, you could use that criteria at a very high level to look at your pre-planning. Is there anything that's really going to help us get points that we haven't talked about? Is there anything we should consider while we wait for the application to open? The answer might be absolutely not. We're in great shape. But in this particular example, what came from the scoring criteria was a pretty big deal. You might say, Diane, what does this table actually tell me? This table tells you that your budget, the cost effectiveness of what was being proposed and the overall budget details was 30% of your total score. That's a lot. By grant review standards, that is a lot. So what this might tell you by looking at last year's guidelines, finding last year's scoring criteria, might say, wow, we've got a nice draft budget that we've worked out here through this design process, but maybe we should give it another pass. See if we can make it a little more robust now before the application opens, because that is a lot of the score. That's the same as impact, and impact is what you're pulling from your logic model and your work plan and your SMART objectives. Those are worth the same number of points. Wow. That's what that tells me. So you're looking for any sort of clues in the scoring that would help you just do a little bit of fine tuning to some of your pre-planning design documents so that when it opens and you sit down to start writing, you know that you've done everything you can to take advantage of that running race head start. So Megan placed the link to a blog post that we had about copy editing versus mock review to help you think about what the difference is between those two. But I also want to flag that our mock review toolkit, while not what you need for the pre-planning work, it is helpful to understand what that scoring process can look like internally before you submit a big application like this once it's open and the deadline is coming up. Now time, my goodness, I can't even believe it. It is 7:25 Eastern, which means we are almost out of time together. And you have all been amazing for being with me for this whole day. Absolutely amazing. This is the time, if you have unanswered questions that you really wanted to get addressed today, this would be the time to put it in the meeting chat. But if you're like me and you're like, wow, lots of notes, lots of things to consider. I don't have questions right now, but what about later? Absolutely. Happy to hear from you later. You can email me at any time, diane@dhleonardconsulting.com. Always happy to take any questions via email. If your inbox is perhaps overflowing and you say no more email, please, but no thank you. Yeah, go ahead, reach out on LinkedIn, send a DM on LinkedIn, feel free to reach out to our team. Wherever and however you want to ask a question is absolutely fine. So I'm watching to see what you have for any questions. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the chat, but I think, Brianna, I'm going to pass it back to you. I think there might be a follow-up survey link, things like that.
Yes. Is this where your presentation ends?
It is. So yeah,
Okay,
pass it
so I'm
back to
gonna
you.
go ahead and upload the other one just while we wait for it to load. You all can go ahead and ask Diane your final questions. Just give me a second.
All right, I don't see any questions yet. I see we had a link issue with the mock review, but Megan's got that all figured out, it looks like, in the chat. I get it. Yeah, there was a
Okay,
lot of
perfect.
information. So I'm like, you have all sorts of different ways you can contact us. We are absolutely happy to answer questions at any time.
Alrighty, I'm still loading here, guys. Sorry about that. Okay. So we do encourage you all to go ahead and complete the feedback survey. If you look here on the screen, I'm also going to go ahead and put it in the chat as well. But this is the link to complete the feedback survey for the training again. Once again, thank you, Diane. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Megan. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we hope that you enjoyed the virtual training today. Also, you can access this recording as well as any of our other recorded webinars and trainings at any time on our YouTube channel. It is under Cathedral Webinar Archive. And we also encourage you all to check out our upcoming events. You can stay connected with us on LinkedIn. We also have a website. It's the nativelearningcenter.com. Give me one moment. I'm going to get the feedback link here and put it in the chat. But while I'm looking for that link, just a reminder, you can also find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. We also have an in-house podcast, if you all did not know, titled The Hope of Being a Native American Podcast, where we do discuss more focused topics within Native American housing and self-determination. You can also listen to us on Simplecast, Google Podcasts, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, as well as view the video recordings with our guests, of course, on YouTube. Once again, you guys, thank you so much for participating and joining us today. We hope that you have a fantastic rest of your day. I am going to go ahead and add those links to the chat, and I'll keep this up for a little bit. I don't know, Diane, if you have to go, just in case anyone have any last minute questions, I'll leave this up for the next 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, that's totally fine. I'll stay right here. Thanks again, everyone. It was so great to be with you. Look forward to answering any questions you have afterwards.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a good night.